The rain had never truly stopped. Xianghua leaned against the broken remains of a water pipe, the chill of the metal seeping through her flak vest into her spine. Rain ran down the tips of her light purple hair, mixed with the blood trickling from the wound at her temple, pooling at her feet into a shallow puddle that slowly bloomed with a faint red. At the edge of her vision, her last remaining summoning beast, the pangolin that had accompanied her the longest, lay amid rubble 5 meters away, its abdomen torn open by a savage wind release, whimpering weakly before it dissolved into white smoke. "Furong! Shui Lian!" She turned her head. Within the reach of her gaze, her 2 teammates lay collapsed in the distant shadows of the ruins. Furong lay face down, the shaft of a kunai protruding from her back, stark and offensive against the curtain of rain. Shui Lian was curled up in a corner of a wall, the dark red spreading beneath her, no longer expanding. None of them were moving. One left. A hoarse voice drifted from ahead. 3 figures emerged from the rain and mist, cloaked in deep gray with damaged forehead protectors on their faces, the marks crudely carved by their own hands after defecting from various hidden villages. The man in the lead bore a fierce scar over his right eye, slashing diagonally from brow bone to cheekbone. "Little girl from Amagekyu, you handle summoning techniques quite well." The scarred man lazily flicked the blood from his kunai. "Unfortunately, no matter how many beasts you summon, it won't change the fact that you were all sent out as expendable pawns." Pawns. The word stabbed into Xianghua's consciousness. She clenched her teeth, trying to rouse the last shred of chakra within her, but all that answered was a burning pain deep in her meridians. Her chakra was spent, utterly depleted. From the ambush until now, she had fought at full intensity for a full 20 minutes, facing enemies triple their number, enemies the intel had only labeled as a suspected rogue Nin ban. The intel had been wrong. No, perhaps not wrong. Someone had wanted this mission to be wrong. Fragments of memory rose within her collapsing consciousness. 3 days earlier in the tower of Amagekure, Kanansama had stood by the window, her slender backlit silhouette framed against the never-ending rain outside. When she turned, the face that was usually so serene curved for once into an almost gentle smile. "Xianghua, this mission is very important." Paper gathered in her palm, shaping itself into a mission scroll that drifted lightly down into Xianghua's hands. "And rank escort mission, escort a merchant carrying an important scroll across the border of the land of grass to the designated drop point." Conan's voice was soft yet carried unquestionable weight. "The enemy may be rogue ninja or defectors covering the scroll, no more than 5 in total, with an average strength around chūnin level." Xianghua had been kneeling, receiving the scroll with both hands in reverence. She could feel the faint chakra fluctuations lingering on it, Kanansama's personal ceiling. "Your talent for summoning is the village's treasure." Conan had leaned forward slightly, her cool fingers brushing over the forehead protector at Xianghua's brow. "This is your chance to prove your strength. Once you succeed, you will receive the recognition you deserve. Recognition, to lead Furong and Shui Lian to become a force that could truly protect Amagekure and follow that divine one they revered." "Yes." The 16-year-old girl had straightened, her back eyes shining. "I will never betray your expectations." A metallic taste surged up from her chest, dragging Xianghua choking back into the present. The scarred man had already closed to within 3 meters, while the other 2 spread out to encircle her. Their steps were slow, carrying the leisurely cruelty of cats toying with a mouse. No, something was terribly wrong with all of this. The mission's location had deviated 30 li from the planned route. The enemy was not no more than 5, but a full 12. They were not average chūnin level, but included at least 3 with Jonin-class combat strength, among them this scarred man whose earth release-enhanced taijutsu was absolutely not something ordinary rogue Nin could easily master. The intel was a trap. The mission itself was a trap. But why? Why would Kanansama? No. She could not doubt Kanansama. Perhaps the intel network had been infiltrated, perhaps that merchant had been bait from the very beginning. Furong's smiling face crashed unbidden into her mind. On the training field, the long-haired girl had been rubbing the foot a summoning beast had stepped on, baring her teeth, as she yelled, "Xianghua! Your pangolin is bullying me again!" Shui Lian had been sitting on a platform nearby, lazily flipping through a ninjutsu scroll without even looking up as she muttered, "You just failed to dodge in time." "But Xianghua, your chakra control while maintaining 3 summoning beasts at once is indeed much more stable than last week." "Of course." Xianghua remembered herself standing with hands on her hips, smug. "Once I get even more proficient, I'll try summoning a 4th. Then when our squad takes missions, it'll be like we come with our own summoning beast platoon." Furong had leapt up to throw an arm around her neck, laughing. "Then the 3 of us will all become jonin together, right? I heard the chūnin stipend is enough to eat dango every day. All you think about is eating. Hey, you've got to have dreams. Dreams. Xianghua's vision began to blur. The sound of rain grew distant, and even the enemy's footsteps seemed to come through a layer of water. Her body was so cold, numbness creeping in from the tips of her limbs. She knew these were the signs of massive blood loss and total chakra exhaustion. She was going to die. Like Farong and Shuilian, she would collapse in this nameless ruin and become one among countless anonymous sacrifices of the land of rain. Her summoning beasts, the foundational work she had poured into spacetime formulas for years, all her desires to become stronger and protect those she cherished. All of it would end here. Unwilling. Why should it be this way? The scarred man raised his kunai, its cold gleam flashing through the rain. In that instant, something buried deep within Xianghua was ignited by her extreme unwillingness and fury. It was not chakra. Her chakra had long since run dry, but something deeper, a talent flowing in her very blood that even she had never fully comprehended. A talent for spacetime. She suddenly raised both hands and formed a seal. It was not any standard summoning seal, but a variation she had once improvised while studying spacetime arrays, a seal that in theory could expand the search range of summoning coordinates. It had never worked because the required chakra volume and control precision were absurdly high. But now, at the very brink of her life's final flicker, in the instant when even her soul was being torn apart by unwillingness, she squeezed out the last drop of strength from her marrow and poured it into the technique. Summoning outer domain soul call! She screamed, her voice cracked and ragged. There was no white smoke of a summoning beast, no rift in space. There was only light. A pale violet radiance shone from within Xianghua's body, and every raindrop that touched it evaporated into fine mist. Beneath her feet, spacetime array patterns of dizzying complexity unfurled. They belonged to no known school or system, but were forced into being by her dying consciousness, burning soul, and instinctive spacetime talent, a final technique that belonged to her alone. What the hell is that? The scarred man was driven back 2 steps by the sudden radiance, shock and doubt flickering in his eyes. Xianghua could no longer hear him. Her consciousness was rapidly unraveling. Her final thought was not a plea for survival, but a more primitive, more brutal call. If I am to die, if this world has no place for me, then, from another world, call forth someone who can live on, call anyone at all, someone who can keep walking forward, someone. The light swelled to its utmost, then suddenly contracted, all of it flooding into Xianghua's chest. She felt with perfect clarity something being torn from within her, becoming an invisible ripple that shot into the depths of endless void. It was not chakra, but something more fundamental than chakra. A shard of soul, or perhaps the coordinates of her very existence. She had completed the summoning. What she summoned was not a beast, not a tool, not any tangible entity. She had summoned a possibility. A substitute, from beyond this world, someone who could inherit all the unwillingness and unfinished wishes she held at this moment, and continue the existence known as Xianghua. The moment the technique concluded, the light went out completely. The brilliance vanished from Xianghua's eyes, her body slumped forward, her forehead striking the wet broken stone with a dull thud. Blood spread from beneath her brow, mingling with the rain and soaking her loose light purple hair. After waiting cautiously for over 10 seconds, the scarred man stepped up and prodded her neck with the tip of his kunai. There was no pulse. Dead, he spat. Damn, with all that light at the end, I thought it was some forbidden technique, and it turns out that was it. Boss, that jutsu of hers was a bit sinister, one subordinate murmured. I sensed a space-time fluctuation even if it was faint. She's dead. What good is space-time now? The scarred man sheathed his kunai and turned toward the depths of the ruins. Clean up. Take the forehead protectors from all 3 of them, leave the bodies. The people of Amagekyu will find this place sooner or later. They'll just assume the mission failed and the entire squad died in action. Perfect. Their 3 silhouettes vanished into the curtain of rain. Silence reclaimed the ruins, only the ceaseless sound of rain remained drumming upon 3 gradually cooling young bodies. In a dimension beyond anyone's perception, a coordinate, born from the final light of Xianghua's soul, had already pierced the barrier of this world, fixing itself with precision upon a distant space-time saturated with another system of knowledge and a different logic. It was seeking a male soul named Lin Zhe, who had just lost his body in a laboratory accident, a soul with a scientist's mind and complete memories of the world of Naruto. The summons had been issued. The contract was about to be sealed. The rain continued to fall. Pain. Not a sharp piercing sting, but a dull ache flooding her entire body, as if every inch of bone had been torn apart and reassembled. Lin Zhe struggled to regain consciousness in the darkness. The first thing that surged to the surface was not fear but the instinct of a researcher, to record perceptual variables. Variable 1: abnormal touch. Beneath her was the hard damp sensation of the ground, jagged rubble digging into her spine. Rain struck her face icy cold. Variable 2: abnormal hearing. Rain: the ceaseless patter of rain and footsteps approaching from afar, more than one person. Variable 3: vision. Vision could not yet be activated. She tried to open her eyes, but her eyelids felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Wait, why he? That pronoun for self-awareness. In that instant a flood of memories burst its dam. Two entirely different sets of memories collided, tangled, and tore at each other in the depths of her consciousness. One belonged to Lin Zhe, 29 years old, male, a researcher working at the intersection of molecular biology and cognitive science. After 72 hours of continuous work came a laboratory accident: the overloading blue glare of instruments, the scorching heat of bodily disintegration, and then endless darkness. The other belonged to Xianghua, 16 years old, female, a chūnin of Amigakure, adept at summoning techniques and spacetime ninjutsu, executing in rank escort mission ambush teammates, falling the last light, a call cast into the void. No. Wrong. Not two sets of memories. It was she and I. Lin Zhe snapped her eyes open. What filled her vision was a leaden sky, rain falling straight down, crashing into her, yes, her eye sockets. She instinctively raised a hand to shield herself but froze halfway through the motion. That hand? Small, smeared with mud and dried blood, the skin a pallor born of long absence from sunlight. The fingers were slender, but the pads and the web between thumb and index were rough with calluses, marks left by long years of forming seals and gripping kunai. This was not the pair of hands that belonged to 29-year-old male Lin Zhe, long and steady from years of operating precision instruments. She slowly turned her neck, a movement that tore open a ripping pain along its side, and looked down at her own body. A deep violet flak jacket of a ninja with a clear upward curve at the chest. Though soaked by rain and clinging tightly, that outline was definitely not the contour of a man's pectoral muscles. Below dark shorts, her exposed legs were covered in scrapes and bloody marks. At the edge of her vision, a few wet strands of light purple hair clung to her cheeks. Xianghua. A chūnin of Amigakure. 16 years old. I have become her. The knowledge of her previous life was automatically retrieved, matched, and verified in that instant. Naruto. An animated series. A two-dimensional world. Yet the chill on her skin, the sting of her wounds, the metallic tang of blood in her lungs with every breath, all of it was excruciatingly real. This was not a work of fiction. This was her reality. Calm down. She heard her own hoarse voice rasp out from her throat, a girl's clear timbre now cracked by thirst and trauma. Assess the situation first. The researcher's mode of thinking forcibly suppressed the violent clash of identity. She began rapidly integrating information. From Xianghua's scattered memories, she knew current location: some ruins on the border of the land of grass. Mission types: rank escort, but they had run into an ambush far beyond the intensity described in the intel. Teammates Farong and Shilian confirmed dead. Enemies: a group of 12, at least 3 of Jonin caliber had already left, roughly, judging by body temperature and the degree of washing by rainwater, no more than 10 minutes ago. And the footsteps that were now approaching. Very light, well trained, yet deliberately relaxed. 2 individuals closing in from the east, 30 meters away. No killing intent, or rather no intent to launch an immediate attack. Xianghua's combat instincts, now also hers, screamed danger. But the researcher's reason analyzed: if the ambushes were returning, they would not send only 2, and their steps would not be this casual. More likely, corpse collectors. Or people sent to verify the scene. Play dead, she decided. Her body obeyed at once. She adjusted her breathing to the faintest possible rhythm, thanks to the stealth techniques in Xianghua's memories, kept her limbs in the same limp posture in which she had awakened, and only left a tiny slit in her eyes, observing through blood-stained lashes. 2 figures entered her field of vision. Both wore the dark standard rain cloaks of Amigakure with gas mask-like respirators over their faces. But their forehead protectors bore not the symbol of Amigakure but blank iron plates. Outer members of Akatsuki, or imposters. One of them crouched down to examine Furong's corpse not far away. The other walked toward Shilian. All dead. The one examining Furong stood up, his voice muffled through the mask. Target confirmed deceased. No matter how gifted, you cannot escape accidental mission failure. A pity. The other walked to Xianghua's side and nudged her flank with the tip of his boot, not very respectfully. I heard this little girl's spacetime talent had even caught the eye of that lord. If not for... He did not finish, but his action completed the thought. He crouched down and began handling Xianghua's corpse, fingers pressing to the side of her neck, a textbook pulse check. Now. In the instant before his fingers touched her skin, Lin Zhe, Xianghua, moved. It was not a large motion. Her right hand had been lying limp at her side, now its 5 fingers curled and shifted in minute yet precise patterns, forming seals. No thought was needed, muscle memory forged through countless days and nights of Xianghua's training took over. It was the seal she knew best, the one most ingrained in instinct. Summoning technique release. No target, no predesignated summon. She was emitting a summoning request, pouring chakra, of which there was miraculously still a faint trace, into spacetime coordinates, calling out to the being with whom she shared the deepest contract and the quickest response. HM. The corpse collector checking her felt the tiny movement of her fingers, but it was too late. Poof. White smoke exploded beside her hand, not a large summoning array but a tightly condensed little cluster. From within the smoke, a round black and white figure blasted out like a cannonball, carrying speed and mass entirely disproportionate to its body, slamming precisely into the corpse collector's chest. Puga! A dull thud and a roar that was both simple and furious rang out at the same time. The corpse collector did not even manage a full cry of alarm before his entire body was knocked off the ground by that black and white blur, flung backward to crash into a broken wall 5 meters away. He slid down limply, blood seeped from beneath his mask, and he moved no more. The other corpse collector recoiled in horror, hand flying to the kunai at his waist. The white smoke dispersed. A panda roughly 2 meters tall, plump of build with deep black eye rings, was squatting at Xianghua's side. It shook its head, seeming slightly bewildered at being summoned to a battlefield without warning, but its moist black nose twitched twice. Smelling the thick blood on Xianghua, it immediately turned toward the remaining corpse collector, a threatening growl rumbling in its throat. You're not dead." The corpse collector stared in alarm at Xianghua, who was slowly pushing herself up from the ground. Xianghua did not answer. She lowered her head to look at her own hand, then raised it to look at the panda beside her. Between a summoner and her contracted beast there existed a subtle mental link. She could feel the panda iron brimming with worry and anger, and she could also feel the faint trickle of chakra that had just returned to her body rapidly draining away. Maintaining the summon demanded a constant price. "Iron." She spoke, her voice still hoarse yet carrying a strange calm. "Restrain him. I need him alive." Roar. The panda kicked off with its hind legs, its massive body exploding into astonishing agility as it pounced at the corpse collector like a black and white blur. The kunai he flung in haste struck Ion's thick fur with only 2 metallic clinks before bouncing away. In the next instant a heavy paw came crashing down, slamming the man viciously into the muddy water. Xianghua pressed a hand to the ground and staggered to her feet. Every movement sent her wounds screaming in protest. But she forced herself upright and walked to stand before the corpse collector pinned beneath the panda. Rain washed the blood from her face, revealing beneath it a pale yet icily composed young countenance. Her damp light purple hair clung to her cheeks and neck in the rain, her deep violet eyes reflected the ashen sky, a stillness within them that was almost terrifying. She lowered her gaze to the captured man struggling at her feet, then to the panda watching her with worried eyes. At last her sight swept across the ruins, over the forever motionless forms of Furong and Shuilian, and into the curtain of rain toward the distant skyline where towers rose, the hidden village of Amigakure. A cold crystalline clarity belonging to a researcher rose within her heart. The original owner of this body, Xianghua, had died in a mission failure, meticulously arranged in advance. And the mission itself was very likely a single piece in a much larger conspiracy. Now she had inherited this body, this talent, these unfinished grudges, and this life snatched back from the edge of the abyss. Then, the newly reborn Xianghua murmured to herself, her voice merging into the patter of the rain. The rain still fell. But the one standing in it was no longer that 16-year-old chūnin girl of Amigakure, full of longing and desperate to prove herself. She was now a transmigrant who had seen through the script of this world, a researcher with the mind of a scientist, one who had just declared to this cruel world, through her enemy's blood and a panda's roar, "I survived." An avenger and a survivor. As Panda Iron returned clutching 2 deep gray raincoats, Xianghua was crouched by the broken wall of the ruins, staring blankly at her outstretched hands. The rain had lessened somewhat but still fell steadily. Water droplets slid down her light purple hair, dripping onto her palms. Those hands were an entire size smaller than she remembered, belonging to Lin Zhe, the fingers slender and the skin appeared somewhat translucent under the rain, revealing the blue veins beneath. Her wrists were very thin, as if they could snap with the slightest pressure. No, not as if. Xianhua, as she began to force herself to think with this name, slowly closed her fingers into a fist. Strength surged from the muscle fibers in her arms, far stronger than she had anticipated. Though this body was young, it had undergone rigorous ninja physical training, possessing explosive power, endurance, and flexibility that far exceeded that of an ordinary 16-year-old girl, perhaps even approaching the level of professional athletes from her past life. Yet strong is relative. Compared to her past life, where she stood at 182 centimeters, a man who spent most of his time in laboratories but maintained basic fitness, she was now at least 20 centimeters shorter, and her weight was estimated to be just over half of what it used to be. The entire world's height had changed. Her line of sight dropped slightly, making her perspective more level. When she attempted to move, the different distribution of her center of gravity caused her to stumble a bit in her initial steps. Her pelvis wider, her gait naturally altered, requiring adaptation. But the most awkward part wasn't these. She lowered her head to look at her chest. The soaked ninja vest clung tightly to her body, clearly delineating the curves of a developing teenage girl. While treating wounds and checking her gear earlier, her fingertips inevitably brushed against certain areas, the sensation inducing a dislocation and embarrassment that came from the depths of her soul, almost making her want to retract her hand immediately. And there was the sound. Each time she spoke, the clear yet slightly husky voice of a girl made her momentarily dazed. Is this me speaking? The cognitive inertia caused by memory fusion, she murmured to herself in the tone she used when analyzing topics in her past life, trying to rationally dissect this discomfort. The body memory of the original Xianhua is deeply integrated. Muscle reactions, habitual small movements, even some conditioned reflexes remain. But the consciousness, thought patterns, and knowledge structure belong to Lin Zhe. She raised her hand, her fingertips unconsciously twirling a damp strand of hair, a natural and fluid motion. This was Xianhua's habitual gesture when thinking. But immediately after, she forcibly put her hand down, clenched it into a fist, and frowned slightly. The body can influence consciousness. Long-term existence in this body may gradually assimilate behavior patterns, emotional responses, and even certain cognitive tendencies into its physiological foundation. I must establish a clear self-anchoring. I am Lin Zhe, 29-year-old male researcher currently residing in the body of Xianhua. This body is a tool, a vessel, one of my research subjects. A calm analysis. But as she stood up, preparing to approach the corpses of Ferong and Shulian, a slight aching sensation in her lower abdomen made her pause. Right. Menstruation. In the fragments of Xianhua's memory there was a general timeline regarding this. Calculating by the cycle, it should be in these 2 days. She stood expressionless for 2 seconds, then continued to walk. The researcher's brain began to process information automatically. Hormonal changes during the pre-, mid-, and post-menstrual period could affect chakra stability, and needed to be recorded for observation. Blood loss in battle could exacerbate anemia symptoms requiring iron supplements, and the current environment had poor sanitary conditions, increasing the risk of infection, necessitating prompt action. Embarrassment. No. This is just another physiological variable that needs to be recorded and analyzed. Ian let out a low woo, gently nudging her back with his nose, seemingly sensing her emotional fluctuations, though she herself felt no fluctuation. The wisdom and sensitivity of the panda far exceeded that of ordinary spiritual beasts. It could sense some difference at the soul level of its contract partner, yet the bond of that contract remained strong, even tighter, due to the earlier life and death summons. "I'm fine, Ian." She raised her hand and rubbed the panda's fluffy ears. This action also felt natural, stemming from the closeness Xianhua had developed with her spiritual beasts over time. The touch was warm and solid. "Go around and keep watch. Alert me if anyone approaches." Ian nodded, his blackened white round body lightly leaping onto the high remnants, crouching down, his dark-ringed eyes vigilantly scanning the rain. Xianhua walked over to Furong's side and crouched down. The girl lay face down, a kunai protruding deeply from her back, piercing straight into her heart, a fatal wound that was instantaneous. But Xianhua Lin Zhe noticed slight burn marks around the wound on her clothing, and the style of the kunai's handle was very ordinary, typical of the equipment used by the Rain Hidden. She gently turned Furong's body. The corpse had begun to stiffen, feeling very cold. Inside the ninja vest near the ribs there was a very small, inconspicuous tear. Xianhua pried it open with her nails, revealing smaller metal fragments embedded in the flesh, residues from some micro-explosive talisman. Or perhaps a more sophisticated curse tool. She then inspected Shulian. This quiet girl, who always loved to carry scrolls, had her neck cleanly snapped, dying instantly. But Xianhua found a small piece of torn gray fabric clutched tightly in her right hand, not Furong's nor Shuilian's and certainly not Xianhua's. The color and texture were very similar to the inner lining of the raincoats worn by the previous two corpse collectors. This implies that before the three of them were ambushed and fought to exhaustion, another group of own people may have approached the battlefield, possibly even having brief contact with the enemy, and Shuilian had torn off a corner of the opponent's clothing in the chaos. Xianhua stood up and walked towards the corpse collector that Ian had knocked out. The panda was clever, having only knocked him unconscious and dislocated his limbs. She crouched down and began to search. Standard rain-hidden kunai, several shurikens, 2 smoke bombs, a military ration pill, and a small water bottle. The equipment was very ordinary with no identifying marks. But in the inner pocket she found 2 items. First, a metal forehead protector. Not the kind worn on the forehead, but a smaller one like a badge. It bore the symbol of the rain-hidden, 4 vertical lines. However, the edges of this forehead protector showed slight signs of wear, as if it had been frequently rubbed by fingers. Next was a tightly rolled confidential letter. The paper was made of special waterproof oil paper written with chakra ink, which could only be revealed with specific chakra attributes or special potions. Xianhua Lin Zhe wasn't particularly adept at this, but Xianhua's memory contained related knowledge, a common encryption method used by the Rain-Hidden's dark department. She attempted to slowly inject the limited chakra she had restored into the strip of paper, following the basic circuit of a sealing technique from her memory. Faint blue characters began to appear on the paper like water stains. The writing was neat and the wording concise. Target Rain-Hidden chūnin, Xianhua ID Rain-Hidden 0973, task status confirmed, deceased at the border of the land of grass, Black Marsh Ruins. Talent assessments: level adaptability for summoning technique A, level spacetime potential B, level chakra control precision. Damage condition: this line is blank, clearly awaiting completion. Remarks: material recovery complete, follow-up processing has been arranged. Confirmation transfer: an unclear mark resembling a water droplet next to which is a small symbol with the word Akatsuki. The content of the letter ends here. No signature, no date. But Xianhua stared at that piece of paper, at the words material, at the water droplet-shaped mark, and the Akatsuki symbol. Memories of the plot from her past life regarding Naruto flooded out like a chain unlocked by a key, connecting with the last fragments of Xianhua's consciousness before death, with Conan's gentle smile when assigning tasks with this obviously implausible S-level mission, and with the suspicious wounds on her comrades. A cold, cruel, and logically coherent image rapidly formed in the mind of this researcher. Known premise 1: in the original plot, Xianhua from the Rain-Hidden village was turned into the animal path among the 6 paths of pain after her death, female version. The core ability of the animal path is summoning technique capable of simultaneously summoning multiple powerful spiritual beasts, far exceeding ordinary summoning techniques. Known premise 2: the 6 paths of pain are 6 corpses manipulated by Nagato, the wielder of the Rinnegan, each requiring specific conditions to unleash the corresponding powers of their paths. The animal path requires the corpse to possess exceptional talent in summoning techniques during its lifetime, preferably with spatial affinity to support multiple long-range, high-intensity summoning. Known premise 3: Xianhua chūnin of the Rain-Hidden village, 16 years old, with extraordinary talent, especially skilled in summoning techniques and space-time ninjutsu, was the most outstanding young person known in the village in this field. Known premise 4: Conan, one of the founding members of the Akatsuki organization, a companion of Nagato, personally assigned this clearly flawed mission, which was unusually difficult, and in a remote location, to Xianhua. Known premise 5: the mission failed and Xianhua reasonably died in battle. Subsequently, unidentified individuals suspected to be members of the Akatsuki's periphery came to collect the corpse and confirm material recovery. Inference: conclusion: this was not a mission failure. This was a meticulously planned, highly efficient material collection targeting the individual known as Xianhua. Conan, or rather Nagato behind her, needed a fresh corpse that died under reasonable circumstances with exceptional summoning techniques and spatial talents to create a new, stronger animal path pain. And Xianhua, the genius cultivated by the Rain-Hidden village, this young chūnin filled with aspirations to serve the village and the god, was the perfect target. So the mission intelligence was false. So the enemy's strength far exceeded expectations. So the teammates were also sacrificed together, perhaps to silence them, perhaps to make the mission failure more convincing. So after her death, someone immediately came to confirm the material status and prepare for recovery. From the beginning to the end, she was not a hopeful junior, nor a ninja entrusted with heavy responsibilities. She was a material that had been assessed for its level summoning adaptability, a space-time potential recorded for damage awaiting completion, and arranged for follow-up processing recovery. Xianhua slowly stood up, tightly gripping the letter and the small forehead protector in her palm, the cold metal edges digging painfully into her flesh. Raindrops slid down her cheeks, indistinguishable from rain or something else. But there were no tears in her eyes, only a cold, almost cruel clarity. Anger. Yes. For that 16-year-old girl who naively believed in adults wanting to prove herself, and ultimately feeling anger for the girl who had summoned her soul from despair and reluctance. Also for the two innocent girls with names that both carried the meaning of flowers who dreamed of sharing dango together. But more so it was a near indifferent calmness that a researcher faces when confronted with cruel experimental data. The operating logic of this world is far more primitive and raw than the peaceful world of her past life, where laws and order existed and death was major news. Power is the only truth, the weak are resources for the strong. Being exceptionally talented without enough power to protect oneself is in itself a crime of holding something precious. Nagato needed a vessel for the animal path, so they chose Xianhua, then arranged for her reasonable disposal and recycling like handling experimental materials. Efficient. Cruel. In line with the principle of maximizing benefits. How truly! She chuckled softly, her voice sounding somewhat strange amidst the rain. A remarkable research specimen. Pain. Rinnegan. Outer path golem. The essence of chakra. The inheritance and expression of bloodline limits. The principles of space-time ninjutsu. The contractual laws of summoning techniques. In her past life she was a researcher, relentlessly pursuing the rules and truths hidden beneath the surface. Her laboratory unexpectedly interrupted that path. And here in this world known as the ninja realm, filled with supernatural energy called chakra, with various bloodline limits, forbidden techniques, ocular techniques, and sage arts that defy the physical laws of her past life, there exists a boundless array of living, walking, observable, analyzable, and even obtainable research material. Nagato views her Xianhua as material for creating pain, and she Lin Zhe cannot help but view all the secrets and powers in this world as material for her research. She raised her head, looking at the panda above. The black and white ball lowered its head, its bright eyes gazing at her. We need to leave this place, Xianhua said calmly, beginning to organize the usable ninja tools on her, scavenging necessary supplies from the corpse collector, to a place where Xianhua is not known. I need time, knowledge, and to re-understand this world and master it in my own way. She carefully stored the letter and forehead protector. This is evidence, a clue and a reminder, reminding her, the seemingly familiar outsider to the plot, that the real world is far more brutal than the comic, where every detail may hide a deadly calculation. She cast one last glance at the corpses of Ferong and Shuilian. There was no time to bury them, doing so would leave traces. The rain would wash away most clues and beasts, or others would discover them. It is cruel, but it aligns with the script of mission failure, corpses exposed to the wilderness so as not to arouse suspicion in the masterminds. I'm sorry, she said softly, unsure if it was to the deceased girls or to the already dissipated soul known as Xianhua. Then she turned, stepping in the direction opposite to the rain-hidden village. Panda Ian leaped down from above, following her side, using its fluffy body to shield her from some of the wind and rain. The rain continued to fall, landing on the girl's thin yet upright back. Xianhua Lin Zhe's gaze pierced through the hazy curtain of rain, looking towards the unknown path ahead, where there was no longer confusion, only a calm and determined light belonging to an explorer. A new identity, a new world, new rules. And an entirely new vast research subject. The journey began after the rain had stopped. Xianhua, she had grown used to that name as one grows accustomed to a well-fitted lab coat, refused all the familiar roads. From the border of the Yuji country to the Hua country, the usual routes cut through the Chao country or the Chuan country, passing towns and checkpoints. For someone already marked as dead, such a path would be far too conspicuous. She chose mountains and forests instead. Relying on a Yan's keen nose and sure-footed mountain mobility, she threaded her way through rarely trodden hills and river valleys. At night she summoned another contracted beast, a gray forest owl named Yishao, small of wingspan but blessed with exceptional night vision and a noiseless flight, to scout from above and steer her clear of possible ninja patrols. This bought her precious hours to become acquainted with the new body and with the energy that flowed through it, chakra. Chakra, a blend of spiritual energy and bodily force. She leaned against an ancient branch, closed her eyes, and let her awareness sink inward. Her past lives' knowledge of biology and Xianghua's ninja training memories corroborated and completed one another. Cellular energy extraction, meridian circulation, seal-guided externalization, a system utterly separate from any energy framework she had known before. She could feel the chakra, a warm, lively current distilled from every corner of the 130 trillion cells deep within her, gathered and cycled along a complex network of conduits. Ziyanghua's original chakra reserves ranked excellent among chūnin, but more crucial was its quality. She drew out a filament and gathered it at her fingertip. She made no hand seals, merely observed. The faint blue halo of energy appeared ghostly in the dim woods. It was unstable, harboring delicate tremors and subtle foldings within. In nature. She concluded, retracted her chakra, opened the blank scrolls she had scavenged from corpse collectors, and scrawled notes with the charcoal stick. The chakra's texture leans toward cold restraint, a materialization of the mind. It aligns closely with my memories of Unichard chakra. That explained the original Boda's high affinity for spacetime ninjutsu. Such formulas demand intense mental control and spatial imagination, the very strengths of nature. She also experimented with summoning, not mass combat calls, but the minimal sustainment of a small contracted creature. She summoned a palm-sized gecko called Shogun to perch on the back of her hand. It altered its skin to melt into the surroundings. At the same time, she sketched the flow paths of chakra during the casting and maintenance of a summoning contract on the scroll. The essence of summoning, she wrote, is to use one's chakra as both coordinate and token, reversing a contract to open a spatial channel and temporarily call a contracted being from elsewhere, perhaps the creature's habitat, or an otherworldly space like Miaomushan or Longdi Cave, into the present. Maintaining the channel consumes chakra continuously. The cost scales with the summoned creature's size, strength, and the spatial distance involved. And Ziyanghua's talent lies in, she thought, holding Shogun on her hand with one palm while forming a simple seal with the other. Puff. Puff. 2 small puffs of white smoke burst on either shoulder. On the left appeared a fist-sized furry lightning mouse named Shan, on the right an emerald jade-like mantis called Shuiren. The 3 small summoned beasts each emitted a faint but distinct chakra signature that subtly resonated with her own chakra cycle. The ability to stably maintain multiple summoning contracts simultaneously and to exert a measure of independent control over them. She felt 3 faint mental links processing in parallel. The commands were simple: stand by, sense the environment, but the demands on mental load and the fineness of chakra control were immense. This is not merely a question of chakra volume, it concerns the capacity for divided attention and synchronized control. Ziyanghua's natural gift is astonishing. But the flaw revealed itself soon enough. When she attempted, while sustaining the 3 small summons, to call upon additional chakra and parse a basic spacetime coordinate sigil pulled from Ziyanghua's memories. A sharp sting flared deep in her mind, as if countless fine needles struck at once. The 3 maintained links convulsed chakra flow, instantly deranged, snaking wildly over her hands and shoulders. Shogun panicked back to its original hue. Shan's fur stood on end and crackled with electric sparks, and Shuiren anxiously scraped its forelexical. Ugh! Ziyanghua choked, forcibly severed all chakra output, and dispelled the summons. The 3 beasts dissolved into white smoke and vanished. She braced herself against the trunk, cold sweat beating at her temple, lungs burning, vision dimming. Chakra control precision is inadequate, especially under multi-threaded operation. Allocation and switching of mental force suffered delays and interference. Forcibly layering complex techniques precipitated control collapse and a mild chakra backlash. She panted and continued to jot notes, her handwriting wavered with trembling fingers. Systematic control training is required. In her current state, sustaining 2 mid-sized combat summons was the safe upper limit, or 3 small non-combat summons. Introducing spacetime techniques demanded extreme caution. Overload came easily. She stowed the scroll in charcoal and swallowed a ration pill. Bitter, but it restored strength swiftly. The recent loss of control, brief though it was, could show up like a torch to perception-type ninjas. She had to move at once. 10 days later, at the Hui country border, deep within the forest, Ziyanghua lay at the edge of a cliff, a camo cloth beneath her, and branches draped across her. She blended almost perfectly with the surroundings. Far below, the tall walls and vague silhouettes of Mai Yinxuan rose ghost-like through the morning mist. The vigilance was palpable. Even from this distance she could see patrols denser than usual and checkpoints subjected to stricter screenings. An invisible tension hung in the air. The specter of Pain's invasion may already have reached Mui's high tables. Yi Shao, she murmured. The grey forest owl answered without sound, its golden round eyes fixed on her. Fly around Mui's perimeter. Note alert zones and patrol patterns from above. Avoid all ninjas and especially the Hyuga clan's likely areas. Observe from height, do not approach the barrier. She transmitted a concise instruction and spatial coordinates via the contract. Yi Xiao pecked her ear in acknowledgement, then spread its wings and melted into the gray sky. The waiting that followed was long and arid. Xianghua did not idle. She continued her research. She began to log her daily chakra recovery rate, overall fluctuations, and the extraction efficiency of different chakra natures. So far she could only clearly sense in other natures remained faint. She practiced the speed and accuracy of seals and reviewed basic ninjutsu from Xianghua's memories, especially infiltration skills, invisibility, camouflage, and sense suppression. With charcoal on the scroll she sketched geometric and mathematical models in an attempt to grasp the spatial coordinate transformations of summoning. Progress was slow, but the process brought the rare focused calm of a true researcher. She also contemplated the world's unfolding plot. According to her memory, Pain's assault on Mai should indeed occur around this time. The Tendo Pain under Changman's control would flatten Mai, with Shinra Tensei inflicting massive casualties yet forcing Mai to reveal its deeper strength and resilience. Within that devastation lay many opportunities. Her objective was clear and perilous. Betrayal had befallen the original owner of this body. Her own hunger as a researcher for the world's secrets, together with the most basic need to survive, compelled her to take the risk. Provided I understand the battlefield and appear at the precise time and place. She stared toward Mai with a composed gaze. 5 days later the situation shifted abruptly. That afternoon she was attempting a more delicate chakra control exercise, splitting a single filament at her fingertip into 5 strands while simulating the fluctuating signatures of the 5 basic natures: water, fire, wind, lightning, and earth. The task was fiendish. She failed repeatedly but recorded each failure. While she was wholly absorbed, Yi Xiao sent a torrent of disordered images and emotional spasms through the contract, a tremendous blast. A monstrous horde. The village. An assault. Xianghua snapped her head toward Mai. Even at this distance she could see it. Several vast black silhouettes loomed abruptly above Mai, accompanied by muffled detonations and the thunder of collapsing structures. Smoke billowed. Most conspicuous was a mountain-sized centipede-like summoned beast rampaging through the village. It had begun Pain's invasion. Her heart rate rose slightly, but her hands remained steady. She stowed her belongings and erased traces of her camp at once. She bit her thumb and formed seals in a rapid flourish, this set more intricate and precise than when she had summoned a yen. Summoning technique: Stealth Sentinel. With a soft bang and a puff of white smoke, 3 mole-like creatures no larger than mice, their fur gray-black and their eyes unnaturally large, appeared before her. These were Xianghua's contract beasts, best suited to underground stealth, chakra concealment, and information relay, the small Daiton. Target: Mainsun interior. Infiltration method: subterranean movement to avoid all chakra detection. Primary task: locate a specific individual. She transmitted via mental link a hastily sketched charcoal portrait, a striking silver mane, a tilted mask and headband, and the chakra signature of Kakashi drawn from Xianghua's memory of Mui's notable jonin. Once located, maintain distant surveillance, record combat trajectory and opponent traits, and especially when he activates the Xiaolunyan, the Sharingan, attempt to log the finer details of his chakra fluctuations. Personal safety is paramount. If compromised or endangered, immediately reverse summon back. The 3 Daiton squeaked briefly and burrowed into the earth, vanishing. They moved with startling speed underground and revealed almost no chakra signature. Xianghua watched them go, and then retreated deeper into the shadowed forest. She found a high perch under dense canopy, and resumed concealment, her gaze fixed upon the village swallowed by flames and chaos. Explosions, roars, the rumble of collapsing buildings reached her even here. Black smoke thickened, blotting out half the sky. Experimental conditions are in place, she murmured as if in a laboratory preparing an observation. Variables deployed, target locked, interference, Pain's invasion has occurred. Now there was nothing to do but wait for the crucial moment when this dead subject might step from the shadow of prey to pose and silence the first question to the hunter, the right timing. A mountain wind threaded the trees, carrying the tang of distant smoke. Xianghua lay in ambush like a plant rooted in shade, only the cold absolute calm in her eyes shimmering faintly in the dim. The chaos of my village viewed from above resembled an ant nest struck by a giant boulder. Yet within it there was a deafening roar, choking smoke, flying debris, and desperate cries. The purple flower moved like a silent shadow gliding along the remnants of broken walls. Utilizing the camouflage ability of Gecko, she covered her entire body, minimizing her presence, and cautiously maneuvered through the ruins, executing precise movements from the shadows to the broken pipes amidst the tide of destruction. Her target was the northwestern area of my village. Based on intermittent information received from the Earth listening technique, which conveyed vibrations and simple chakra positions combined with her memory of the original plot, the battlefield between Kakashi and Pain was roughly in that direction. The closer she got, the more apparent the aftermath of the battle became. It was not the dazzling clash of ninjutsu but a heavier, more suffocating sense of oppression. The air grew thick, occasionally punctuated by the dull sounds of buildings collapsing under invisible forces. She stopped atop a half-collapsed watchtower, crouching low and peering through the gaps towards the distant square. The battlefield came into view. The silver-haired Jonin Hatake Kakashi was kneeling in the midst of the wreckage, gasping for breath. His mask was soaked in blood and the Sharingan in his left eye fixed intently ahead. His forehead protector had long been torn aside, the crimson threedemo glinting ominously amidst the dust. His vest was severely damaged, revealing skin marred by abrasions and burn marks. His opponent hovered silently several meters off the ground. With short orange hair and black rods piercing his ears and nose, the Rinnegan's ripples coldly surveyed below, as if a deity gazed down upon mere insects. Pain. Holding her breath, the purple flower focused all her attention on observation. The instinct of a researcher overrode her instinctive fear of danger. The battle was nearing its end. She could see that Kakashi's chakra was on the verge of depletion, his movements slowed by fatigue and injuries. Meanwhile, Pain appeared to remain unfazed. Shinra Tensei. Pain raised his hand. Kakashi's body was uncontrollably pulled into the air. But he seemed to have anticipated this, or perhaps it was instinct honed through countless life-and-death experiences. At the moment he was being drawn and his hands struggled to form the necessary seals. Reiten Ragen's Fang. A beast made of lightning charged towards Pain, attempting to create a distraction. Pain merely tilted his head slightly, and the lightning beast disintegrated against an invisible repulsive force. However, even a moment's gap during his casting of Shinra Tensei was enough for a ninja like Kakashi. Kakashi barely adjusted his posture in the air, his one-eyed gaze locking onto a sudden apparition beside Pain, a Shirada puppet bearing a massive chakra cannon. That was the result of his previous battle. The threedemo in his eye spun wildly, forming a strange pattern reminiscent of a shuriken. Kamui. The purple flower sensed a subtle yet unmistakable distortion in the air around her left eye. It was neither wind nor a shockwave of chakra, but rather a sensation of space itself being twisted, as if a minuscule rift had been torn open by some force. The target was not Pain, but the several black rods that shot towards a distant plump figure Choji next to the Shirada remnants. The space in front of the black rod's tip abruptly revealed a vortex-like distortion, engulfing the rods and making them vanish. Kakashi, as if struck hard, violently spat out blood and fell from the air, his breath sharply faltering. Spacetime ninjutsu. The purple flower quickly noted in her mind, her fingertips trembling slightly with excitement and tension. Upon activation, the target's spatial coordinates undergo a local high-dimensional distortion, creating an effect similar to a spatial vortex transferring matter to an unknown other space. The activation speed is extremely fast, nearly instantaneous, but requires highly concentrated ocular power to lock onto coordinates. It places a tremendous burden on the user, and Kakashi's chakra and mental strength were on the brink of depletion immediately after activation, accompanied by severe physical backlash. Current observations confirm the effect on the transfer of physical matter, but the effects on energy bodies and chakra attacks are unknown, as well as the effects on space-time barriers. Kakashi utilized his last strength to analyze the interval of Pain's abilities, devising a tactic to exchange his life for information and trusting his final hope and intel to Choji, then expending all he had, collapsing. The silver-haired Jonin, who was always lazy and casual yet more reliable than anyone, lay quietly in the ruins, devoid of all vitality. The purple flower watched Choji, filled with grief and anger, swallow a red pill and charge out like a battering ram to deliver the message. She observed Pain glance coldly at Kakashi's body before turning away and slowly flying towards the center of the village. The square momentarily quieted, with only the distant sounds of explosions and faint cries echoing. Dust slowly settled, covering Kakashi's cold body. It was time. The purple flower slipped down from her hiding place, landing silently. The camouflage of Gecko faded away, and she hurried through the shattered square, reaching Kakashi's side. Crouching down, her fingers first probed at his neck. No pulse. Breathing ceased, pupils dilated. All vital signs had completely vanished. She gazed at the side of his face smeared with blood and dirt. A character that had accompanied her through countless joys and sorrows on screen in her past life now lay lifeless before her. Somewhere deep inside her, a part belonging to Lin Zhe felt a faint ache and a sense of loss. Yet more so was the cold, efficient thought process of the researcher Purple Flower. Hatake Kakashi, thank you for everything you've done for Konoha and the ninja world. She whispered, her voice calm and steady. Your battle has come to an end. And these eyes, this power from another space, will continue to explore the mysteries of this world in a new vessel. This is not blasphemy but a continuation of possibility. She took a sealed small scroll from her ninja tool pouch and unfurled it. Inside were the limited materials she had gathered in the wild over the past few days, combined with her foundational medical ninjutsu knowledge and concepts from her past life of sterile procedures, simple tools, several thin stone pieces treated with chakra, temporary scalpels, a small vial of distilled water, simple washing fluid, a bundle of clean cloth strips disinfected with chakra, and a small jar of gel made from special plant juices and chakra with mild paralyzing and hemostatic effects. She had to move quickly. Shoji might return with reinforcements at any moment, and Pain could also come back. More importantly, according to the plot, time was running short. She donned makeshift gloves made from clean cloth strips to avoid direct contact, and leaving unnecessary cellular tissue, carefully pushing aside the blood-matted silver hair around Kakashi's left eye. Using a cloth corner soaked in distilled water, she gently cleaned the blood around his eye. Then she picked up the sharpest stone piece. Every action had to be precise and stable. She recalled basic anatomical knowledge from her past life in purple flowers, memories avoiding major blood vessels and nerve bundles, and carefully cut along the edge of the eye socket, meticulously severing the fascia and muscles connecting the eyeball to the surrounding tissue. Her movements were gentle yet decisive, minimizing the incision. Blood seeped out, and she swiftly absorbed it with the disinfected cloth. In less than a minute, the crimson left eye, embedded with a strange shuriken pattern that had once wielded the power to distort space, was completely removed, cradled in her palm. Once the eyeball left the body, the eerie shuriken pattern seemed to dim slightly, yet she could still feel the faint resonance with the surrounding space. She immediately applied the prepared hemostatic gel evenly over the hollow wound where Kakashi's left eye had been, the gel coagulating upon contact with blood, forming a protective layer while also providing slight tissue-filling effects, making the eye socket appear less hollow. She then used the disinfected cloth to simply wipe away the surrounding bloodstains, arranging his silver hair to naturally cover part of the eye socket. At a glance, it looked like a natural scar formed from severe injury during battle rather than a meticulously performed surgical extraction. Once she had completed all of this, she finally shifted her attention back to the Sharingan in her hand. Without hesitation, she tilted her head back, aligning her right index and middle fingers, gathering chakra at their tips to form an extremely thin wind blade. She aimed it at her intact left eye. Pain shot through her, and her vision was instantly engulfed in darkness and excruciating pain. Clenching her teeth, she made no sound, relying on her instincts and powerful willpower, quickly and steadily repeating the previous steps to remove her own left eyeball. Blood streamed down her cheek. She placed the ordinary black eyeball that belonged to Purple Flower on a clean cloth set aside for later use, then picked up Kakashi's Sharingan. It felt cold and slightly elastic. As the eyeball neared the hollow eye socket, a strange attractive force spontaneously emerged, not physical but more like a resonance at the chakra level. She gently pressed the Sharingan into her empty left eye socket. Buzz! An indescribable sensation exploded within her. First came a violent pain, as if her brain were being crushed, a rejection reaction from the foreign tissue, and the shock of nerve connections. But then a chill, obscure power imbued with immense spatial fluctuations surged along the optic nerve, the barely connected part violently flooding into her brain. It was not a visual signal. At least not entirely. She saw a twisted vortex-like spatial passage slowly rotating deep within her consciousness. On the other side of the passage connected a gray boundless space floating with countless cubic stones. She could vaguely sense the coordinates of that space, feeling the continuous flow of ocular power and chakra consumed to maintain the existence of the passage. This was the other space of Kamui. Simultaneously, a multitude of fragmented memories about the usage of this eye, peculiar experiences of spatial perception, and even some vague emotional fragments, despair, protection promises, surged in, crashing against her consciousness. Ugh! She groaned, her body swaying, nearly collapsing. The left eye socket burned with pain, blood still flowing, while the information overload and rejection response from the newly implanted eye almost caused her to faint. She forced herself to endure, rapidly applying the hemostatic gel around her left eye's wound, then used the prepared clean bandage to wrap her head in circles, tightly bandaging her left eye while exposing only her right eye. The bandage quickly became soaked with a small patch of blood. Just as she finished treating her wound, incinerating all traces of bloodied stone pieces, cloth strips, and her old eyeball with fire release, using the minimum chakra to produce heat rather than flames, a massive surge of life-filled, furious chakra erupted like the sun in the center of Konoha. Naruto Uzumaki had returned. Following closely was Paine's cold and grand declaration that echoed throughout the village. The purple flower knew the final moment had arrived. Nagato was about to unleash the outer path samsara of heavenly life. She had to leave immediately before Kakashi was revived. Otherwise, when Kakashi was resurrected, he would immediately notice the anomaly of his left eye, and everything she had done would be exposed. Facing the enraged Konoha and a potentially aware Obito Uchiha Madara, she would be doomed. Iron. Night Owl. Create chaos to cover my retreat. Location: the predetermined rendezvous point 3 kilometers northeast. She issued the command through the summoning contract. Roar. Who? Distant came the deep roar of a panda and the sharp cry of a night owl, followed by the sounds of buildings being struck and small bursts of fire and smoke. That was enough to attract attention for a few seconds. The purple flower hesitated, not turning and rushing into the nearest alley, pushing her speed to the limit. A series of sharp pains and sensations of foreign objects emerged from her left eye, the newly acquired spatial perception conflicting with her original visual system, causing her to feel dizzy. But she forced herself to adapt with only one thought in her mind: leave Konoha. Immediately. Now. Behind her in the center of Konoha, the brilliance representing life began to rise. And before that brilliance could cover the entire ruins and bring the deceased back to life, a purple-haired girl wrapped in bloodied bandages yet shining with cold and resolute light in her eyes had already vanished like smoke into the depths of the forest outside Konoha. Her left eye beneath the bandage began to feel warm, establishing a faint yet unbreakable connection with some distant stone-filled other space. Material has been obtained. She traversed through the forest, murmuring to herself, not knowing for whom her words were intended. The research can now proceed to the next stage. 30 miles east of my deep within a concealed natural cave. Water droplets fell from the tips of the stalactites, creating a rhythmic clear sound in the stillness. Xianghua sat cross-legged on the driest rock in the cave, an open scroll in front of her, holding a charcoal pencil in her hand, yet she had not written anything for a long time. All her attention was focused on her left eye. No, to be precise, it was concentrated on the newly transplanted Sharingan from Hatake Kakashi within the eye socket. It had been a day and a night since the transplant. The physical wounds were healing astonishingly quickly, aided by medical gel and her own chakra, which might be attributed to the ninja physique, or some characteristic of chakra. But the real issue was not the wounds but the eye itself. Persistent low-level rejection reaction accompanied by localized tissue heating with a temperature approximately 0.5 to 0.8 degrees Celsius higher than the area around the right eye estimated by touch. The sensation of a foreign object was evident, akin to signal interference and location deviation caused by poor nerve connections. Conventional visual functions were severely impaired. She opened her right eye while her left eye remained wrapped in bandages. The monocular vision resulted in a loss of depth perception and an unfamiliar blind spot in her field of view. But that was not the main point. The focus was that even with her eyes closed, even wrapped in layers of bandages, she could still feel the presence of her left eye and the subtle yet persistent attraction coming from that hole. It was absorbing chakra. Not actively plundering, but rather like an unconscious vortex or a small funnel that could never be filled. A portion of the chakra naturally refined within her body would automatically flow towards the left eye and then disappear. It was not consumed in maintaining vision or some technique, but seemed to flow into another space, leaving not a drop behind. Similar to a passive skill maintaining the basic energy consumption of the spatial channel interface. She speculated in her mind, finally writing the first line on the scroll. Chakra absorption rate approximately equivalent to the chakra consumption of a drank clone technique per minute. Continuous and unceasing. Under the current state, it is estimated that without engaging in intense combat, or using large-scale jutsu, basic activity can be maintained for about 72 hours, after which chakra exhaustion will ensue. I must find a way to replenish or reduce energy consumption. She attempted to focus her spirit to touch that eye to understand the nature of that spatial fluctuation. A faint dizzying sensation of weightlessness washed over her, accompanied by fragmented images, a twisted spiral gray and piled boulders, an infinite void. That was the unconscious projection of the Kamui space. It was time to conduct an active test. She removed the blood-stained bandage, which had been cleaned with distilled water barely usable, revealing her left eye. Her eyelid was slightly swollen, but she could open it. The moment light entered, a strange visual overlay appeared. Her right eye saw the dim cave stalactites and falling droplets, while her left eye still saw the cave, but the scene seemed to be covered by an extremely faint, constantly fluctuating filter, causing the edges of all objects to appear somewhat blurry with double images, and the space itself seemed not entirely stable. Even more peculiar was that in her perception at the center of her left eye's field of view there seemed to exist an invisible focal point, a coordinate that could be actively locked onto. She directed her gaze towards a stone about the size of a human head near the cave entrance. Target: ordinary rock. Volume approximately 0.01 cubic meters. Mass estimated at 2,530 kilograms. Distance about 8.5 meters. Test item: basic absorption function of Kamui. Assumption: locking the target's spatial coordinates with ocular power, driving the unique ocular technique of the Sharingan, creating a localized spatial distortion, forming a unidirectional channel to absorb the target object into the independent alien space bound to the Sharingan. Risk unknown. Possible risks include excessive consumption of ocular power, spatial channel instability, backlash on the host, or triggering unknown spatial disturbances. Ziyonghua took a deep breath, suppressing all distracting thoughts. The researcher's focus made her overlook potential dangers, leaving only pure anticipation for the observational results. She concentrated all her spirit on her left eye, staring intently at the rock. Channeling chakra, not flowing along the meridians like using ordinary ninjutsu, and then releasing, but a more direct approach, as if she were using thought to push chakra deep into that cold eye with strange patterns. Her left eye sent a clear sensation of heat, and the invisible focal point at the center of her field of view suddenly became clear and solid. She felt that she had locked onto that stone, not the stone itself, but the small piece of space it occupied. Then she pushed the focal point. Buzz! In her left eye's vision centered on that stone, the air began to spin and distort without warning, forming a visible clockwise rotating transparent vortex. At the center of the vortex was a deep darkness emanating a force of attraction that devoured everything. Small particles of dust and a few fallen leaves around the stone were the first to be drawn into the vortex, vanishing from sight. Immediately following the stone, the size of a human head shook violently, then lifted off the ground, pulled towards the vortex by an invisible force. At the moment it touched the edge of the vortex, the stone's outline twisted and elongated as if being turned by an invisible hand, and then whoosh, it was completely swallowed into the darkness at the center of the vortex. The vortex then vanished, and the air returned to calm as if nothing had happened. Only the shallow pit left in the ground where the stone had been stood as proof that everything just transpired was not an illusion. Ugh! Ziyonghua let out a muffled groan, staggering back half a step, leaning against the rock wall. Her left eye throbbed with intense pain and soreness, her vision blurred instantaneously, followed by a strong sense of dizziness and nausea, as if she had spun around rapidly dozens of times. A shocking amount of chakra was extracted from her body in that instant, roughly estimated it was equivalent to the continuous release of 5 rank ninjutsu. She leaned against the rock wall, gasping for breath, cold sweat instantly soaking her back. Yet her right eye remained fixated on the spot where the stone had disappeared, the pupil bursting with an uncontrollable extreme excitement belonging to a researcher. It worked! It really worked! Her voice trembled, not from fear but from exhilaration. Spatial coordinates locked successfully. Localized spatial distortion generated. Unidirectional spatial channel established. Material transfer completed. Target confirmed to have disappeared from the current space. She endured the discomfort, immediately sat cross-legged, and quickly recorded on the scroll. Kamui absorption activation confirmed. At the moment of activation, the left eye's ocular power and chakra experienced severe depletion with a ratio of about 7:3. The amount of chakra consumed is approximately a composite function of the estimated mass of the stone, and the distance of spatial transfer. The specific formula will require further calculations. The consumption of ocular power is a subjective feeling and cannot be quantified at this time. Activation was accompanied by intense neural pain, dizziness, spatial perception disturbances, and other side effects suspected to be feedback from the spatial coordinate disturbance on the host's nervous system. Cooling time is unknown, and a second attempt is not recommended in the short term. After finishing the recording, she closed her eyes to rest for a while, waiting for the dizziness to subside, and only then reopened her eyes with a burning gaze. Next, a more critical step, exploring that space. She did not dare to directly transport herself inside. The risks were too great, especially since she was currently in poor condition with almost no control over Kamui. If she were to enter and be unable to come out, or encounter something inside like the original master of that space, it would be a dead end. She focused her idea on summoning a spirit beast. But instead of summoning it, she thought. A partial application variant of reverse summoning. She recalled the knowledge of summoning techniques from her memory of Ziyonghua. Using my being as a transfer coordinate, briefly sending a small, highly intelligent spirit beast that is closely linked to me into the Kamui space, establishing visual sharing for exploration. The most suitable candidate was the chameleon, that little chameleon. It was small, had low consumption, enough intelligence to understand simple commands, and its mental connection with her was very stable. She concentrated her spirit again, connecting to the strange spatial perception of her left eye. This time she was not trying to absorb an external object but to open a small controllable door that connected to the Kamui space, aiming to position the exit of this door on the chameleon, pulling it into the space while maintaining a fragile mental and visual link. This was over 10 times more complicated and delicate than simply absorbing a stone. She was fully focused, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, and her left eye felt as if it might burst from the pressure. Chakra once again flowed rapidly away. Finally, in front of the chameleon, a tiny, unstable vortex only the size of a fist opened with great difficulty. The chameleon seemed a bit frightened, but under Zhi Yanghua's firm command it crawled over and touched the vortex. In the next moment the chameleon vanished. Simultaneously, Zhi Yanghua's left eye vision suddenly switched. The right eye still saw the cave, but the left eye beheld a scene that was beyond description. It was an enormous, boundless gray space, seemingly lacking any sense of up, down, left, or right. Beneath her, or rather in her perception of below, was a cold, hard gray-black stone floor with irregularly sized cubic stone blocks of the same material floating in all directions, some as large as mountains, others small like gravel. There was no light source in the space, yet everything was shrouded in a uniform lifeless gray glow, as if it were emitting a faint light. The air, if it existed, was stagnant, silent, with an absolute heart-stopping stillness. This was the alien space of Kamui. Zhi Yanghua saw this sight in astonishment through the chameleon's senses. The vastness of the space exceeded her imagination, and the non-Euclidean geometric structure, and the eerie loss of direction made her researcher's brain both excited and alert. She guided the chameleon. Moving here seemed to require only thought, and the chameleon floated towards the indicated direction to explore cautiously. The space was not entirely devoid of objects. Near a few floating massive stones she saw traces that did not belong there. A few broken ordinary-style shurikens, and kunai half buried in the gray ground with rusted tips sticking out. A small piece of dark fabric, as if torn from clothing, hung on the sharp edge of a stone. Further away there was even a part of a broken, unusually designed long knife slanted into the ground. These traces were quite old, as if they had experienced a long time blending into the darkness of this space. But their existence indicated that this space had not always been closed. Its former master Obito Uchiha had once thrown combat debris or things to discard into here. This discovery made Zhi Yanghua's heart sink instantly, while also stirring intense alertness. Shared space. She withdrew from the visual link with the chameleon. Maintaining the link consumed vast amounts of energy, and spat the slightly dazed chameleon out from the tiny vortex. The little fellow lay in her palm as soon as it emerged, looking a bit disoriented. The Kamui left eye I used and Obito Uchiha's Kamui right eye are very likely connected to the same alien space. She quickly recorded on the scroll, her handwriting somewhat hurried due to the lingering fear. Evidence: the internal scene of the space highly corresponds with the description in the original work. Found obvious remnants of discarded ninja tools. This means that anything I put into the space could potentially be detected by Obito. Likewise, if Obito puts in or takes out an item, theoretically I might also sense the spatial fluctuations, but the sensitivity to that fluctuation is currently unknown. Danger level extremely high. Once Obito discovers the presence of foreign objects in the Kamui space or detects anomalies in the spatial usage record, he will inevitably investigate. Current strength comparison: me and Zhi Yanghua's state versus Obito Uchiha Kaleidoscope Sharingan would release cells. Experienced Akatsuki member: the survival probability is infinitesimally close to 0. She paused her writing, gazing at the analysis on the scroll, taking a deep breath of the icy cave air. The excitement faded, replaced by cold rationality and a strong sense of crisis. The Kamui eye is a powerful asset, but it is also a bomb that could explode at any moment. She must establish strict usage rules. Rule 1: do not actively use Kamui to absorb or release items into this alien space unless absolutely necessary. Especially prohibited from storing any personal items that may expose identity, origin, or have chakra characteristics. Rule 2: if usage is necessary, it must be ensured that the absorption-release process is extremely fast and carefully sense the residual spatial fluctuations afterward to confirm no anomalies. Any perceived spatial disturbances that are not self-induced must be taken seriously immediately. Rule 3: absolutely forbidden for the host to enter the Kamui space until sufficient self-preservation capability or complete understanding of the spatial mechanism is achieved. Entering would be equivalent to walking into a trap. Rule 4: Keep the Kamui as a last resort and special research sample regularly covered with bandages to avoid unnecessary loss of ocular power and probing from others. After writing these rules, she felt somewhat reassured. Then another issue arose in her mind: her mastery of Kamui seemed unusually fast. Based on her understanding of the risks of transplanting the Sharingan, especially the kaleidoscope Sharingan derived from knowledge of her past life and fragmented information in Ziyanghua's memories, transplanting the Sharingan for non-Uchiha clan members, particularly the kaleidoscope, requires exceptionally high physical condition and chakra control to barely use it with a heavy burden. Someone like Kakashi who can relatively easily use Kamui is truly an anomaly. She had only transplanted it a day ago. Although the process was painful and exhausting, she had actually succeeded in activation, and even completed preliminary exploration. Ziyangwa, the original Boda's talent for space-time. She touched her still slightly warm left eye, gaining insight. My soul has fused with this body, inheriting not only chakra and ninjutsu aptitude, but also perfectly inheriting her extraordinary affinity and perception of space. This talent greatly lowered the threshold for me to understand and drive Kamui, this top-level space-time ocular technique, accelerating the acclimatization process. The girl who summoned her soul in despair not only gave her a body and an identity, but also left her with a key to one of the mysteries of the essence of the world. This talent might be the most profound and selfless gift from her at the moment of death. A complex emotion surged within her. There was a sense of regret for the original Boda's fate, a sense of relief for obtaining precious research materials, and a heavy feeling of responsibility, as if inheriting some kind of wish. I will make good use of this power, this talent. She spoke softly to the silent cave, as if making a promise to that soul that had already dissipated. Not just for survival, nor merely to seek justice from those who see you as material, but also to see the truth of this world. The essence of chakra, the mysteries of time and space, the source of blood. All the puzzles I will observe, analyze, and understand in my own way. She rewrapped the bandages covering the eye connected to the strange space. The fatigue of her body and the consumption of chakra reminded her of the need to rest and replenish energy. But her spirit was in a peculiar state of exhilaration. The discovery of Kamui space felt like opening a completely new door. Behind the door lay immense risks, but also endless possibilities. She packed her simple bundle, placing the scroll containing precious data close to her. Outside the cave, the sky was gradually darkening, and the rustling sounds of nocturnal animals echoed through the forest. The chaos in Mai should have calmed with Nagato's rebirth, but subsequent searches, investigations, and precautions would only become more stringent. This was not a place to linger. It's time to leave. Ziyanghuo slung her pack over her shoulder, took one last look at her temporary refuge, and stepped into the thickening twilight outside the cave. Her left eye beneath the bandage seemed to pulse slightly, in sync with some distant dark alien space. On the 7th day after Pain's invasion, the Hidden Leaf village was still shrouded in deep sorrow and the bustling atmosphere of reconstruction. The air was thick with dust, disinfectant, and a faint charred scent. Most of the ninjas and civilians were engaged in clearing the rubble, treating the wounded, and repairing houses. Every face bore the marks of exhaustion, yet a resilient vitality sustained the village. Ziyanghuo lurked in the concealed treetops on the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf, overlooking the village, resembling a true leaf stuck between branches. Her right eye squinted slightly as she observed the movements within the village, while her left eye remained bandaged. However, the strange sensation of a connection to another space persisted like background noise, keeping her alert. The guardian on the back of her hand slowly changed color, merging with the texture of the tree bark. Another small summoning beast, a blind mole named chūnin that could burrow into the tiniest gaps and possessed excellent hearing, had just returned from patrolling the sewer network at the village's edge. It now lay on her shoulder, conveying information through subtle movements and their contract link. The information was fragmented but crucial. The Hokage building was located slightly west of the village center, sustaining relatively minor damage with its main structure intact, but the guard strength had noticeably increased. Especially from the first to the third underground floors, the number of regular patrols by the Umbu was several times greater than in other areas, and there were fluctuations from complex sealing techniques Chūnin could not approach but could sense them. Combining snippets she had caught from several exhausted ninjas chatting outside a tavern, the night owl had overheard from above about Lord Danzo temporarily handling Hokage affairs. Sensitive areas must be strictly guarded. That item cannot afford to fail again. Ziyanghuo could nearly confirm that the Book of Seals, which recorded many forbidden techniques of the Hidden Leaf, was stored in the underground chamber of the Hokage building. Moreover, at a time when Tsunade was gravely injured and unconscious, Jiraiya had perished, and the village had been severely damaged, the ambitious Shimura Danzo had temporarily seized power, creating gaps in internal power balance and attention distribution that could be exploited. Target confirmed: underground chamber of the Hokage building. Guards regular umbus 6 per group, rotating in 3 shifts every 4 hours. Barrier at least 2 layers, the outer layer being a trigger-type alarm barrier, while the inner layer's nature was unknown but was certainly related to spatial lockdown or physical defenses. Environment: post-war reconstruction period, personnel fatigue and vigilance, subject to habitual fatigue especially during the later hours of the night. She constructed models in her mind simulating various infiltration plans and systematically rejected each one. A direct assault would be suicidal. Conventional infiltration faced with the hidden leafs, umbu, and unknown barriers had an extremely low success rate, and once an alarm was triggered there would be no chance of survival deep within the village. What about using transformation techniques to disguise herself? During Danzo's reign, the roots of power had infiltrated and identity checks would only be more stringent. Ultimately, her thoughts settled on her left eye. Kamui? Would it be possible to teleport herself directly into the chamber? The risks were immense. First, she had never attempted to teleport her entire self. The consumption, loss of control, and landing risks were all unknowns. Secondly, the internal conditions of the chamber were unclear, and she might directly collide with guards or trigger traps. Finally, and most importantly, entering her main body could easily leave traces of chakra or aura, and if trapped it would be akin to catching a turtle in a jar. What about using it in reverse? The preliminary tests and thoughts on Kamui over the past few days had given her a deeper insight into the capabilities of this eye. Since it could absorb external objects into the Kamui space, could she attempt remote absorption? To lock onto the Book of Seals within the chamber using her ocular power, and directly suck it into the Kamui space. Theoretically it was possible. The essence of Kamui's absorption was to create a spatial passage connecting the target point and the Kamui space. As long as her ocular power could clearly lock onto the target coordinates, theoretically distance was not an issue. The key lay in the precision of locking and the ability to penetrate obstacles. The barriers outside the chamber, particularly any potential spatial interference barriers, would be the greatest obstacles. I need more precise coordinate positioning and to create a very brief and minuscule hole in the barrier. She pondered. I can't damage the barrier as a whole, otherwise it would be immediately noticed. I can only penetrate it like using the finest needle to break through a taut membrane, completing the absorption in an instant before allowing the membrane to heal itself. This meant the requirements for ocular power, chakra control, and spatial perception precision reached an astonishing level. However, it was currently the least risky option and the easiest to retreat after success. She needed more preparation. For the next 3 days, Xianghua became the most patient of hunters. Through Qianying and another summoning beast named Mouse King, which could emit nearly odorless pheromones to attract real mice and share their simple vision, she tirelessly scouted and recorded the outer structure, ventilation duct directions, and the weakest points of energy barrier fluctuations in the underground area of the Hokage building. She even summoned Night Owl to continuously observe the comings and goings at the Hokage building from a high vantage point, noting the slightest moments of slack during shifts. She repeatedly calculated the data on a scroll simulating the weak cycles of the barrier's energy field, as any barrier has periodic fluctuations of chakra flow, and estimating the timings of blind spots in the guard's line of sight, mainly concentrated between 3 and 4 in the morning, the time when humans feel most fatigued. She adjusted her physical condition to the best it could be, stocking up on soldier pills and clean water. The night of action was a dawn filled with dark clouds devoid of stars and moon. Most areas of the Hidden Leaf Village had fallen into slumber, with only a few reconstruction sites flickering with lights. The Hokage building loomed like a silent giant lurking in the shadows, with only a few windows glowing. Xianghua concealed herself in the ruins of a partially damaged building on the 3rd floor, diagonally across from the Hokage building. This angle had been meticulously chosen, allowing her to sense the general direction of the underground chamber, while staying away from regular patrol routes and having sufficient cover. Draped in dark camouflage cloth, she completely restrained her breath. 3:20 a.m. She slowly unwrapped the bandage from her left eye, revealing the Sharingan that faintly glowed with a dark red light in the darkness. With her right eye tightly closed, she concentrated all her spirit on her left eye. The perspective shifted. The world was no longer material, it transformed into layers of flowing fields. The outlines of the buildings blurred, replaced by varying intensities of chakra halos. Ordinary walls appeared dull gray, while the underground of the Hokage building pulsed with bright and dangerous light. That was the color of the barrier. The outermost layer was a pale golden mesh structure gently pulsating. The inner layer was deep blue, denser, with a texture that felt spatially stagnant. She looked towards the fleeting weak point that could appear in the energy circulation cycle of the barrier as marked in her memory, located on the eastern side of the second underground floor near the corner of a load-bearing wall. In that moment the golden network dimmed slightly, and the grid expanded ever so slightly. Now's the time. She exerted all her ocular power, sending her spirit like the finest probe into the momentarily widened grid gap, carefully drilling in. A stinging sensation struck her left eye felt as if it were being burned. But she disregarded it, and after her spirit penetrated the first layer of the barrier it immediately collided with the deep blue second layer. This layer of barrier was more troublesome. It was not mesh-like but rather a gel-like field filled with spatial repulsion. Forcing her way through would undoubtedly trigger a violent reaction. Xianghua did not charge in recklessly. Instead, her spiritual perception swiftly slid along the surface of this gel-like layer, searching for potential natural wrinkles or interfaces created by building structures or energy nodes. Found it. At the junction of an energy node and an old pipeline shaft, the deep blue gel displayed an extremely tiny irregular depression where the spatial repulsion was slightly weaker. She concentrated all her ocular power and chakra into a line thinner than a hair aimed at that depression and forcefully stabbed in. It was not destruction but akin to a cone piercing through rubber, creating an instantaneous passage before the rubber could regain its elasticity. Excruciating pain. Her left eye felt as if it would explode, her vision momentarily blurred with crimson, and the taste of rust filled her mouth. Chakra burst forth like a flood unleashed. But she succeeded. In that instant her perception penetrated through 2 layers of barrier and vaguely touched the interior of the chamber. It was a small stone chamber with a stone platform in the center. On the platform lay a massive scroll quietly emanating ancient and powerful chakra fluctuations, the Book of Seals. Locking on. Coordinates locked. Kamui. In her left eye's vision, just above that stone platform, an incredibly tiny but rapidly rotating transparent vortex appeared out of thin air. The suction generated by the vortex acted precisely on the enormous scroll. The scroll trembled violently and was subsequently lifted by an invisible force heading straight for the center of the vortex. Just as the scroll was about to be completely sucked in, Xianghua felt a violent rebound force from the point of the deep blue barrier that had been pierced, while several concealed alarm techniques within the chamber seemed to be triggered, emitting imperceptible yet sharp alarm fluctuations. Withdrawal. She decisively cut off the output of her ocular power and forcibly retracted most of her spiritual perception. The miniature vortex vanished immediately after the scroll was completely consumed. Almost simultaneously she sensed the barrier beneath the Hokage building violently fluctuating, with powerful chakra reactions rapidly rushing towards the chamber from different directions. She had no time to check her haul. She even ignored the burning pain in her left eye and the almost drained dizziness, using the last of her strength to form a hand seal. Reverse summoning technique. Ion. A puff of white smoke erupted and the massive form of Panda Ion appeared. Xianghua stumbled onto Ion's back, urgently whispering, northeast direction, full speed. Avoid all pursuit. Ion let out a low roar, propelling himself forward like a whirlwind of black and white, crashing through the remnants of walls and instantly plunging into the darkness outside, disappearing into the dense forest surrounding the hidden leaf. Just moments after they left, several Umbu ninjas appeared at the spot where Xianghua had just been hiding, finding only some disordered footprints and extremely faint traces of spatial fluctuations on the ground. Chase. The opponent possesses spatial abilities. Seal off all exit routes from the village. The voice of the leading Umbu hidden behind a mask was icy. But at that moment Xianghua was already far away, riding Ion's back. She lay against Ion's thick warm fur, her face pale as paper, her left eye tightly shut, blood mingling with sweat as it constantly streamed down, and her temples throbbed intensely, her head feeling like it was being pierced by countless needles. With her chakra completely depleted, an overwhelming sense of weakness engulfed her. Yet the nails of her clenched right hand dug deeply into her palm, using the pain to maintain her last flicker of consciousness. Did I succeed? She dared not enter the Kamui space to check near the hidden leaf. Only after Ion had raced over 50 miles, entering the rarely visited deep mountain gorge on the edge of the Fire Country, finding an extremely concealed cave to hide in, and setting up simple early warning traps, did she finally collapse to the ground, unable to hold on any longer. After resting for a full day and night, and consuming all her spare soldier pills, she barely regained some mobility and a meager amount of chakra. The pain in her left eye had eased somewhat, but her vision was still blurry, and everything appeared double-visioned with a crimson filter, a side effect of severe overuse of her ocular power. Yet anticipation overshadowed all discomfort. After confirming the safety of her surroundings, she concentrated her mind connecting the spatial coordinates of her left eye. This time she did not attempt to open a passage to extract items, but instead carefully extended her consciousness into the Kamui space just as she had done with the Guardian. The dim expanse of Kamui space filled with countless giant stones once again appeared before her eyes. Her conscious gaze scanned eagerly. Soon, not far from the entrance, she saw that massive scroll lying quietly on a flat boulder. It lay there silently, the ancient scroll's material exuding a dark luster under the gray light of the space. The 4 characters Book of Seals inscribed upon it seemed to contain immense power. The scroll itself radiated a stable chakra fluctuation distinct from other miscellaneous objects, ancient, profound, and mixed with various dangerous auras. I really succeeded. The Book of Seals has truly been remotely absorbed and stored in the Kamui space. Elation surged through her like an electric current, nearly making her tremble. But she immediately forced herself to calm down. She attached her consciousness to the scroll, carefully sensing it. Were there no additional tracking techniques? No trigger-type counter-seals? The hidden leaf wouldn't be so careless. Perhaps there were, but due to being placed in the completely independent Kamui space, all connections to the outside world had been severed, rendering the techniques temporarily ineffective. This was an opportunity, but also a risk. Once the scroll was taken out, certain hidden techniques might reactivate. For now, let it stay here. She made her decision. I need to learn the knowledge contained within it. Doesn't necessarily require the physical scroll to be removed. She carefully controlled her consciousness, gently touched the scroll, and attempted to unfold it. Within the Kamui space, her consciousness seemed to possess a certain level of control. The massive scroll slowly unfolded a portion, revealing densely packed sealing characters and technique illustrations. Just a fleeting glimpse ignited her researcher spirit completely. Multi-shadow clone technique, forbidden technique, not merely a simple clone but an entity clone, evenly distributing chakra and consciousness, with all experiences returning to the main body upon dispelling. What an incredibly efficient tool for cultivation, research, and experimentation. The underlying principles involving chakra division, consciousness synchronization, and information feedback mechanisms are an ultimate exploration of the relationship between chakra and spirit. Flying Thunder God techniques, class spacetime ninjutsu. No hand seals required instant movement through technique markers. This involves marking, sensing, folding, and jumping spatial coordinates, making it one of the pinnacle works of spacetime ninjutsu. Unlike Kamui's absorption and transfer, this is precise self-displacement. If analyzed, it holds immeasurable value for understanding the spatial structure of this world. Impure world reincarnation, forbidden technique, using a living body as a vessel to summon the souls of the deceased, granting them a body made of dust. This directly touches upon the boundaries of life and death, soul and material composition. Though evil, the knowledge it contains about soul binding, material reconstruction, and chakra markings offers an unprecedented research window. There were also mutual detonation tags, corpse demon binding, the 8-headed technique. Each of these forbidden techniques, which sent chills down one's spine just by seeing their names, was now laid before her like the most alluring treasure. Yet Xianghua quickly suppressed her greed. She first skimmed through the directory and summary, assessing the learning priorities and risks. Multi-shadow clone should be the highest priority. It can greatly accelerate my understanding of my own powers, chakra, and various techniques. But its immense chakra consumption is a critical challenge. I must carefully control the number of clones and integrate medical knowledge to avoid mental overload and physical collapse. Flying Thunder God must be learned. It complements my space-time talent and is a perfect match for my Kamui eye. Understanding Flying Thunder God may reverse engineer certain mechanisms of Kamui, or even find safer ways to use Kamui or avoid conflicts with the Beto's space. Impure world reincarnation. The risks are extremely high, involving ethical taboos and requiring living sacrifices and deceased cellular tissues. Yet its value in knowledge is unparalleled. For now I will seal it away as a long-term research target, only to be touched under extreme circumstances. She eagerly memorized the foundational principles and cultivation methods regarding multi-shadow clone and Flying Thunder God from the scrolls, opening tirelessly, reading, understanding, and deducing within the Kamui space. Her physical body in reality felt weary again due to her heightened concentration and prolonged disembodied consciousness, but she relished it. Not knowing how long had passed, she was startled awake by a sudden intense heartbeat and a stinging pain in her left eye. She abruptly pulled her consciousness back from the Kamui space, returning to her main body. The cave was shrouded in darkness, with only a vent allowing a few starlights to seep through. She gasped heavily, her left eye burned painfully, and that momentary heartbeat was a faint disturbance originating from the Kamui space itself, not triggered by her Obito. Or was it something else? Cold sweat instantly soaked her back. The joy was doused with a bucket of ice water. She had been so engrossed that she neglected the most fundamental danger. This space was shared with Uchiha Obito. Long-term and high-frequency use of the space, especially storing a powerful chakra conglomerate like the Book of Seals, could have already caused subtle changes in the space, increasing the risk of being detected by Obito. Greed is original sin. She quietly admonished herself, her expression grave. The Book of Seals was a treasure but also a hot potato. Kamui was a sharp tool but also a double-edged sword. She swiftly established new, stricter rules. 1. Unless in extreme situations, my main body must never enter the Kamui space. Consciousness probing must also control frequency and duration, each time no more than 1 hour of real time with at least 6 hours in between. 2. The Book of Seals must never be extracted from the Kamui space until its contents are fully mastered and confirmed, free of hidden tracking techniques. Learning must take place within the space. 3. Minimize the use of Kamui for absorption or release, especially for large-scale or high chakra response operations. During normal times, the left eye must be tightly covered. It should not be activated unless in combat or for research needs. 4. Establish a daily monitoring habit for fluctuations in the Kamui space, recording any unexplained disturbances. If any unexplainable disturbances occur, immediately enter the highest alert and prepare to relocate. 5. Seek or develop alternative storage and transportation methods that do not rely on Kamui. Research on Flying Thunder God must be expedited. After engraving these rules into her mind, she finally relaxed slightly. Her gaze returned to the point in her consciousness connected to the Kamui space where knowledge of forbidden techniques capable of driving the entire ninja world mad was stored, along with a lethal risk. Power and danger always coexist. She rewrapped the bandage around her left eye and approached the cave entrance. Outside, the dawn was breaking and mist enveloped the mountains and forests. The pursuing forces of the Hidden Leaf were likely still searching futilely in some direction. She turned her back to the brightening sky, and in her mind the massive Book of Seals slowly closed in the gray otherworldly space. Countless knowledge, endless mysteries, and boundless risks were temporarily sealed within the boundaries of that cubic space. And standing in the real cave, Xianghua knew that a long and lonely journey filled with the passion for exploration was about to officially begin. She needed to find a safer, more concealed base to digest this harvest, and transform the knowledge of these forbidden techniques into true power that belonged to her. The road ahead is long, but the goal has never been so clear. At the border between the Fire Nation and the Rain Nation lies a rugged mountain range stretching for hundreds of miles. The climate here is unpredictable, rarely visited by humans, and the intricate underground rivers and natural cave systems make it an excellent hiding place. After half a month of effort using a Yan's brute strength, the gecko's precise detection, and some basic earth escape techniques, Xianghua established a simple yet fully functional research base deep within a rock wall behind a waterfall. The base is divided into 3 levels. The uppermost level serves as the living and observation area, featuring a ventilation opening and water source connected to a concealed gap behind the waterfall, along with simple beds made of dry moss and animal skins. The middle layer is the training and analysis area, with a flat ground and measurement scales and simple chakra sensing runes carved into the rock wall used for testing the effects of techniques. The lowest layer, also the largest area, is her laboratory. Several naturally formed stone chambers reinforced and segmented by chakra, each designated for sealing technique analysis, material processing, and the small stone chamber at the deepest point, which she treated with utmost caution, potentially for dangerous experiments in the future. Everything is organized in a way that reflects the researcher's obsessive planning for efficiency and safety. Currently, she sits cross-legged in the center of the training area with a detailed explanation of the multi-shadow clone technique spread out before her, copied onto a blank scroll after repeated memorization in the Divine Might space. Forbidden technique rating A due to danger rather than absolute power. Principle: the user's chakra vitality and even part of their mental consciousness are evenly distributed to each clone, creating physical clones capable of independent thought and action, which can fully return all experiences to the original body upon dispelling. Core risk: excessive splitting of chakra and mental power will lead to the collapse of the original body. An ordinary Jonin typically can safely maintain only 23 ordinary shadow clones, non-physical, no experience return. The splitting of the multi-shadow clone is even distribution, assuming 10 clones are created. Each clone and the original body possess only 1/10 of the chakra, along with 1/10 of the mental burden. Upon dispelling the clones, the experiences fatigue and injuries if the clones are harmed magnified tenfold will surge back and easily causing mental shock, memory disruption, or even brain death. Xi Yanghua calmly analyzes the data, assessing her own conditions. Current status: Xi Yanghua, 16 years old, chūnin, has a base chakra level rated slightly above a typical chūnin. Mental strength due to soul fusion and crossing over along with the original Buddha's spatio-temporal talent is suspected to be higher than that of an ordinary chūnin but lacks a quantifiable standard. Hashirama cells have not yet been acquired, unable to calculate enhancement. Safety threshold estimation, prioritizing the maximum guarantee of the original body's mobility and responsiveness to emergencies. The number of clones must ensure that each clone, including the original body, has chakra not lower than the minimum required for basic activity and necessary technique execution. Combining the perception of chakra consumption from memory. Preliminary estimation indicates that the current safe limit for clones is 45. That is, after even distribution, each individual possesses approximately 20-25 of the total chakra. First test: conservative plan, 3 clones. Distribution ratio: original body 40, each clone 20. She took a deep breath and began to form the hand seals. The hand seals are not complex but require extremely precise chakra control, evenly cutting the chakra and mental consciousness according to the preset ratio at the moment the seals are completed. Multi-shadow clone technique. Bang. 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 3 clouds of white smoke exploded beside her. As the smoke dissipated, 3 clones identical to Xi Yanghua, similarly dressed in simple training clothes with their left eyes wrapped in bandages, appeared before her. Initially they looked somewhat dazed but quickly focused their calm gazes mirroring that of the original body. It worked. But almost the moment the clones materialized, all 4 Xi Yanghua's 1 original plus 3 clones simultaneously groaned, their bodies swaying slightly. The original body felt a sudden intense weakness, chakra levels plummeting to approximately 40 of the estimate, a peculiar sense of being hollowed out and torn spreading throughout. The 3 clones, on the other hand, distinctly sensed their own power's incompleteness and a certain disconnect with the original body. More critically, there was the impact of the information flow. As the clones took shape and began to think independently, 4 streams of independent visual, auditory, tactile sensations, and the freshly generated subtle thoughts chakra is low as this the clone's perspective. Need to adapt surged into the original body's consciousness. That feeling was not simply a 4-fold volume but rather 4 different channels forcibly overlapping and interfering in her mind, causing severe dizziness and tearing sensations as if her head was about to split into 4 parts. Xi Yanghua, the original, turned pale almost immediately, dispelling the technique. She forced herself to calm down, employing the mental focus techniques from her past life during complex multi-threaded data processing along with chakra control methods learned during ninja training, attempting to establish a buffer zone and priority channels in her consciousness. I am the main body. The clone's perceptions are input data that needs to be filtered, cued, and processed asynchronously rather than flooding into the core consciousness synchronously. Establishing a master-slave link marking the clone's perceptions as secondary information flow. She murmured as if debugging a precision instrument. Gradually, the overwhelming chaotic information flow began to organize. She could still simultaneously know what the 3 clones see, feel, and think, but no longer passively endure the torrent of details that was akin to watching 3 screens simultaneously, able to choose where to focus her attention or temporarily mute others. The clone's independent thinking still existed but maintained a clear master-slave relationship with the original body, preventing any real conscious conflict. Adapted. She, the original, let out a long sigh, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. Although her complexion was still somewhat pale, her eyes regained clarity. Information overload relief rate is about 70, allowing for basic synchronous operations. However, maintaining this for long periods still places a heavy burden on mental power. Training is needed. The 3 clones adjusted their states as well, nodding at the original. Without a word, the plan was already in their minds. Let's begin. Time is limited, Xi Yanghua, the original, said. Understood. Clone number 1 approached the rock wall inscribed with the basic Flying Thunder God technique, gathering chakra in hand, and began to attempt to sketch the incredibly complex spatial coordinate rune on specially made paper that could temporarily retain chakra. Clone number 2 entered the lower laboratory, unfolded notes on the theoretical foundations of the impure world reincarnation, furrowing her brow as she began to deduce the changes in chakra properties and contract rune principles involved in soul summoning and body preparation. Clone number 3 arrived at the water pool beneath the waterfall outside the base, forming hand seals, attempting to establish a preliminary spiritual connection with certain specific creatures in nature, like the ancient turtle deep in the pool, or the eagles on the cliffs that might possess summoning potential, exploring the possibility of expanding the types of summoning beasts. Meanwhile, the original body remained in the center of the training area, maintaining the chakra supply and spiritual link for the 3 clones while beginning the most basic physical training, adapting to the ways of exerting force, endurance limits, and flexibility advantages of this female body. At the same time, she needed to constantly monitor the progress of the 3 clones, absorbing every subtle insight, each failure's data, and every small breakthrough generated in the process, integrating and summarizing them, recording them on the Master Scroll. The training began with 4 times the efficiency. Time quietly passed in the cave, marked only by the sound of the waterfall and the occasional muffled echoes blocked by the barrier. Segment 1A: Spark of Failure. Suddenly the paper in front of clone number 1 ignited without a flame, then exploded into a chaotic ball of chakra flames, leaving her covered in soot and her hair singed in patches. An error in calculating a spatial folding parameter of the Flying Thunder God technique caused a short circuit in the energy circuit. 7th failure. Correct the spatial curvature parameters, adding the inertial buffer coefficient of each attribute chakra. Clone number 1 wiped her face expressionlessly, quickly writing down the data on the nearby recording board, then pulled out a new piece of paper, her fingertips glowing with chakra once more. Segment 2: A Mark of Breakthrough. 3 days later, clone number 1's fingertips finally stably engraved a complete, albeit small yet meticulously structured, Flying Thunder God technique onto a wooden target. In the moment the technique was completed, a faint blue light flashed and then vanished, but she could clearly feel an intangible spatial connection established between herself and that target, transcending distance. Basic technique inscription successful. Sensing range currently does not exceed 10 meters. Energy consumption is enormous, maintenance time is short, but the principle has been validated. A spark of excitement flashed in clone number 1's eyes, but she quickly suppressed it, beginning to test the relationship between sensing strength and distance and chakra input. Segment 3: A Flood of Fatigue. In the evening, the original body felt a sudden wave of intense mental fatigue and a warning of depleted chakra. She decisively ordered, "Today's training is over, dispel." Bang! 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 3 clouds of white smoke, the clones transformed into a torrent of chakra and memories crashing back in. Ugh! Ziyang, the original, let out a suppressed cry of pain, falling to her knees as if struck by a heavy hammer, clutching her head tightly. A massive influx of fragmented information surged in. The monotony of 3600 attempts at fine-tuning the Flying Thunder God technique and moments of inspiration, the dizzying logic and moral paradox of the impure world reincarnation, soul runes, the frustration and slight insights into natural life after a futile afternoon of spiritual communication with a stubborn ancient turtle, along with the subtle emotional fluctuations and physical sensations like the burning pain from clone 1 being blown up, the coldness of clone 2 sitting for long on a stone bench, and the chill from clone 3 splashing into the pool. These pieces of information were not orderly archived documents, but a chaotic torrent of raw data mixed with emotions, perceptions, and thoughts violently washing over her consciousness. She curled up on the ground, her body trembling slightly, her teeth chattering, and after a full quarter of an hour the terrifying impact sensation gradually faded away, leaving her with a profound weariness, as if she had pulled 3 all-nighters, and a throbbing pain in her head filled to the brim. But at the same time, she clearly gained a profound understanding of the foundational principles of the Flying Thunder God technique, a preliminary grasp of the theoretical framework of the impure world reincarnation, a new awareness of the process of establishing summoning contracts, and the cumulative experience equivalent to 3 individuals engaging in uninterrupted training and contemplation for an entire day. Efficiency comes with equivalent, or even doubled pain. Segment 4: An Echo of Loneliness. In the deep night, the base was filled only with the sounds of dripping water and her breathing. She sat beside the bed in the living area, using the faint light from the luminous stone, a glowing mineral found with the help of summoning beasts, to organize the day's records. The scroll was densely packed with data, formulas, hypotheses, and records of failures, serving as the sole proof of her existence here. A sense of loneliness crept over her like cold pond water silently rising. There was no one to converse with, no one to share excitement or frustration with. Only the cold rocks, loyal but simple-minded summoning beasts, and the ever-present dangers in her mind. Obito Konoha Akatsuki. Sometimes she would recall her past laboratory, the colleagues with whom she could engage in passionate debates, and the city lights outside the window. At times fragments of Ziyanghua's memories would uncontrollably surface. The smiles of hibiscus and water lily, the eternally gloomy sky of the rain-hidden village, and the cool calculations hidden beneath Conan's seemingly gentle smile when assigning tasks. Whenever loneliness threatened to consume her and the pain and fatigue from training led her to entertain thoughts of giving up and hiding somewhere, she would recall Ziyanghua's unwilling call before dying, the cold reports that assessed and recaptured her as material, and the indifferent gaze of those Rinnegan eyes. "I am not a pawn," she said softly yet firmly to the silent cave, as if reinforcing her belief. "I am not anyone's experimental subject, not material waiting to be reclaimed. I am a researcher and observer, someone who will master my own destiny. This loneliness is the cost of choice. This pain is the tuition for power." She closed the scroll and blew out the luminous stone. Lying down in absolute darkness, she listened to her heartbeat and the eternal sound of flowing water from the distant waterfall. The next morning, when the first rays of light seeped through the cracks, Ziyanghua was already up again, forming hand seals. Multi-shadow clone technique. White smoke exploded once more, and a new day of fourfold training began again. Failure, correction, breakthrough, fatigue, integration, recording. Day after day. Her chakra control gradually and steadily improved through the fine synchronization of clones and the original body. Her understanding of the Flying Thunder God transitioned from chaos to a gradually coherent structure. Her theoretical foundations for impure world reincarnation shifted from fear and rejection to a calm analysis of its internal logic. Even after countless attempts, clone number 3 finally established a faint but real spiritual connection with the ancient turtle that had lived in the deep pool for who knows how long. This means she might really be able to expand the types of summoning beasts. On the rock wall of the base, the correct characters she etched with small stones became increasingly numerous. Loneliness and perseverance, like the rocks beneath the waterfall, grew more silent and harder with the passage of time. She knew that there was still a long way to go before she could leave this mountain range and face the perilous ninja world again with a new posture. But she was even more aware that with every additional correct character, with every instance of fourfold training, she moved one step closer to that goal. And in the divine might space, that sealed book, along with the dangerous and alluring alternate dimension connected to her left eye, awaited silently, waiting for her to acquire enough power to truly unlock their mysteries. Within the base behind the waterfall, time had lost its clear meaning in the repetitive cycle of training. The silent inscriptions on the rock wall and ground, as well as on the wooden target hanging in midair, recorded the steps taken by Ziyanghua and her shadow clones, each step made in solitude and exhaustion towards the abyss of two-class forbidden arts. 1. Flying Thunder God Technique, the Dance of Space. Before clone number 1, countless failed or semi-finished Flying Thunder God Technique seals covered the rock wall, the ground, and even the wooden target suspended in the air. These seals were intricate and precise, each stroke containing an understanding and manipulation of spatial structure. The essence of the Flying Thunder God Technique lies in coordinates and resonance. Clone number 1, at this moment synchronizing today's insights with the main body and other clones through a mental link, gathered stable chakra at her fingertips like the most precise carving knife slowly sketching on a new test stone. It is not merely teleportation, but rather establishing a brief yet stable spatial folding passage between 2 points through pre-engraved seals. The practitioner perceives the coordinates, using their chakra as the key and power to activate the passage, achieving instantaneous displacement. This is fundamentally different from Kamui. Kamui is more like digging a hole in space, pulling the target in or pushing it out or passing through that hole. The process involves tearing and sewing space, which is more brutal, with consumption focused on ocular power and maintaining the connection to another dimension. In contrast, the Flying Thunder God performs a legal, efficient leap within the permissible range of spatial structure, requiring extremely high precision in chakra control, spatial perception, and instantaneous calculation abilities. Ziyanghua's talent in time and space is vividly manifested in the training of the Flying Thunder God. The main body at the center of the training area simultaneously sensed every subtle operation of clone number 1. She could clearly see how the flowing chakra resonated with the surrounding space when the clone depicted the seals, how it accurately anchored the coordinates. This acute perception of space seemed to be an innate ability of this body, transforming the originally difficult and obscure theories of time and space into something that could be intuitively felt and touched. Even so, failure remained the main theme. If the seal structure deviated slightly, the spatial coordinates would shift or even vanish, resulting in failed teleportation at best, or at worst causing localized spatial turbulence leading to chakra backlash or damage to objects. Clone number 1's cheeks and arms bore several new small wounds cut by the chaotic forces of space. Until the 37th day. Clone number 1 stood at one end of the training area, 10 meters away, on a wooden post inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique she had just completed and verified 3 times. This technique was much smaller than the standard form recorded in the sealing book, and its structure had been adjusted to match her current chakra control level, yet the core anchoring of coordinates and resonance circuit remained intact. She closed her eyes and focused all her senses. 10 meters away, the technique on the wooden post glowed like a blue beacon in the night, clearly lighting up in her consciousness. She could feel the invisible line connecting her to that beacon, a path created by the technique's marking of space that could be folded. Flying Thunder God. Without complex hand signs, having optimized it, she had simplified the activating hand seal to a single hand sign. The chakra fluctuated violently at a specific frequency, pouring into the invisible path between her and the wooden post. In the next moment, buzz. A faint sound of spatial tremor. Clone number 1's figure abruptly vanished from its original spot and almost instantaneously appeared next to the wooden post 10 meters away. It was not a high-speed moving afterimage, but a true spatial replacement. When she appeared, her body still maintained a slightly forward-leaning posture, and she wobbled slightly due to the sudden shift in position before steadying herself. Success. The first successful controllable self-activated Flying Thunder God teleportation. Though it was only 10 meters. Though the chakra consumed was comparable to performing a powerful class ninjutsu. Though there was a moment of spatial disorientation after appearing. But she had indeed accomplished it. I succeeded. Clone number 1, also representing all Xianghua, stated calmly, yet the excitement in her eyes belonging to a researcher sparkled like starlight. She immediately began to check her own condition, recording chakra consumption, the duration and intensity of spatial disorientation, and the stability of the technique's marking. In the following days, the training of the Flying Thunder God accelerated. Distances expanded from 10 meters to 20, 50, and 100 meters current limit. She began to try carrying objects, from shuriken to scrolls and then to small summoning beasts like lizards. The size, weight, and chakra nature of the carried items all affected the consumption and precision of the teleportation. She even began to attempt to activate the Flying Thunder God while moving quickly, such as dodging rocks thrown by a yen, training her coordinate locking and instantaneous response in dynamic combat. She carefully inscribed the simplified version of the Flying Thunder God technique with special chakra ink on several specially made shurikens, the handles of shuriken, and several key positions on the inside of her close-fitting clothing. Each technique acted like a spatial signpost, providing her with infinite tactical mobility. However, she strictly limited the number of techniques, as each active technique required a bit of her mental focus to maintain its perception. Too many would distract her. The Flying Thunder God is a sharp blade, but wielding a blade requires strength and skill. Currently 3 to 5 standby technique marks are a reasonable load. Compared to the liveliness of the Flying Thunder God training area, the atmosphere in the isolation stone chamber at the deepest part of the lower laboratory was much heavier and colder. Clone number 2 stood in the center of the stone chamber. The lighting here was dim, with only a few embedded luminescent stones providing illumination. The ground was a smooth stone surface carefully treated with chakra, painted with a complex circular formation about 2 meters in diameter, made with a mixture of chakra and metal powder. The core of the formation represented pure land in the present world, surrounded by layers of binding summoning contract and material composition incantations. This was precisely the formation of the Edo Tensei technique. In one corner of the stone chamber there was a small cage containing a gray wild rabbit. This was a rabbit captured by clone number 3 in the forest, injured in one hind leg and on the verge of death. After Xianghua had performed simple treatment on it, it still could not survive the night, and had now become a small corpse. This was the sacrifice. In another corner there was a small piece of dried fur stained with dark brown blood, tissue taken from the deceased rabbit serving as the medium. Before clone number 2 lay an open scroll detailing the Edo Tensei. Her gaze scanned the shocking descriptions, using a living person as a vessel, binding the soul of the deceased, granting the body molded from dust an immortal form under the absolute control of the practitioner. The ethical alarm rang sharply in her mind. To toy with the dead, to enslave souls, this contradicted the fundamental morals instilled in her from her past life and challenged the simple views on life and death that this body's original owner might have. A strong wave of nausea and repulsion surged in her heart. Yet she did not look away. Another side of the researcher, cold and filled with a desire for truth and the unknown, whispered within her. What is the boundary between life and death? What role does chakra play in the transition between life and death? Does the soul truly exist? If it does, in what form does it combine with chakra and matter? The Edo Tensei, a forbidden and evil technique, precisely serves as an extremely precious, perhaps the only window to glimpse these ultimate questions. Understanding does not mean approval. Mastery does not imply abuse. But if I abandon exploration out of fear and moral cleanliness, how am I different from those narrow-minded individuals who seal knowledge due to taboos ultimately leading to its abuse or loss? I need to know. I need to understand the underlying rules of this world. This is not about good or evil, it is a necessity for research. She slowly exhaled, her gaze becoming cold and focused once more. Her moral struggles were temporarily set aside, resting on one side of the scale of reason, while the other side held curiosity about the essence of the world and an urgent need for power. First experiment: target the deceased experimental rabbit. Sacrifice the body of the same rabbit. Medium its own tissue. Expectation: summon its soul fragments. Observe the formation process. Basic characteristics: controllability of the Edo Tensei and changes after the technique is lifted. Risk: soul backlash technique, loss of control, unknown contamination. Protective measures: triple mental protection barrier, physical isolation barrier, and an emergency escape plan that can be triggered at any time. She placed the rabbit's body in the sacrifice position at the center of the formation and the piece of fur in the corresponding medium position. Then she stepped back to the edge of the formation and began forming hand seals. The seals for Edo Tensei were extremely complex and lengthy, requiring specific cold and obscure chakra fluctuations. As the seals progressed, the temperature in the stone chamber seemed to begin to drop. The runes on the formation lit up one by one, emanating an ominous dark red light. Chilly chakra poured out from clone number 2's body into the formation, and the air began to fill with dust, which was drawn by an invisible force converging towards the rabbit's corpse in the formation. Edo Tensei. As the last seal completed, a significant portion of clone number 2's chakra was instantaneously drawn away. The formation shone brightly with red light. The rabbit's corpse in the formation began to convulse violently, as if being pulled by an invisible force. More dust emerged from the void enveloping the corpse and beginning to reshape its form. The color of its fur turned dull like aged paper. Its eyes opened, but they were pitch black and hollow, with only a strange bright point in the center. Eek! A short, distorted, and completely non-living sound came from the dust rabbit's mouth. It stood up, its movements somewhat stiff, the wound on its hind leg covered by dust no longer bleeding. It turned its pitch-black eyes to clone number 2, devoid of the fear or agility it had in life, only a dead silence and a hint of forced, confused submission. Success. But it also sent a chill through Xianghua all consciousness. The being before her appeared to be a rabbit, yet it was clearly just a puppet clad in the shape of a rabbit, composed of dust and chakra, its core being a fragment of the soul of that rabbit forcibly pulled back from the Pure Land or a similar place. She could feel the absolute master-servant contract bond existing between her and this Edo Tensei body, able to command it to do anything with a single thought, even to make it completely dissipate with just a thought. Record: Edo Tensei body generated. Appearance similar to its living form, but made of special dust, dry and rough to the touch. Vital signs: no heartbeat, no body temperature, no metabolism. Mobility present, somewhat stiff, capable of receiving complex commands. Chakra response slightly present, with a cold nature suspected to be a mix of chakra provided by the practitioner and natural energy. Soul status confirmed the existence of a bound consciousness, but the consciousness strength is extremely low, in a dazed state, capable of receiving simple commands with no independent thinking ability. Control absolute high contract level. The soul forcibly returns after the technique is lifted and the dust body disintegrates. Clone number 2 calmly recorded the observations while commanding the dust rabbit to jump, run, and bite, meaningless actions for testing. After the test, she decisively formed seals to lift the technique. The dust rabbit instantly froze, then transformed into countless flying ashes, leaving only the original rabbit's corpse on the ground, as if everything that had just occurred was merely an illusion. Yet clone number 2 could feel that the summoned soul fragment had vanished into the void, carrying a sense of relief, or perhaps it was an illusion. The experiment concluded. Clone number 2's face was somewhat pale, not only due to chakra consumption but also from mental fatigue and a sense of inexplicable emptiness. She silently cleaned the formation and the rabbit's corpse, carefully cremating and burying it, meticulously recording all data and sensations, including the ethical discomfort, and transmitted them back to the main body. 3. The combined spiritual light. In the deep night, after once again consolidating the results of a day's training, Xianghua, the main body, contemplated before the general scroll the coordinate leaps of the Flying Thunder God and the soul binding of the Edo Tensei. Two entirely different forbidden techniques collided and intertwined in her researcher's mind. Suddenly a spark-like thought flashed. The seal of the Flying Thunder God is a spatial coordinate. The Edo Tensei body is a puppet under absolute control. If the Flying Thunder God technique were inscribed on the Edo Tensei body, or on the weapons and tools it used, Her eyes lit up as she quickly sketched a diagram on the scroll. Plan A: forced recall. When the Edo Tensei body strays or goes out of control, it can be instantly recalled to her side by activating the Flying Thunder God technique inscribed on it. This provides extremely strong control and recovery capabilities, especially when facing strong enemies, preventing the Edo Tensei body from being sealed or moving away. Plan B: precise delivery. Inscribing the Flying Thunder God technique on the sacrifice. During the Edo Tensei, can the spatial coordinates of the technique be used to precisely control the Edo Tensei body to generate at a specific location. Even summoning the Edo Tensei body directly beside or within the enemy's formation to achieve a tactical ambush. Plan C: mobile artillery. Equipping the Edo Tensei body with numerous specially made shuriken or explosive tags inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique. The Edo Tensei body, being immortal, could serve as a moving point of technique coordinates, conducting infinite teleportation attacks in conjunction with the main Bodis Flying Thunder God, forming an extremely flexible tactical system. These ideas were still rough, involving numerous details and risks, such as whether the Edo Tensei body could withstand the spatial pressure of the Flying Thunder God's teleportation, whether the inscribed technique would interfere with the Edo Tensei contract, and the requirements for precise delivery concerning the sacrifice and medium, etc. But undeniably it opened a door full of possibilities. There are no useless ninjutsu, only ninjutsu for which the correct usage and combination methods have yet to be found. She wrote down this sentence as the conclusion of this chapter. 2's class forbidden techniques, one allowing her to possess the grace of a dancer on the stage of space, the other granting her a glimpse into the forbidden mysteries at the boundary of life and death. And the inspiration to combine the two was like a deeply buried seed waiting for the right soil and timing. She knew she had taken another solid step on this lonely and dangerous path of research. Beneath the bandage on her left eye, the Kamui eye faintly warmed as if resonating with the newly acquired knowledge of space. Meanwhile, within the Kamui space, the sealed book remained silently harboring more secrets. The sound of the waterfall was eternal and unceasing. In the cave, the faint glow of the luminescent stones illuminated the calm and focused profile of the girl, along with the paths on the scroll that gradually wove into a net leading to unknown powers and truths. When the carved character on the cliff had been traced down to the 7th row, and the wood outside the cave had shifted from midsummer's dense green to autumn's dappled hues before finally donning early winter's thin snows, Xianghua learned an important piece of news: the shadows of the 5 great nations would convene a summit in the neutral Taiji country. She learned this through Yexiao's high-altitude observation and Qianying's chance eavesdropping of a wandering ninja's conversation underground. Time, like a precise gear, clicked once and pushed forward to this pivotal moment. In the deepest stone chamber of the waterfall base, Xianghua stood before a roughly hand-drawn map of the ninja world, her fingertip tracing from Amagekyo across the grass country, and finally resting on the position of Taiji country. Beside the map were several blurred likenesses inked from the shared site of summoned beasts, and a dense cluster of analytical notes. Target: Yamato Tianzanga Konoha Jonin, former member of Root, a user of Mokutan. Known as the most successful living case of Hashirama cell transplantation. She whispered the target's details, her eyes gleaming with the light of a researcher who has found a perfect specimen. Why Yamato? Because Hashirama cells are the master key to understanding the ninja world's highest powers, the sage body Mokutan, and even the capacity to contain the Rinnegan and the Ten-Tails chakra. Whether one day facing pain, Rinnegan Tobi Mokutan cells plus Uchiha eyes, or the more distant Kagaya, understanding and mastering the secrets of Hashirama cells is indispensable. Yamato is a ready-made, living and researchable perfect sample. Operation Difficulty: Yamato will travel with Ataki Kakashi and Uzumaki Naruto as Konoha's escort to Taiji country. Additionally, Shimura Danzo and his Root faction will surely be operating in the shadows. The target will not be alone and will be located at a sensitive place and time where multiple forces converge. Risk is extremely high, but the opportunity is equally rare. During the 5 Kage summit, everyone's attention will be focused on the talks themselves, potential conflicts such as Sasuke's attack and subsequent alliance negotiations. A Jonin's brief disappearance is unlikely to trigger an all-out search amid such chaos. Core plan: precise, swift, and covert. Use Fei Laishan Flying Thunder God technique for instantaneous approach and departure. Use summoning techniques for control and suppression, and use sealing arts to isolate chakra and prevent calls for aid. Do not employ Kamui to avoid leaving spacetime traces that Tobi might detect. Action window: choose the brief gap when Yamato temporarily separates from the main party for a task, for example to monitor Naruto, yet has not met with Root. She began to plan every step meticulously: infiltration routes, withdrawal routes, backup rendezvous points, possible interceptions and countermeasures, and isolation and research procedures after capture. A multitude of shadow clones were committed to targeted training, simulating concealment and movement in snowy terrain, rehearsing responses to possible Mokuton counterattacks, optimizing chakra allocation for Fei-Lation teleportation, while carrying a heavy load simulated unconscious body. Days later, the border of Taiji country. A cold wind drove fine snow under a gray-white sky. Jagged snowy peaks and exposed black rocks set the austere tone of Taiji country. Xianghua wrapped herself in a thick white camouflage cloak and lay prone in a snowdrift on a ridge that overlooked the summit venue, the Grand Samurai Castle. Her breath fogged into white and was quickly swept away by the wind. Yexiao monitored the castle's main entrances and the surrounding forest from above. Qianying listened to the patrol paths beneath the samurai routes and the main roads. Shogun, maintain the camouflage and move with me. Ian, wait at the third backup rendezvous ready to support a forceful extraction or cover the retreat. Commands were issued silently through their contracts. Her right eye peered through a monocular she had fashioned from an ice lens and a metal tube, calmly observing activity around the castle. The shadows and escorts from the various villages had already arrived. The castle's outer vigil seemed loose while the interior remained tightly guarded. Samurai and ninja patrols crisscrossed the grounds. She quickly locked onto the Konoha contingent Tsunade Shizen and their escorts Hatake Kakashi and Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto, who insisted on coming and was currently clashing with the Cloud Nin in a courtyard outside the castle. Everything began to align with the sequence she remembered. Opportunity lay in deviation. The greatest deviation was the impending contact between Naruto and Sasuke and the consequent dispersal of personnel. She waited patiently like an actual block of ice and snow fused to the ridge. Time passed inch by inch. The wind and snow shifted between gusts and lulls. At dusk an unexpected turn occurred. First came distant commotion and a thunderous explosion from within the castle, Sasuke's raid. Then she saw Kakashi and Naruto burst from the keep and sprint off in pursuit. Yamato, after a moment's hesitation, also moved off along another route, using Mokuton to conceal and hasten his progress through the snowy woods, apparently intending to flank or surveil. Now! Xianhua's gaze sharpened. The line Yamato had chosen passed over a relatively isolated slope where the trees were sparse. It lay at some distance from the castle and the main battlefield, the ideal spot to strike. Silent as snowfall, she slid from the drift and ghosted through the forest shadows like a snow fox, trailing Yamato at a distance. Using Shogun's camouflage hue and her own exceptional stealth, she suppressed her breath and chakra fluctuations to a minimum. Beneath wind and snow and under the cover of trees, she became a presence without a body. Yamato paused beneath a tall spruce, leaning against the trunk and watching warily in the direction Kakashi and Naruto had gone. His hands were poised to form seals. He was clearly on guard and conducting surveillance. His attention was wholly drawn to the chakra ripples and possible enemies ahead. He was unaware of the danger quietly closing in behind him. 50 meters away, a few trees and rolling snowdrifts broke the line of sight. Xianghua stopped, drew a specially made shuriken from her bosom. The blade had been treated to prevent glinting, and its hilt bore a tiny stabilized Fei-Lation talisman. She adjusted her breathing, gauged the wind, and the projectile's drop, then flicked her wrist. The shuriken cut a low silent arc through a gap in the trees and with a soft thud embedded itself 3 meters behind Yamato in another spruce. The sound was slight, but in the hush of the snow forest it carried. Huh! Yamato tensed and spun, his eyes sharp toward the shuriken. His hands rose, already beginning to form seals. Who's there? Now. Fei-Lation. Xianghua vanished from the spot. Yamato felt an infinitesimal spatial ripple behind him. Years en route had honed his instincts. His hairs rose and he hurled himself forward while shouting, Mokuton! Before he could complete the technique, a huge black and white form erupted from a cloud of white smoke above him and landed with crushing force. A roar, Panda Iron. What? Yamato's pupils contracted. He barely managed to condense chakra along his spine and stiffen a defense. A dull, muffled impact. Ion's weight and the downward momentum drove Yamato into the deep snow. The violent shock blacked his vision. His organs felt displaced, and the chakra he had just gathered scattered. His Mokuton activation was interrupted. At the same moment, Xianghua, having teleported beside the shuriken by Fei-Lation, completed a prepared sealing formula. Like a specter, she appeared at Yamato's side where Ion still pinned him. Her right hand, brimming with sealing chakra, flashed to the vulnerable point at the back of his neck. Sealing bind, seal lock. Complex black runes unfurled like living vines from her palm, crawling across Yamato's neck and racing along the major chakra conduits of his body. Yamato convulsed as though gripped by countless cold chains. The flow of chakra halted and snapped. He could not move even a finger, let alone summon chakra to perform jutsu. Ugh! He strained to turn his head to see the attacker, but his vision blurred. Xianghua did not hesitate. She released Ian's summoning seal. The panda dissipated into white smoke, and with her other hand seized the collar at the back of Yamato's garment. Her gaze swept the surroundings with cold calm to ensure they had not drawn attention. The distant explosions and battle sounds masked the local commotion. Failation. She activated the talisman she had planted on another tree 50 meters away and a third coordinate shuriken farther out. There was a hum. Both figures vanished from the shallow pit in the snow, leaving only scattered footprints, the deep hollow where Ian had landed and the shuriken embedded in the distant tree. Less than 10 seconds after their disappearance, another patch of space rippled with an odd vortex-like pattern. A figure wearing an orange-red spiral mask and a black cloak patterned with red clouds emerged slowly from the warped space. Uchiha Daito. He bent to study the fresh tracks in the snow, the conspicuous panda pit, and the peculiar shuriken in the tree. The single eye behind his mask narrowed. The scent of Mokutan, and spacetime disturbance. Not Kamui, it's something else. He extended a gloved finger and lightly touched the shuriken, sensing the exquisite, unfamiliar spacetime talismanic residue upon it. Failation. No, slightly different. More streamlined but with a similar core. Someone got there first. His voice betrayed no emotion, but the air around him seemed colder. He slowly raised his head and looked in the direction Xianghua had teleported away. The eye behind his mask rotated. Interesting. It seems that besides the pieces in the plan play, another mouse is quietly stealing the cheese. His figure was swallowed by the vortex-like ripple and vanished as if never there. The wind and snow soon covered most traces, including the Failation shuriken he later retrieved. Beyond the border of Taiji country, farther north in a desolate canyon, lay the ruined depths of an ancient temple. A faint spatial ripple flashed, and Xianghua appeared there, clutching the unconscious Yamato inside a dusty stone chamber that had been pre-cleaned and prepared with an isolation barrier. She placed Yamato on a stone slab covered with thick cloth and checked his vital signs. He was unconscious from Ian's impact and the ceiling, but there was no mortal danger. She quickly erased the subtle traces she had left and reinforced the chamber's seals, then stepped back to wait. Half an hour later, Yamato stirred and slowly regained consciousness. A burning pain at the back of his neck and along his back made him groan. He realized his chakra had been thoroughly sealed and his body bound to the slab with tenacious ropes woven with chakra wires. He forced his eyes open to the dim light of the chamber, a few phosphorescent stones embedded in the walls, and turned to look at the figure standing not far away. It was a slight figure, a girl perhaps. Wrapped in a dark cloak, wearing a plain white mask without ornament, revealing only a pair of calm purple eyes. What drew his attention most was the bandage wrapped around her left eye. She stood quietly, radiating no murderous intent but an ineffable cold focus, as if she were not a person but an object placed on an observation table. "Who are you?" Yamato forced his voice steady, his mind racing to recall the last images before he blacked out: the panda, the teleport, the seal. "What do you want? Where is this place?" Xianghua did not answer immediately. She walked to a small table in the corner, picked up a scroll and a charcoal brush, and began to write while speaking in a clear, cool voice that belonged to a young woman. "Your vital signs are stable." She paused, turned, and the purple eyes behind the mask regarded Yamato with purely observational scrutiny. "The sealing state is sound. The external barrier is active. Distress signals and tracking cannot be transmitted. Please do not be alarmed, Mr. Yamato. I will not take your life for now." Her tone was polite, yet the words chilled him. "I am a researcher. I hold great academic interest in the Hashirama cells successfully transplanted into your body and the Mokutan bloodline limit they express. Over the coming period, I will require your cooperation for a series of necessary test samples and observations. This will help us jointly understand the nature of this power." Yamato's pupils narrowed. A researcher? Hashirama cells? Academic interest? Such phrasing and purpose differed starkly from any hostile village rogue organization or even the Akatsuki's motives he had imagined. And precisely because of that, a deeper strangeness and unease gnawed at him. What did this person, this researcher, truly intend to extract from him? And after his disappearance, what fate would befall Konoha Kakashi-senpai and Naruto? In the stone chamber, only the scratch of charcoal on scroll and the soft rhythm of 2 breaths broke the silence. Beyond the chamber, the canyon wind howled, whipping up millennia of dust and swallowing all traces and sounds into endless desolation and stillness. Beneath the ruined temple, a stone chamber had been transformed by Zhianghua into a provisional laboratory, serving both as a place of confinement and scientific observation. There were no cold shackles or instruments of torture. Instead, the environment was relatively clean and orderly. Daiwa lay upon a stone bed padded with soft cushions. The bindings encircling his body were not merely restrictive, they were intricately woven with sealed talismanic runes specially crafted to continuously monitor his vital signs and chakra flow. In one corner of the chamber, a small partition had been erected using simple earth release techniques, and timber providing him a private space for personal needs. He received 2 meals daily, nutritionally balanced ration pills and clear water, and occasionally wild fruit gathered by summoned beasts. This was no ordinary prison for an enemy, more like an isolation chamber for a research subject. Zhianghua, wearing a white mask, appeared twice each day. Once at dawn, she conducted routine examinations measuring body temperature, blood pressure using a chakra-simulated rudimentary device and collecting small samples of blood and epidermal cells. The second visit occurred at dusk for deeper analysis, employing chakra probes to sense the activity of his wood-release chakra and meticulously recording cellular and chakra coordination data while he performed minimal wood-release techniques, limited strictly to generating a single leaf or a slender twig. Her procedures were precise, steady, and efficient, imbued with a disquieting inhuman calm. Every touch was mediated by specially designed gloves, every sampling employed sterilized instruments. She recorded data with total absorption as though the person before her were not a living being, but a set of intricate and valuable readings. For the first few days, Daiwa remained silent, enduring all with the stoic resilience forged in ANBU training, while carefully observing this enigmatic captor, searching for any weakness. Yet beyond essential research operations she spoke to him almost never, and revealed neither her identity nor that of any organization behind her. It was not until the evening of the 5th day, after completing a set of wood-release chakra fluctuation spectra, that Zhianghua did not depart as usual but instead lifted her masked gaze, her violet eyes meeting his. "Mr. Daiwa." Her voice, muffled yet serene through the mask, resonated softly. "According to current measurements, the fusion rate between Hashirama Senju cells and your own has reached an astonishing 97.3%, nearly symbiotic. Cellular activity remains stable with no signs of rejection or uncontrolled proliferation. This stands in marked contrast to the documented innate properties of the first Hokage's cells, characterized by extreme aggression and devouring intensity." Daiwa fell silent for a moment before speaking at last, his voice hoarse from prolonged silence. "What exactly do you intend to do? I wish to understand the origin of this discrepancy." Zhianghua replied matter-of-factly, as if discussing an academic hypothesis. "Why do the first Hokage's cells trigger severe woodification, berserk episodes, or even death in the vast majority of transplant recipients, excluding only himself and his direct bloodline, yet achieve such extraordinary stability within you? Is it attributable to the age at transplantation? To your unique constitution? Or perhaps to some unintentional, or deliberate, moderating agent or taming process introduced by Orochimaru during his experiments?" At the mention of Orochimaru, Daiwa's pupils contracted sharply and his body tensed instantly, though restraints held him fast. He stared into the 2 dark apertures of her mask, searching for mockery, malice, or fanaticism, yet found only stillness, a deep, tranquil pool of pure, unadulterated curiosity. "Are you one of Orochimaru's people?" His voice was low, thick with suppressed emotion. "No," Zhianghua denied firmly. "I have no affiliation with Orochimaru, and I hold significant reservations about most of his methodologies. An excessive obsession with outcomes at the expense of process and ethics contaminates data and distorts conclusions. More critically," she paused briefly, "it incurs needless, inefficient loss. 60 test subjects, only 1 survivor. Such a success rate constitutes unacceptable waste in genuine scientific inquiry." Daiwa was utterly stunned. She not only knew of Orochimaru, she seemed aware of those buried harrowing truths he himself avoided, recalling the 60 children taken alongside him into that laboratory, vanishing one by one amid agony and grotesque transformation. And her perspective was profoundly strange: waste. Her concern appeared not for the tragedy itself but for its inefficiency. "You..." Daiwa faltered, uncertain how to respond. "I am simply someone seeking to comprehend the fundamental nature of bloodline limits, and to explore whether their hereditary monopoly can be broken." Zhianghua continued, her tone unwavering. "Hashirama Senju cells embody a form of vitality and power transcending conventional ninjutsu systems. To understand them, to master them, may unlock deeper rules governing the union of chakra and life itself. Such knowledge could prove meaningful not only to the Senju clan but to all humanity. Daiwa fell silent for much longer. Her words sounded absurd, yet strangely devoid of malice, carrying only an innocent, unadulterated thirst for knowledge. It reminded him of another, someone similarly fascinated by the world's mysteries yet far more ruthless in method. "Do you aspire to become the next Orochimaru?" he asked, finally, his voice layered with complexity. Xianghua gently shook her head, the mask swayed faintly. "No. Orochimaru's pursuit may not be inherently flawed, the flaw lies in his methods. I regard life as the most complex, most exquisite object of study, not as expendable consumables. Your survival itself constitutes a precious success datum. I will study this datum with meticulous care and attempt to replicate its stabilizing factors, rather than repeating the creation of 60 sets of failure data." Her words stirred an unusual ripple within Daiwa. For years Hashirama's cells within him had been viewed as tools, weapons, or as dangerous liabilities requiring vigilance. Never before had anyone regarded them as something worthy of understanding and respect, as something truly precious. Even he himself had long wrestled between the power granted by wood release and the unbearable weight of that past. "My survival was mere luck," he murmured, his gaze unfocused, as if gazing back into that darkness. 60 children one by one turned to wood or shattered entirely beneath endless pain and experimentation. I don't know why I was the one who endured, only that when on the verge of being consumed, something within my body seemed to reach a kind of accord with those raging cells. An accord, or rather, under extreme existential pressure, your body instinctively discovered a path toward coexistence with these formidable foreign cells. Xianghua reflected thoughtfully. Infancy represents the peak of physiological plasticity and adaptability. That may well be the key. Thank you for this information, it is highly valuable. She concluded today's exchange and began organizing her instruments and data. As she prepared to depart, she paused as if recalling something. "Sample collection may cause minor discomfort, but I will minimize it to the greatest extent possible. Additionally, you may gradually increase the intensity of your wood release practice. I need to observe cellular responses under varying loads. Of course, always within the safe parameters permitted by your seals." Watching her recede into the corridor, Daiwa leaned back against the stone bed, his emotions a tangled knot. This mysterious abductor, was she truly just an eccentric researcher? The following days saw the research deepen further. Xianghua no longer confined herself to surface-level assessments. Employing refined chakra manipulation, blending medical ninjutsu's sensory precision with sealing techniques' microcontrol, she probed Daiwa's body with unprecedented delicacy, mapping the distribution and activity cycles of Hashirama's cells and identifying their interaction nodes with nerves and chakra pathways, all without inflicting substantive harm. She even attempted to replicate in vitro the interplay between Hashirama's cells and Daiwa's own, using cultured cell samples. Vast quantities of data were logged, analyzed, and cross-referenced. Xianghua operated nearly without rest, sustaining herself through shadow clones and ration pills. Her objective crystallized rather than deploying raw volatile Hashirama cells, a risk too great. She would use Daiwa's successfully tamed cells as a foundation, extracting the stabilized symbiotic Hashirama components for secondary transplantation. Her theoretical model matured steadily. She hypothesized that through prolonged symbiosis, the overwhelming aggression and devouring nature of Hashirama's cells within Daiwa had been significantly attenuated, while their potent vitality and would release capacity remained intact. This attenuation was not degeneration, but adaptation and evolutionary refinement to the host's biological environment. Transplanting such tempered Hashirama cells would drastically reduce rejection and woodification risks, yet still confer enhanced vitality and chakra reserves, and potentially enable progressive unlocking of wood release abilities. Stage transplantation, minute doses per session, allowing ample time for bodily adaptation and integration. Simultaneously leverage potent in-nature chakra, drawn from innate talent and the Sharingan, alongside formidable mental control to suppress potential backlash and guide cellular fusion along predetermined pathways. She inscribed the final protocol onto her master scroll. The chosen site for transplantation, the right arm. As a distal limb, the right arm offered a strategic advantage. If uncontrollable woodification or necrosis occurred, amputation would remain a viable last resort, though she hoped never to require it. All preparations were complete. After ensuring Daiwa was under deep sedation, for his safety and to minimize interference, Xianghua entered a separate, fully sterilized stone chamber, its walls inscribed with stabilizing and inhibitory seals, and commenced surgery upon her own right arm. The procedure was not technically complex, but each step demanded absolute precision. Using a specialized chakra conduit, she slowly infused a purified suspension of tempered Hashirama cells, isolated from Daiwa's tissue rigorously tested for safety, into the major muscle groups and neurovascular bundles of her right forearm. Initially only a faint coolness and dull ache emerged. But swiftly change erupted. The injected cells awakened like dormant seeds, voraciously absorbing surrounding nutrients, and chakra erupting into rapid proliferation and expansion. Beneath her skin the right arm took on a faint woody bluish-grain, muscles bulged unnaturally, rippling and twisting with tearing agony. More terrifying still, a vast primordial wildly vital force surged upward along arteries and nerves, aiming to breach her torso and brain. Rejection had arrived, far more violent than anticipated. Even in its tempered form, Hashirama's cells carried such immense vitality that they overwhelmed the physiology of any non-senju body. Ugh! Gritting her teeth, Xianghua's temples throbbed with visible veins. Cold sweat drenched her garments in an instant. She felt her right arm slipping beyond control, muscle fibers contorting violently, bones groaning under intolerable strain, and coarse bark-like texture erupting across her skin, spreading rapidly toward elbow and upper arm. Woodification had begun. Sealing technique, 4 symbols locking the primordial essence. In release soul calming stabilization. She had anticipated this. With her left hand alone she formed the seal, activating pre-embedded sealing arrays at her right shoulder and heart, which flared into spectral black chains, clamping down fiercely upon the ascending woodification and the rampaging life force. Simultaneously she channeled Yin nature chakra and her formidable spiritual energy, like glacial tides, into her right arm, engaging in a grueling contest of resistance, containment, and subjugation against that feral vitality. This was no swift battle, it was a protracted, agonizing trial of endurance and will. The woodification advanced and receded in waves, her arm flickered between human limb and grotesque arboreal structure. Pain crashed over her nerves like relentless waves. Chakra drained at a terrifying pace, the mental strain caused her temples to pulse violently, her vision dimming at the edges. 1 hour. 2 hours. 5 hours. She sat cross-legged at the center of the seal, trembling faintly from agony and exhaustion, yet her spine remained unbent, rigidly upright. Her mask lay discarded, revealing a face pale as parchment, soaked in sweat, yet those violet eyes burned with a focus so intense it verged on cold, unyielding devotion. She continually adjusted seal intensity in chakra modulation and mental guidance, like a master technician calibrating her own body at the very edge of mortality. Time lost all meaning. Only pain resistance, minute recalibrations, and the rare infinitesimal victory of forcing back the woodification by a hair's breadth, remained. 3 full days and nights. When the first light of the third dawn filtered through the ventilation shaft, the violent fluctuations within the chamber finally began to subside. Xianghua slowly opened her bloodshot eyes and lowered her gaze to her right arm. Most woodification had receded. Her skin regained its original pallor, but upon closer inspection a faint vibrant green luminescence pulsed subtly beneath the surface, enhancing both resilience and tensile strength. The arm's shape had normalized, yet its musculature appeared subtly sharper, imbued with latent height and power. The most striking change appeared on her inner wrist, a tiny tender light green wooden mark, resembling a sprouting bud, the stable interface and proof of equilibrium achieved between Hashirama's cells and her own physiology. She flexed her fingers, movement remained fluid and natural. A whisper of intense scent chakra flowing into her right hand. A faint emerald glow shimmered in her palm, and then, trembling slightly, a minuscule delicate green shoot emerged, finer than a toothpick crowned with 2 microscopic leaves. It had succeeded, not merely transplantation but the preliminary activation of wood release, albeit laughably feeble. Accompanying it surged an unprecedented vitality throughout her entire being. Her previously depleted chakra reserves replenished at astonishing speed, increasing by at least double in perceived volume. Exhaustion dissolved beneath a tide of exuberant life energy, every cell seemed to sing. Yet Xianghua felt no elation. Calmly she recorded detailed metrics of her right arm, the minimal chakra threshold required to activate wood release, and preliminary estimates of vitality and chakra enhancement. Then she consumed a ration pill and water and settled into seated meditation, to consolidate this hard-won equilibrium. Several days later, after Daiwa fully awoke from deep sedation and underwent a final comprehensive examination, Xianghua released all bindings upon him. Daiwa stretched his stiff limbs, watching her warily. "You're simply letting me go. I stated I would not take your life. The research has concluded, you no longer need to remain here." Xianghua had donned her mask once more, her voice remained placid. She handed him a backpack containing 5 days' worth of ration pills and water, a simplified local map, and his confiscated ninja tools and forehead protector. Daiwa accepted the pack, his emotions intensifying in complexity. He inspected the tools, genuine, untouched. Who are you truly? Was all this solely for studying Hashirama's cells? And now that you've obtained what you sought, what next? My identity is irrelevant. Xianghua evaded the first question. As for what next, research is boundless. Hashirama's cells are merely the beginning. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Daiwa. Your data is extraordinarily valuable. Daiwa slung the pack over his shoulder and walked toward the chamber's entrance, then halted, turning back to look at her once more. The mask concealed her features, yet he remembered those tranquil eyes. Your gaze differs from those I've known, he said slowly. It holds none of Orochimaru's frenzy nor Danzo's brooding gloom. You seem, precisely as you claimed, just a researcher. But... He paused, his tone turning grave. The pursuit of knowledge is not wrong, yet never forget your subject is life. It is human beings. Do not tread Orochimaru's path, trampling all else in the name of knowledge. Leaving the desolate canyon north of the Iron Nation, Xianghua did not linger. She changed into an inconspicuous gray traveler's outfit purchased in a border town, using a wide cloak and hood to conceal her striking purple hair, and added a simple eye patch over the bandage on her left eye to completely mask the traces of her Sharingan. The sprout mark on her right wrist was visually dulled using the mimicry ability of the chameleon. She did not choose the shortest path, but rather deterred south, traversing the Grass Nation and circling along the border of the Rain Nation. This was partly to shake off any possible tracking, though she believed that Yahiko would not easily reveal her captivity. Caution is always warranted, and partly to gather information along the way. In a shabby tea house in a border town of the Grass Nation, she heard for the first time from passing merchants and down-and-out ninjas various rumors about the destruction of Konoha and the fall of the god. The versions were mixed, but the core information was clear. A man named Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, had nearly leveled Konoha single-handedly, but was ultimately defeated and reformed by Konoha's Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki, who had vanquished him after he exhausted himself using a forbidden technique to resurrect the dead. Folklore is always filled with dramatic exaggerations and misinterpretations, but Xianghua knew this largely aligned with the plot. Nagato was dead, having succumbed to chakra exhaustion and a change in belief. Conan had left with Nagato's body and that pair of Rinnegan. And next? Time is running out. She set down her coarse tea, of which she had only taken a sip, left a few copper coins, and blended into the flow of people on the town streets. Obito Uchiha would soon come looking for Conan, demanding Nagato's Rinnegan. Conan would refuse, and then there would be that shocking battle of 600 billion explosive tags. This is a crisis, but also an opportunity. A chance to obtain a sample of the Rinnegan, even if only a brief observational opportunity, and the first direct contact with the dangerous spatial neighbor Obito Uchiha. She altered her original plan to find a place to continue digesting the Hashirama cells and deepen her forbidden technique training. The target was refocused, Amigakure. Days later, at the border of the Rain Nation, the sky was once again shrouded in lee-gray clouds, and the incessant drizzle arrived as expected, as if the sky of this nation was eternally weeping. Xianghua stood on a high slope, gazing toward the distant rain curtain where the towering metal pipes and towers faintly appeared. Amigakure. This was the origin of her current body, and the place where her nightmare began. Compared to when she left last time, Amigakure seemed to have no significant physical changes, but the atmosphere permeating the air was entirely different. In the past, the oppressive feeling of being monitored by the god's eye was ubiquitous, but now it had vanished, replaced by a vague chaos, unease, and the emptiness felt by the lower classes after a long period of high-pressure rule was suddenly lifted. The rain seemed to fall more aimlessly, more chilling. The god is dead. Xianghua murmured this fact, feeling little emotional turbulence inside. Toward Nagato she felt no reverence or faith that her original self might have held regarding Pain's destruction of Konoha. She, as a researcher, was more focused on the manifestation of his power and its sociological implications, and about Nagato's eventual outcome she only had a sense of the plot as unfolding as predetermined. She carefully checked her disguise. Using basic taijutsu and chakra control, she made slight adjustments to her facial muscles and bone positions, not a perfect transformation technique, but enough to make her unrecognizable to those unfamiliar with Xianghua, making her features appear more mature and ordinary. Her height could not be changed, but by adjusting her clothing and posture she weakened the impression of youth. The chakra aura was sealed and masked to the greatest extent possible, simulating the level of an ordinary genin. She mingled with a small merchant caravan heading to Amagekure to sell fabrics, easily passing through the border inspection which had noticeably relaxed. The Rinnegan guard's eyes were weary and he asked a few routine questions, directing more attention to the merchant goods than to the quiet lone traveler at the end of the line. Entering Amagekure, familiar yet foreign sights greeted her. The streets were still damp and pedestrians hurried by, but the forced order and solemnity that had to be maintained under the watchful eye of the god was absent. There were more whispers in the corners and the shouts in the market seemed louder, yet the air was thick with a sense of anxiety over an uncertain future. The lights on the high towers no longer flickered in a regular pattern, and some pipes seemed to lack maintenance, emitting faint hissing sounds like gas leaks. Xianghua soon broke away from the merchant caravan like a drop of water merging into the stream of rain, silently disappearing into the intricate alleys and abandoned buildings. She did not venture into areas where her original self might have lived, that would be too dangerous. Using her memory of Amagekure's structure both from her original self and later collected intelligence, she rented a top-floor room with a small attic in a dilapidated apartment building near the outer drainage area, close to a mix of people using a false name and a bit of money. This place offered a relatively clear view for observation and was close to a complex sewer system for a quick escape. Once settled, she immediately began to set up. She set up a simple soundproofing and anti-scrying barrier in the room. Miniature alert symbols were placed at the window and ventilation openings. Under the cover of the rain and high towers, Night Owl began periodic aerial reconnaissance of the village, focusing on monitoring the remnants of the former Amagekure high-rise, now virtually non-existent buildings, possible secret bases of the Akatsuki, and specific directions outside the village. Shadow and several newly contracted mole-type summoning beasts adept at underground activities infiltrated the complex underground pipe network of Amagekure, constructing underground surveillance and rapid movement passages. Her goal was clear: Konan and the body of Nagato she was hiding. Konan would surely return near Amagekure, the place where she was most familiar, and also the starting point and place of demise for Nagato and Yahiko's dreams. She would hide the body in a safe place, waiting, or preparing for something. Xianghua did not attempt to search directly. That would be too risky. Konan's strength and vigilance were extremely high. She adopted a strategy of area monitoring and logical inference. Night Owl reported back to the southeast of the village, about 15 miles away. There was a marsh rainforest area designated as the old purification plant ruins, where faint but regular chakra fluctuations had recently been detected, and the rain clouds above the area seemed to show signs of subtle disturbances caused by an invisible force, possibly residual chakra from paper jutsu. Shadow's underground network also reported that there was a half-abandoned large drainage main pipe leading in that direction, which had shown traces of fresh water flow not from rain and extremely faint residual chakra recently. Combining the information, Konan's hiding place was likely in the underground or depths of the marsh of that old purification plant ruins. Xianghua did not approach. She established a remote observation point on top of an abandoned water tower about 5 miles from that area. This location had high terrain and a relatively clear view, though partly obscured by the rainforest, and the structure of the water tower itself could effectively conceal her aura and chakra fluctuations. She summoned Night Owl and another bat-type summoning beast Echo with thermal sensing abilities, taking turns to conduct remote intermittent scans and surveillance of the target area, recording any unusual energy activities and personnel movements. She herself remained mostly concealed inside the water tower, like the most patient of hunters, quietly observing and waiting through the senses shared by her summoning beasts. Each day she consumed only the bare minimum of water and military rations, spending the rest of her time meditating, consolidating Hashirama cells, reviewing Flying Thunder God coordinate calculations, and repeatedly simulating the situations she might face. The target, Obito Uchiha. Known intelligence, possesses the Kamui right eye linked to the same space as her left eye, extremely dangerous, has transplanted Hashirama cells showing a degree of control over would release with tenacious life force, possesses a Mangekyo Sharingan, has extremely rich battle experience, excels in space-time tactics and psychological manipulation, and aims for the Rinnegan and the Moon Eye plan. Her own bargaining chips the Kamui left eye, the greatest information gap. Obito is unaware of Flying Thunder God technique, initially mastered with mobility and ambush capabilities, transplanted Hashirama cells, enhanced life force and chakra capacity, budding would release knowledge of Edo Tensei, theoretically mastered with no suitable materials, yet the summoning beast network surveillance support control foresight of the plot, the greatest strategic advantage, and the calm analytical and planning ability of a scientist. Direct confrontation has a very low chance of success. I must exploit the information gap, set up a trap, ambush, strike true, or if I must flee 1,000 miles away. Key point 1: Obito does not know the Kamui left eye is here with me. He may notice slight anomalies in the Kamui space but should be unable to pinpoint the exact cause and my location. This is my greatest hidden advantage. Key point 2: Obito's target is Konan and the Rinnegan. There will surely be a battle between him and Konan. That battle will be my opportunity. Opportunity 1. While he is engaged in a fierce battle with Konan, especially when performing large-scale jutsu such as absorbing Konan's paper ocean or defending against 600 billion explosive tags, he will undoubtedly concentrate his attention, and his monitoring of the Kamui space itself may drop to a minimum. At this time it might be a window for me to do something with my left eye. Opportunity 2: If Konan is defeated and Obito acquires the Rinnegan, there may be a brief moment of relaxation or a time to inspect his loot. That is also an opportunity. Opportunity 3: If Konan's 600 billion explosive tags can severely injure Obito. No, I cannot pin my hopes on that. Obito's abilities are too strange, and he is likely to evade or endure. However, the chaos caused by the explosion and the turbulence of chakra can serve as cover. Action plan: do not directly intervene in their battle. Lurk at a safe distance, monitoring through summoning beasts and her own senses. The goal is not to seize the Rinnegan, which would expose her too early and be difficult to control, but to attempt to obtain a sample of Obito's cellular tissue for research on how his Hashirama cells and Sharingan interact, or when he uses Kamui, attempt to use her left eye for reverse interference detection, or, in extreme cases, try to mark him or his items with Flying Thunder God. Retreat plan: once exposed, or if the risk is judged too high, immediately escape through the prearranged multiple Flying Thunder God coordinates and the underground summoning beast network. Absolutely do not get entangled. She repeatedly refined this rough plan in her mind, calculating various possibilities and presetting responses. This is not a confrontation for glory or revenge, but a precise high-risk research, sampling and testing. The rain incessantly beat against the rusted exterior of the water tower. Inside it was dim and damp, with only a faint light leaking in through the cracks. Zhianghua sat cross-legged in the shadows, her right eye peering through a viewing hole, gazing at the distant marsh rainforest shrouded in rain, quietly pregnant with a storm. The sprout mark on her wrist glowed faintly in the dim light as the chakra and life force within her flowed steadily and abundantly. Her left eye beneath the bandage, an eye patch, seemed to faintly sense in the distant gray Kamui space the master of another eye, a restless and ambitious soul. From the moment I was summoned to this world as material from my recovery to taking the Kamui eye, researching forbidden techniques, transplanting Hashirama cells, I have always been evading researching, passively adapting and preparing. But now, she slowly clenched her right hand, the sprout mark pulsing warmly, as if synchronized with her heartbeat. The roles of hunter and prey must be redefined. The plan to hunt the god begins in this rain. Outside the water tower, the sound of rain intensified. Over the distant marsh rainforest, dark clouds gathered and faint lightning rolled within the depths of the clouds. The silence of the rainforest was shattered, not by thunder nor by torrential rain, but by a deeper sound of friction that felt as if space itself was being violently torn apart and melded together, a sound that sent chills through the teeth. A strong warning signal suddenly transmitted from the echo within the hydrangea water tower. She instantly focused her mind, linking her consciousness with the vision of Night Owl peering through the rain curtain toward the depths of the swamp rainforest. There the space twisted and rippled like water waves, and a figure wearing an orange spiral mask and a black robe adorned with red clouds emerged silently, as if rising from the depths of water, appearing in the clearing of the forest. Rain passed through his body as if he were merely a phantom projection, yet the bent blades of grass beneath his feet and the splashes of mud bore witness to his physical existence. Uchiha Obito. He stood there quietly gazing forward. From the depths of the rainforest, from the swamp's surface, from the shadows of every leaf, countless white paper pieces converged and swirled as if they had a life of their own, ultimately coalescing into a tall, ethereal figure. Konan. She hovered several meters above the ground with countless paper pieces fluttering like wings behind her. Her gaze was as cold as ancient ice fixed on the masked man below. The air was thick with a rich, murderous chakra fluctuation, to the point that raindrops evaporated or bounced away before getting too close to the two. "You're late, Uchiha Madara." Konan's voice was devoid of warmth, clearly penetrating through the sound of the rain. "Madara. Heh." Obito let out a deep, ambiguous chuckle, not correcting the title, but calmly raising his head, his single eye behind the mask looking indifferently at Konan. "Nagato's Rinnegan is the key to the plan. Hand it over to me. That is Nagato's eye, a testament to Yahiko and Nagato's dreams." Konan's voice was resolute. "I won't give it to you, the deceiver, nor to your Eye of the Moon plan." "Dreams?" Obito's tone remained flat but carried a chilling indifference. "The dreams of the dead hold no value." Nagato failed. His eyes should be used by a successor. Konan, hand over the eyes. For the sake of our past as Akatsuki members, I can let you leave. In response, a sea of paper behind Konan suddenly burst into dazzling white light. Billions of explosive tags were instantly activated. Art of the God of Paper. Konan's voice resonated like a final judgment. She formed hand seals, unleashing a massive chakra without reservation. Booming thunder echoed. The vision was instantly engulfed by endless, unrelenting explosions of fiery light. The sound wave even overpowered the rain falling from the heavens. The entire swamp rainforest, no, the entire sky and earth, seemed to have been transformed into a hell of annihilation by Konan's years of preparation and her unwavering belief in chakra. 60 billion explosive tags. A 10-minute all-encompassing saturation bombing. Even from 5 miles away in the water tower, Hydrangea could see that world-destroying scene through the shared vision of Night Owl and could feel the continuous violent tremors beneath her feet, sensing the terrifying energy capable of erasing everything contained within the explosions. The rusted structure of the water tower groaned under the unbearable strain, dust cascading down. A scale that transcends conventional ninjutsu concepts. Hydrangea, the main body, rapidly noted in her mind, her right eye fixed on the area enveloped by blinding light and flames in the shared vision, while her left eye beneath the bandage felt a slight heat as if responding to the distant violent energy fluctuations. This is not a Spuro-Themet ninjutsu. It requires a long preparation time, an unimaginable amount of resources, explosive tags, and extremely precise chakra control to disguise, store, and fully activate such a large number of explosive tags in an instant. Konan. How long did she prepare for this moment? 3 years? 5 years? Or did she start planning this final mutually destructive strike the moment Nagato chose to trust Uchiha Madara? This is an art of destruction that gambles everything, a final resplendent roar of revenge from a woman who has lost all her dear friends and faith against the puppet masters who deceived and used the ones she loved. The explosion continued, feeling as if it lasted for a century. Flames, thick smoke, and shockwaves completely evaporated and shattered everything in that area. The raindrops were entirely vaporized before nearing the core of the explosion. When the final wave of explosions afterglow gradually dimmed and the roar slowly subsided, only a deathly silence remained, along with the black rain mixed with ashes and paper scraps slowly drifting down, and the swamp rainforest had vanished. In its place was a terrifying pit dozens of meters deep and over a kilometer in diameter, with edges still emitting smoke and heat. At the bottom lay molten glass-like substances and charred soil. Everything seemed to have come to an end. Konan's figure had appeared on a relatively intact rock at the edge of the pit, though she was unaware of when she had arrived. She knelt on one knee, gasping heavily, her face pale as paper, chakra consumption clearly reaching its limit, making even maintaining her paper wings a struggle. Her gaze was fixed on the center of the pit, the absolute annihilation zone where survival was theoretically impossible. Yet, space rippled once more, producing a familiar heart-stopping tremor. Just 3 meters behind Konan, the air twisted and rotated, and that figure wearing an orange spiral mask and a black robe with red clouds stepped forth, as if crossing over from another world, perfectly intact. Not even the corners of his clothing were damaged, and the Sharingan behind the mask remained indifferent, as if the apocalyptic 10-minute explosion was but an inconsequential dream. How is this possible? Konan's pupils suddenly constricted to pinpricks, disbelief and horror etched on her face for the first time. Her final gambit, her Allen attack, had failed. Regrettable. Obito's voice remained calm, even carrying a hint of regret. Your preparations were thorough and your determination is commendable. However, in the face of Izanagi, all of it is meaningless. Izanagi. Konan clearly had never heard of this forbidden technique. The ultimate illusion technique of the Uchiha. At the cost of permanently blinding one Sharingan, it transforms the damage inflicted upon the user, including death, into a dream for the duration of the technique, thereby evading all unfavorable realities. Obito slowly raised his right hand, his arm beginning to turn wooden, extending sharp wooden spikes. A 10-minute explosion is indeed impressive. But in the dream covered by Izanagi, it never happened. As he finished speaking, his wooden right hand suddenly thrust forward. Thud. The wooden spike easily pierced through Konan's chest, protruding from her back. Blood instantly dyed her robe red, staining the hideous wooden spike. Konan's body trembled violently, blood surging uncontrollably from her mouth. She struggled to lower her head, looking at the wooden spike that pierced her chest, then raised her gaze to the nearby mask, her light orange pupils filled with anger, unwillingness, despair, ultimately transforming into profound fatigue and relief. Nagato. Yahiko. I'm sorry. she whispered with her last bit of strength, the light in her eyes fading rapidly. Obito withdrew the wooden spike. Conan's body softly tilted forward, but before touching the ground she completely transformed into countless white blood-stained paper pieces like the last silent snow of winter fluttering down to the edges of the scorching pit, only to be gradually soaked by the subsequent cold rain, merging with the mud. The paper flowers among her blue hair finally fell, shattering. The rain fell heavier, as if trying to cleanse the remnants of what had just occurred on this land, yet it only spread the bloodstains, making the mud deeper. In the water tower 5 miles away, Hydrangea's right hand instinctively clenched into a fist at her side, her knuckles turning slightly white from the effort. In the shared vision, the scene of Conan dispersing into paper pieces was vividly etched in her mind. The memory of the gentle yet profoundly meaningful Conan she entrusted with Nsrank's mission, the angel who was cold and persistent, ultimately burning everything to uphold her companions, while at this moment all transformed into blood-stained paper scraps drifting in the rain. A complex emotion surged within her chest. There was a silent mourning for the tragedy, a stern acknowledgement of Obito's power, and a slight ripple of self-reproach for her own inaction. But in the next moment these emotions were forcibly suppressed, analyzed, and sealed away by an even colder, more rational thought. Impulsiveness is meaningless. Sentimentality is worthless. She told herself, her voice echoing clearly in the emptiness of the water tower. Acting now would be the most foolish choice. The reasons are as clear as a blade when the timing is wrong. Obito had just used his Izanagi to evade a fatal attack. Although he lost one Sharingan, he was in a heightened state of alertness, and his perception of the surrounding environment, especially the spatio-temporal fluctuations, would be at its peak. A sudden assault at this moment would have a very low success rate. The target is unclear. Where is Nagato's corpse and Rinnegan? Has Conan hidden it elsewhere? This was another important target she was tracking, and she could not carelessly attack Obito and alert him, or lose the lead. 3. The disparity in strength. Having witnessed the strangeness of Izanagi and Obito's composure, she had a clearer understanding of the gap between her current strength and his. This was not a chasm that could be bridged by blood and surprise attacks. Her hunting plan must be based on more precise calculations, more adequate preparations, and more crucial timing. I am not a hero, not an avenger, nor a savior. She slowly loosened her fist, her fingertips slightly numb from her earlier grip. I am an observer, a researcher. Hunter. The most important quality of a hunter is patience. She closed her eyes, severing the visual link with Night Owl to avoid detection by any extraordinary perception Obito might possess. Instead, she focused all her mental energy on Shadow and another summoning beast of the rockworm type that she had previously placed deeper underground, where there were almost no chakra fluctuations. These two summoning beasts, one gliding through the nearby underground pipeline network and the other lurking deeper in the rock layers, would listen and feel Obito's next movements through the tiniest vibrations and residual chakra from the ground. She did not leave the water tower, nor did she change her posture. Like the most patient spider, she stayed at the center of her web, sensing every faint vibration in the air. She was waiting. Waiting for Obito to leave or for him to retrieve the Rinnegan. The rain pounded on the water tower, also striking the newly formed barren ground that had buried the angel. Rain mixed with ashes and paper scraps flowed into a murky stream. And the net to hunt the god quietly spread in the silent rain and deep underground, waiting for the prey to truly let their guard down, or the moment they stepped into the trap. Calmness at times is a more powerful weapon than anger. And observation is the hunter's most lethal patience. Rain tapped a monotonous rhythm upon the rusting canopy of the water tower. Xianghua sat cross-legged in the shadow, her right eye closed, every thread of her mind absorbed in parsing the faint subterranean tremors carried by Qianying and Yeshia. She could hear the heavy footfalls at the rim of the scorched crater in the distance, advancing, hesitating as if searching. Then the steps receded, heading roughly northeast toward Yuying village. Daitu had left. He had not found the reincarnation eye where it lay, as she suspected Xiao Nan had hidden it elsewhere. He was moving to another site, or perhaps he already knew the eye's hiding place, and merely came to confirm Xiao Nan's death and clear any obstacles. Xianghua did not act at once. She remained concealed and trailed him at a distance through the summon beast network. At the same time, deep within her consciousness, like a precise multi-threaded processor, she began to retrieve, integrate, and finally fix upon the hunting plan she had rehearsed and refined across countless solitary days and nights. Target: Yiji Bo Daitu. Core problem: the intangibility of Shui. This was Daitu's most troublesome ability, and his greatest reliance. It allowed him to shift parts of his body into the Shui other space at will, evading all physical attacks and most ninjutsu. Without overcoming this, any assault would be futile. Solution concept exploit the shui space itself to strip away its advantage. The shui of the left and right eyes connect to the same other space. When Daitu uses his right eye to phase, he essentially transfers the struck portion of his body into the shui space. And with the left eye in my possession, a grim image of the dim stackstone shui space rose in her mind. I can actively enter that other space. I can even, inside it, interfere with the parts he shifts there or exert influence upon him in the external real world. The ideal battleground is within the shui space. Their spatial power is partially neutralized unless he immediately withdraws himself. Phasing loses its meaning. Victory comes down to raw strength tactics and information advantage. Entry method: proactively trigger the left eye shui and draw myself into the shui space. Risk the moment of entry may alert Daitu to a spatial anomaly. Once inside, if the fight cannot be ended swiftly, I may become trapped. Crucial weapon: emotional disruption. Huitu Zhuanxing Edo Tensei of Yi Yuan Lin. This was the plan's keystone, and its most uncertain element. It stemmed from a profound understanding of the plot. Yi Yuan Lin was the origin of all Daida's distortion and the core of his obsession. Her death was the direct spark that pushed him into darkness and towards the Moon Eye Project. Even after countless killings and conspiracies, Lin's weight in Daida's heart had never diminished. If anything, his obsession may have twisted and deepened it. Lin's appearance would be like a boulder thrown into a tranquil, or furious, lake. It could instantly shatter Daida's cold, precise combat mind, triggering violent emotional tremors and mental breaches. In that instant, his phasing would very likely open a gap, perhaps even be voluntarily undone. Obtaining Lin's DNA. This would not be easy. My maintained burial grounds for its fallen shinobi, especially heroes with names and reputations, and those sites enjoyed a degree of protection, but they were not impregnable. During her training, Xianghua had sent Qianing and Yexiao to observe Mui's outskirts for long stretches. She noticed that on certain memorial days, such as the grave rituals, shinobi would visit to pay respects. Yi Yuan Lin's gravestone was not classified at the highest secrecy level. She chose a rainy night. Using Qianing, she tunneled from deep below, bypassed weaknesses in Mui's perimeter barrier left from post-war reconstruction, and precisely reached beneath the cemetery. Then, employing Shigong's camouflage and the minuscule Weiguang, a bioluminescent insect with almost no chakra signature, she slipped through the tiniest fissures and collected the aged soil that had settled before the tombstone, a mix of earth and the faintest biological traces. It was a crude method, scarcely certain of success, but she required only a sliver of possibility, a medium that might carry Lin's chakra imprint if the grave had been tended for years. Back home, she put her sealing arts and chakra refinement techniques to work, combining notions of micro-DNA extraction from her past life with tedious separation, purification, and attunement. In the end, she confirmed a faint yet definite medium bearing a specific E-type chakra signature attributable to Yi Yuan Lin. Sufficient. Battle simulation. Ideal scenario. 1. Infiltration and tracking fixed Daida's location while maintaining a safe distance. 2. Timing. Choose moments when Daitu is relatively lax or when his attention must be concentrated, such as during conflict with a formidable opponent, the use of large-scale ninjutsu, or immediately after a battle. 3. Initiative at close enough range to ensure a surprise. Suddenly activate the left eye shui and attempt to pull myself and Daitu, or at least the battle's core, into the shui space. If that fails, fall back to the next option, enter alone and summon Lin within the space. 4. Trump card within the shui space. Summon Huitu Zhuanxing, Yi Yuan Lin. Lin's appearance would strike Daitu directly. 5. Opening when Daida's mind violently falters because of Lin. When phasing gaps appear or are voluntarily undone, launch the killing blow. Mode of attack. Embedded Fei Lei Shin coordinates premarked on Daitu or his clothing for a surprise teleportation strike. Shu Jian Cell augmented would release to bind Pierce coordinated summon beast suppression finishing strike if necessary. 6. Harvest if the target is not killed. Attempt to acquire Daida's tissue Sharingan samples and so forth. If killing is necessary, ensure total annihilation and address any Shenwai space hazards. Alternatives. If Lin's Huitu Zhuanxing fails or proves inadequate, deploy other emotionally potent information, references to Yuji Bo Madu, such as revelations about Yuji Ba's past, mentions of Kakashi, or the illusion of the Moon Eye plan, to disrupt him verbally. At the same time, prepare powerful spacetime disturbance seals based on partial understandings of Fei Lei Shin and Shinwei to briefly destabilize Shinwei's coherence. If entry to the shui space is impossible, operate in the real world with harassment, interference, and delay, using Fei Lei Shin's mobility and summon beasts to probe and exhaust, seeking chances to employ the left eye for localized spatial disruption, for example interfering with the phasing of particular limbs to create openings. Retreat plan regardless of success. If the battle turns against her or exceeds control, immediately withdraw via prearranged distant phylation coordinates. Ensuring her own safety was always the first priority. The plan was a rational framework, but against an opponent of Daida's caliber variables were countless. Xianghua knew this well. She had accounted for every calculable factor. What remained was execution and improvisation. Memory fragment Huitu Zhuanxing, Yi Yuan Lin. This occurred after she had successfully grafted Zhu Jian cells and before returning to Yuying in a remote hidden mountain cave. The offering was a renegade shinobi caught at the border of the land of grass, hands stained with the blood of innocence, and brought under genjutsu control. It was not a pleasant choice, but the rules of Huitu Zhuanxing demanded a living sacrificial vessel. Xianghua justified it as a necessary cost and as spare harm to others, yet a cold discomfort lingered at her core. She could only ensure the process was as swift and painless as possible, and after the right guide the renegade's soul with care based on her understanding of Huitu Zhuanxing, she added simple soul-soothing runes. The complex formation flared within the cave. Xianghua performed the long arcane seals. A chill chakra pervaded. The renegade convulsed at the formation's center as dust gathered and reshaped into a form. When the light faded, a figure stood within the circle. Shoulder-length brown hair, a delicate face, violet eyes glazed with the bewilderment and faint terror of one newly awakened. She wore the Konohagakure chūnin vest of her life and a Mai forehead protector. This was Yi Yuan Lin, returned to the world in the 16-year-old guise she had at death. Where am I? Lin's gaze was scattered. She looked down at hands formed of dust yet identical to those she once had, then up at Xianghua outside the array, confusion and guarded caution in her expression. Wasn't I, you are. Xianghua kept a measured distance, her voice calm and stripped of any hostile aura. Yi Yuan Lin, forgive me for disturbing your rest in this manner. I am not your enemy, nor do I intend to bind your soul permanently. I have summoned you for one request, or rather I need your help to stop a man from descending further into error. Lin's brow tightened. She felt the absolute binding contract within her which unnerved her. Yet Xianghua's composed demeanor steadied her somewhat. Stop a person. Who? Yujibo Dai Tu. The name struck Lin like thunder. Her hollow eyes widened. Her body shuddered, her pupils constricted, and the color drained from her face instantaneously, even though the reanimated form had no true blood. Daitu, no Daitu, he on that mission already. She denied by reflex that mission was the end point of her memory. He did not die, Xianghua said slowly, watching Lin's reactions. He survived, witnessed your death, and from that he was driven onto a wholly different path. His heart filled with hatred and despair toward the world, he devised a scheme called the Moon Eye to craft an endless illusion in which everyone would be falsely happy. To that end he ignited countless wars, tragedies, and deaths, including your revered teacher Bo Feng Shui Men and his wife Xuanwejio Xin Nai, and innumerable innocents. Lin reeled as if struck by lightning, staggered back, pressing her hands to her mouth, her violet eyes flooded with disbelief, anguish, and a deep piercing sorrow. No, how could this be, Daitu? He was so kind. He would sacrifice himself to protect comrades. The Moon Eye, a false world. She murmured, the boy she remembered colliding violently with the conspirator Xianghua described, leaving her bereft. His kindness was twisted by brutal reality, Lin. Xianghua said, her tone still steady but with a scarcely perceptible sigh. He could not accept your death nor a world of war and sacrifice. He chose an extreme destructive route to create the peace he imagined. He was wrong. False happiness that erases real possibility is nothing you Kakashi or teacher Shui Men would ever have wanted. Lin fell silent, tears, made of dust yet utterly real, traced down from the corners of her eyes. Through the dust she seemed to see the clumsy, always late boy who boasted yet treasured comrades above all, to glimpse the suffering and transformation he might have endured and the further tears and blood his path would cause. After a long while she raised her head, wiped away the tears, and her gaze hardened despite lingering sorrow. What do you want me to do? I need you to appear at the crucial moment and face Daitu. Your presence alone will be his greatest shock. I need you with your words and your true soul to awaken whatever genuine Yujibo Daitu may still sleep within him. At the very least to unsettle him, to force a flaw. Xianghua admitted. It is cruel, to you and to him. But I cannot find a better method to deal a decisive blow in short order against a strong man wielding that uncanny power. This may be the only chance to make him pause, perhaps to look back. Lin fell silent again, staring at her dust-formed hands as though seeing some distant place beyond them. At last she nodded slowly. I understand. Her voice was soft yet resolute. If Daitu truly has become what you describe, if my appearance even by a slender hope can make him awaken from that wrong dream or prevent further harm, I will do it. She looked up at Xianghua with a clear, mournful gaze. Promise me if you can, do not kill him. At least, give him a chance to choose. Xianghua looked at her then nodded after a moment. I cannot promise an outcome. Battle changes in an instant. But I will treat your wish as a tactical factor. Provided we first have the means to make him stop and listen. Lin said nothing further, only inclined her head. Xianghua then released the Huitu Zhuanqing. Lin's soul, heavy with complex thought, returned to the Pure Land. But the contract and the summoning coordinates had been established. Calm before battle. Within the water towers, Xianghua slowly opened her right eye. The rain beyond seemed to have softened, yet the sky had grown darker, as if gathering for a greater storm. She began a silent inventory. Left eye beneath the bandage, the left Kamui Sharingan hummed faintly, maintaining a steady link to that gray other space. It was Kia trap and the final battlefield. Failation 3 coordinates on her person, 5 on her tools, and 5 hidden markers arranged around Ying village were all palpable in her mind. Teleportation trajectories replayed endlessly in her head. Zhu Jian cells, the budding mark on her right arm, pulsed steadily, abundant vitality, and chakra flowed within the seed of wood release, ready to sprout. Summoning scrolls Ian Yeshia Qianing Shogun Huin, and many auxiliary contract beasts, each with a role forming her eyes, ears, hands, feet, and shield. Knowledge, the secrets of the sealing tomes, the Huitu Zhuanqing contract, foreknowledge of the plot, a researcher's calm analytical projection. All of it fitted together like precise components into a weapon called the Hunt. The weapon's target was a god, and the wielder was a soul from another realm, a body once used as material, a researcher intent on seeing the world as it truly was. If I fail, everything returns to zero, she thought calmly. Death or something worse. All research preparation, struggle, and perseverance would be erased. Yet it must be done. Not solely to obtain Daitu as the ultimate specimen, not solely to validate her plan and power, nor merely to rebel against a world that once treated her as raw material. But because Daitu and his Moonlight plan were among the darkest shadows looming over the future of the shinobi world. If she wished to study the world freely, to escape the fate of a pawn, to own the right to choose the future, that shadow must be dispelled, or at least torn open. She took from her bosom the small sealed capsule she had brought back from the My Cemetery, which held the minute medium containing Yi Yuan Lin's trace, and held it gently in her palm. Its touch was icy. Soon, she murmured, whether to herself, to the Lin she would summon again, or to the obsessive candidate for godhood stalking the rain in search of the reincarnation, she did not say. Outside the tower, the last thread of daylight was swallowed by heavy clouds. Night fell and the rain thinned to a hush, as if the world itself held its breath for the coming hunt that would unfold between reality and the seam of the other space. The storm's eye had already formed, the hunter was about to step into it. The rain has stopped. Yet, in the northeastern direction of Yinin village, deep within a cave hidden behind a cliff waterfall, the atmosphere is heavier and more viscous than the most violent thunderstorm night. The purple sunflower clings like the deepest shadow, resting in the natural shadow of a stone pillar above the cave entrance. Her right eye is slightly closed, and all her perceptions are shared through the guarding palace with its simulated color vision, as well as the echo capturing the subtlest vibrations of air and rock walls, locking onto the figure that has just stepped into the cave. Uchiha Obito. He has indeed found this place. The curtain of water behind the waterfall cannot obstruct him. He solidifies within the cave as if passing through a layer of air. The cave is not large, with a crude stone platform at its center where Nagato's corpse lies quietly covered with a waterproof oilcloth. Most striking are Nagato's purple eyes, devoid of any brilliance yet still retaining strange ripples reflecting faint light under the dim daylight seeping through the crevices of the cave. Obito approaches the stone platform, silently gazing for a moment. The mask obscures his expression, but the mix of greed, urgency, and a hint of indescribable complex emotions can still be sensed faintly by the purple sunflower even from a distance. He does not delay. Raising his right hand, fingers spread, he aims at Nagato's corpse, particularly at those eyes. The Sharingan in his right eye begins to spin behind the mask's hole, and ripples of space ripple out before his palm. Now is the time. At the moment Obito activates his Kamui, preparing to draw Nagato's corpse into another space, the purple sunflower also makes her move. She is neither attacking nor attempting to intercept. She similarly raises her left hand, fingers spread, aiming at Obito and the entrance to the Kamui space he is about to open. A cold and familiar burning sensation erupts violently beneath the bandage on her left eye. In her vision centered around Obito, and the rippling space before him, the colors and lines of the world begin to distort, stretch, and rotate. She is not absorbing Obito, nor is she absorbing Nagato's corpse, rather she is pulling herself along with the small area of space influenced by Obito's right eye towards that shared coordinate. This is an extremely risky and nearly insane usage. She is not simply entering the Kamui space, she is attempting to hitch a ride, aiming to forcibly intervene and synchronize her space jump at the moment Obito opens the portal thanks to the shared sensory from her left eye and her precise locking of space. Buzz. The most intense and chaotic sensation of spatial distortion envelopes the purple sunflower in an instant. She feels as if her body has been thrown into a high-speed spinning kaleidoscope made of countless mirror shards, every cell being torn apart, restructured, and torn again. The intense dizziness and nausea nearly cause her to lose consciousness, while a piercing pain radiates from her left eye as if it is about to explode. But she succeeded. The next second the dizzying sensation suddenly vanishes. A solid, cold, and slightly rough texture is felt beneath her feet. The air is filled with an eternal dead gray light, along with an indescribable sense of the weight of space itself. The purple sunflower stumbles a step, quickly stabilizing her form, her lungs burning with pain, the sharp pain in her left eye still persisting, her vision clouded with double images and blood. But she immediately lifts her head, her right eye's pupil instantly contracts, entering a state of utmost vigilance. Kamui space. Dim, boundless, with countless large and small floating cubic stones resembling frozen celestial bodies suspended in every direction. There is no sky, no earth, only endless gray and cold stones. The geometric structure of space defies logic, instinctively causing one to feel disoriented and insignificant. And about 20 meters in front of her, on a massive mountain-like floating platform, Uchiha Obito has just completed his materialization. He maintains a kneeling posture, one hand seemingly still holding the absorption action, but the stone platform before him is empty. The corpse of Nagato has not been successfully drawn in. Clearly the purple sunflower's forcible intervention disrupted that process. Obito slowly turns his head as if he were a rusty machine. His gaze penetrates through the holes of the spiral mask, landing on this unexpected guest. At first his look is cold and questioning, then it shifts to a fleeting surprise, and when his gaze sweeps over the bandage wrapped around the purple sunflower's face stained with a hint of blood, especially sensing the faint spatial fluctuations emanating from beneath that bandage that are similar yet subtly different from his right eye. "It's you." Obito's voice rings out, no longer carrying the deliberately bland or disguised tone he had with Conan, but a true cold sound as if chiseled from a millennium of ice, each word laced with biting cold and a hint of offended rage. "The rat that sneaked into my kitchen. Land of iron, flying thunder god." He slowly stands up, his movements fluid and full of oppression, his single eye firmly fixed on the purple sunflower. "You stole Kakashi's eyes." It's not a question, it's a statement. He recognizes her. Recognizing this eye, recognizing who this eye belongs to, also recognizing that this purple-haired girl before him is the one who previously snatched Yamato right under his nose using Flying Thunder God and left behind traces of provocation. The purple sunflower does not respond. Any words at this moment seem superfluous and dangerous. Her right eye calmly observes every subtle movement of Obito's body, estimating distance, angles, and every possible way he might launch an attack. Simultaneously, her left hand has quietly lowered fingertips, touching a specially made scroll hidden in her sleeve. "Return the eyes and then die." Obito's voice is flat, but the cold, killing intent spreads like a tangible cold wave, instantly enveloping the entire platform, causing even the surrounding floating debris to tremble slightly. What responds to him is the complex and intricate hand seals completed in an instant by the purple sunflower. Her hands become afterimages, the hand seals ancient, obscure, carrying a chilling chakra fluctuation that sends shivers down the spine. This is certainly not the initiation of a typical ninjutsu. Obito's pupils suddenly contract. Although he is unsure of what the opponent is about to cast, the nature of this chakra and the intricacy of the hand seals instinctively evoke a sense of extreme danger. He focuses his right eye sharply, ripples of space instantly spread around the purple sunflower. He wants to draw this woman along with the technique she is casting deep into the Kamui space, or simply crush her. But the purple sunflower's technique completes a step ahead of his ethereal activation. Forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation. With her clear and resolute shout, a massive array of intricate runes suddenly unfolds around her on the gray stone platform. Chilling chakra surges into the sky, swirling up clouds of dust. In the center of the array, a blurred figure rapidly condenses and takes shape amidst the dust. Obito's attack is delayed as the ripples of space touch the edge of the array's light. They are slightly repelled and disturbed by the strong soul-summoning in release chakra. He lets out a muffled grunt, a slight sting in his right eye, the ethereal state forcibly interrupted for a moment. And in this moment the dust settles. A petite figure with shoulder-length brown hair dressed in the Konoha chūnin vest and wearing a forehead protector clearly appears at the center of the array in front of the purple sunflower. She slightly lowers her head, seeming a bit dazed, slowly raising her face. Her purple clear eyes filled with the confusion of having just been awakened and a hint of fright reflect in Obito's violently trembling Sharingan behind the mask hole. Time seems to stretch infinitely and freeze at this moment. The eternal gray light of Kamui space seems to dim for an instant. Obito's entire being feels as though struck heated by the most violent lightning release, suddenly stiffening. He maintains the half-raised right hand poised to launch an attack, yet it seems to have turned into a stone statue. The mask obscures most of his face, but the Sharingan exposed to the outside has a pupil shrunk to a pinprick, the blood vessels in the whites of his eyes spreading at a visible pace, the eyeballs shaking violently, the three-tomo pattern within even momentarily blurring and becoming chaotic. The chakra within him, originally cold, dense, and oppressive, now surges violently like boiling water, chaotic even, exhibiting a hint of fragility. The space around him begins to produce unstable, subtle ripples of distortion. Lin. A dry, hoarse syllable seemingly squeezed out from a broken throat emerges from beneath the mask. So faint it is almost inaudible, yet it contains an overwhelming shock, joy, fear, and a deep-seated pain that could tear apart the soul. Yamanaka Rin also sees him. Her gaze first sweeps in confusion across this strange gray space, glancing toward the purple-haired girl standing ready at a distance, and finally landing on the figure clad in the peculiar orange spiral mask and wearing a black cloak with red clouds. Her gaze lingers at the hole in his mask as if trying to see the eyes behind it. Then her body gently trembles. Obito. Her voice is equally soft, trembling with disbelief, her purple eyes instantly clouded with tears. Is it you? This feeling? This chakra? Is it really you? You're not dead. Obito opens his mouth but cannot produce a complete sound. His raised right hand drops weakly, his body swaying imperceptibly. The breathing beneath the mask becomes rough and chaotic. Why? Rin takes a small step forward, tears finally streaming down her dust-covered cheeks, her voice filled with sorrow, confusion, and deep pain. You didn't die. Why didn't you return to Konoha? Why didn't you come to find us? Kakashi. He has always felt guilty. He thought you were dead. Kakashi. Obito repeats this name, his voice suddenly sharp and twisted, filled with bone-deep hatred and pain. He couldn't protect you. He washed you. It's not Kakashi's fault. Rin raises her voice, tears constantly rolling down. That was my own choice. I didn't want to become a tool that harms the village. Obito, look at yourself. Look at what you've become. This outfit. This mask. And the things you've done. I heard this lady mention it. The Eye of the Moon plan. Creating a false dream. Obito, this isn't you. The Obito I know is the one who dreamed of becoming Hokage, wanting to protect all his comrades forever, full of passion and hope. That Obito is dead. Obito roars suddenly, his voice hoarse and shattered, filled with endless madness and despair. The moment you were pierced through the chest by Kakashi's Raikiri, he was already buried along with those stones. This world is hell. It's false. Full of pain, betrayal, and meaningless sacrifices. Only the Eye of the Moon, only infinite Tsukuyomi can create a world with you in it. A dream that has no war, no parting forever. That's the falsehood. Rin shouts back, her voice filled with strength, deceiving everyone with illusions, erasing real emotions and possibilities. What kind of peace is that? What kind of world with me is that? It's merely a cage you created for yourself, escaping from reality. Obito, wake up. Look at me, I am real, my feelings are real, my concern for you is real. Don't go wrong any further. Their dialogue, each word dripping with sorrow, each sentence piercing the heart. The entire Kamui space seems to echo with this lament and questioning that transcends life and death and time. The purple sunflower stands quietly to the side, her right eye calmly observing everything. Obito's emotions fluctuate violently, his chakra extremely unstable, and his mental defenses drop to their lowest. Now is the time. She speaks up, her voice not loud, yet it clearly penetrates through the pervasive sadness and madness, carrying the cold, almost cruel analytical perspective of a researcher. Uchiha Obito, you repeatedly say that you want to create a world with Rin. But have you ever thought the Eye of the Moon you pursue, is it truly a world that Rin would recognize and find happiness in? Or are you simply unable to accept Rin's death, unable to accept this reality without Rin, so you are obsessively trying to erase this reality using an eternal dream that covers the whole world to numb yourself, to pretend that Rin is still here? What you love is ultimately Rin, the person, her soul, her will, her choices. Or is it merely the result of Rin still being alive, an illusion that allows you to avoid further suffering? Shut up. Obito lets out a beast-like roar, violently turning his head, his single eye erupting with terrifying killing intent and madness, glaring fiercely at the purple sunflower. What do you understand? You vile wretch who steals others' eyes and toys with the souls of the dead. You know nothing. I do not understand your twisted obsession. The purple sunflower does not retreat, meeting his gaze, her right eye icy. But I understand observation, I understand analysis. Your behavioral logic, your eye of the moon plan is essentially just a petulant child refusing to grow up, wanting to destroy the entire playground after losing their beloved toy. And Rin, she looks at the tear-streaked impure girl, she is not an excuse for you to escape reality, nor a reason for you to destroy the world. She is an independent individual with her own will and choices. Even in being resurrected in this manner, she is trying to awaken you, not to become a cover for your insane plan. I said, shut up. The last thread of rationality snaps. Obito completely goes berserk. He no longer pays attention to Rin, all his fury, madness, and the shame of being struck at his most painful spot transform into a desire for destruction against the purple sunflower. His right eye's Sharingan pattern spins wildly, space distorts violently, and he shoots towards the purple sunflower like a bullet, his right hand instantly becoming wood-like, transforming into a sharp, grotesque wooden spike aimed directly at her heart. The speed is at its peak. Flying Thunder God. The purple sunflower is already prepared. The moment Obito moves, her left hand has already formed, hand seals her figure, vanishing with a whoosh from the original spot, appearing atop a floating boulder on the other side of the platform, where she had secretly left a Flying Thunder God technique mark during her previous experiment. Would release insertion technique. After Obito misses his strike, he does not hesitate, sweeping his left hand, countless sharp wooden spikes raining down like a storm towards the new position of the purple sunflower, covering all possible escape routes. The purple sunflower does not teleport again, needing to conserve chakra. Her right eye's pupil slightly contracts, and her hands instantly press against the ground, summoning technique rock wall. Boom! A thick, peculiarly patterned rock wall rises from the ground in front of her, blocking most of the wooden spikes. But Obito's would release is astonishingly powerful, the wall instantly pierced with countless holes on the verge of collapse. Kamui. Obito's figure appears ghost-like beside the purple sunflower, his right hand reaching directly for her head, the space in his palm beginning to distort, trying to twist her head off and draw it into the other space. However, just as he is about to succeed, the purple sunflower suddenly turns her head, the bandage on her left eye having unknowingly loosened and fallen, revealing that scarlet shuriken pattern Sharingan. Her left eye meets Obito's right eye. Buzz. Two sources of spatial ocular power originating from the same source yet distinctly different collide violently at an extremely close distance. Centered around the two, the surrounding space emits a deafening ringing sound as if it couldn't bear the burden, like shattered glass. Countless fine black spatial cracks flash like a spider web in the air. The massive stone platform beneath their feet violently shakes, splitting open fissures. Obito's hand reaching for the purple sunflower's head suddenly freezes just an inch away from her temple. The distorted spatial vortex in his palm becomes extremely unstable, flickering in and out of existence, difficult to form. What astonishes him even more is that he feels a clear stagnation and interference in his right eye's control over the surrounding space. As if another entity of equal rank is vying for part of the authority of this space. Your eyes. Obito's voice beneath the mask is filled with an unprecedented shock and anger, not just implanted. You can use it to this extent. And you can even interfere with my Kamui. What responds to him is the cold gaze of the purple sunflower, and her counterattack, seizing this moment of opportunity. Her right hand has somehow covered itself with a layer of hardwood, fingers aligned, chakra condensing into a sharp wooden blade, fiercely stabbing towards Obito's ribcage, which is temporarily unable to fully etherealize due to casting Kamui. Would release sharp stake. Sizzle. The wooden blade pierces flesh with a muffled sound. Obito lets out a groan, a sharp pain radiating from his rib, blood instantly staining his robe. Although this injury is not fatal due to the Hashirama cells, the pain and the fact that his Kamui is being interfered with shock him with a mix of anger. He forcefully pushes the purple sunflower away, retreating quickly, his single eye locked fiercely on the purple sunflower's scarlet left eye, glancing once more at Rin, who is pale and anxiously shouting stop. From a distance, unable to approach the fury chaos, and a hint of vague unease in his heart intertwining into an even more violent killing intent. Very well. Very well. Obito's voice trembles slightly with anger. The thief who stole eyes toyed with souls and is poorly imitated would release. You have successfully enraged me. I will let you know the consequences of angering a god. He slowly stands upright, ignoring the wound on his rib, and begins to form hand seals. This time the hand seals are ancient and heavy, accompanied by an even larger, colder, and more obscure chakra fluctuation beginning to gather around him. In the Kamui space, those floating stones seem to be affected, starting to tremble slightly. The purple sunflower's pupils contract. She knows that Obito is about to get serious. Though the earlier psychological warfare and interference have achieved some effect, the true life and death struggle is only just beginning. She takes a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the burning pain and dizziness caused by the violent collision of ocular powers in her left eye, her right eye firmly locking onto Obito. The chakra within surges, the vitality brought by the Hashirama cells overflowing, the budding mark on her wrist faintly glowing. Beside her the summoning scroll silently falls and unfolds. The hunt in Kamui space has entered its bloodiest and cruelest phase. The dim gray other space becomes the only battlefield for two Sharingan, two spatial talent holders, and two individuals with deep-seated obsessions. And Yamanaka Rin can only stand at the edge of the battlefield, tears streaming down her face as she watches this desperate slaughter that began because of her, and perhaps will end because of her. The realm of Kamui has transformed into a hell where pure power and will collide. Obito has gone completely mad. After the initial shock and chaos, a more violent and reckless counterattack ensued. He no longer attempted to persuade Lin with words. Perhaps he himself understood that under the gaze of her sorrowful yet resolute purple eyes any justification would seem pale and powerless. He turned all his rage, despair, and the inner turmoil he was unwilling to acknowledge into a devastating assault on the purple flower. Fire release, violent storm dance. A massive wave of flames mixed with fierce wind blades swept toward the floating stone where the purple flower stood like a fire tornado. This was no longer a precise control but a large-scale violent clearing. The figure of the purple flower flickered, dodging between the pre-marked giant stones like the flying thunder god, narrowly avoiding the edges of the flames. The high temperature and wind pressure left her breathless with the scent of burning hair in the air. Yet her gaze remained calm, her right eye scanning rapidly, calculating the gaps in Obito's attacks and the patterns of chakra fluctuations. Would release hell's chaos. Without pausing, Obito slammed his hands onto the ground and dozens of thick, menacing spiked wooden dragons burst forth from the gray stone floor, lunging at the recently appeared purple flower from all directions. Summoning technique, rock shield fortress. The purple flower pressed one hand to the ground, causing white smoke to erupt, and several large, sturdy giant armadillos with hardened rock spikes on their backs appeared, connecting head to tail, instantly shielding her in the center and forming a temporary fortress. The wooden dragons crashed into the rock armor, producing a nauseating cracking sound. The stones shattered, but for now this wave of attacks was blocked. It's useless. In the presence of the divine, all defenses are meaningless. Obito roared, focusing his right eye once more. This time he no longer aimed to absorb the entire purple flower, but targeted the space around her for compression and distortion. He intended to reduce her along with those summoned beasts to powder in the spatial turmoil. The space began to emit a groan of being overwhelmed. The light around the purple flower bent oddly, the air thickened like glue, and immense pressure came from all sides, causing the rock armor to emit a wail of impending collapse. She felt her bones creaking, her lungs struggling to breathe. Yet at this moment her left eye erupted with unprecedented brilliance. The scarlet kaleidoscope pattern spun wildly, clashing with Obito's right eye from afar. Buzz! Another violent spatial clash occurred. Two opposing spatial forces originating from the same source collided fiercely around her, canceling each other out and annihilating. The invisible spatial compression was forcibly hindered and torn apart. Seizing the opportunity, the purple flower dispelled the summoning of the rock armor, her figure disappearing, once more reappearing at another flying thunder god coordinate, her face pale as paper, two streams of blood tears sliding down from the corner of her left eye. The intense consumption and backlash of her ocular power caused her vision to darken. Lin! Did you see that? Obito didn't immediately pursue. Instead he suddenly turned to the distant Lin, who was filled with anxiety. His voice was hoarse and broken, filled with a near-desperate accusation. This world is like this. It is filled with pain, slaughter, and endless struggles. I want to create a dream without these, a dream with you. Why are all of you trying to stop me? Why are you standing on her side too? Lin looked at Obito's crazed state, her tears long dried, leaving behind an unfathomable sadness. She slowly shook her head, her voice soft yet piercing through the remnants of battle reaching Obito's ears. Obito, I am not standing with anyone. I stand here in front of you simply to tell you that you are wrong. The Obito I know is the one who, even at the bottom, never gives up dreaming of becoming Hokage to protect everyone. He is the one who would be angry if his companions were hurt and would be happy for helping others. Look at who you are now, Obito. In your dream, besides the pain you want to escape and the me forcibly pulled into the dream, what else is there? Is there Kakashi? Is there Minato Sensei? Are there those in Konoha that you once wanted to protect? Your Eye of the Moon is just a cage built by you, a lonely prison trapping a false me. You've come far enough, Obito. Stop. Look at the real world. It may be cruel, but it also has sunshine, laughter, new bonds, and a future. Don't keep yourself trapped in the past, stuck in that ruin of only stones. Lin's words were like the gentlest of knives cutting through the madness and obsession that wrapped Obito's bloody heart. His breath beneath the mask grew heavy as the madness in his single eye was gradually replaced by a deeper, almost lifeless confusion and pain. The fluctuations of chakra around him became wildly chaotic. The blurred spatial ripples at the edges of his body flickered in and out, losing their stability. The purple flower keenly captured this flaw. Obito's mind had opened a massive fatal gap due to Lin's words. Now is the time. She suppressed the intense pain in her left eye and her weakened body, channeling the remaining chakra frantically into the cells of Hashirama. Her right arm instantly branched out and expanded into several thick wooden vines shooting out like a giant python from the gray stone beneath her feet, not directly attacking Obito, but wrapping around the edge of the floating stone platform he stood on, and several nearby smaller floating rocks. Would release forest binding. At the same time, her figure vanished once more. Obito was startled by the tremors beneath his feet and the fluctuations of chakra from wood release. Instantly snapping out of his daze, his right eye instinctively activated the phasing, causing his body to become blurred. However, the target of the purple flower's attack was never him. The wooden vines tightened suddenly, forcefully pulling and compressing the stones beneath him and around him. They formed a temporary irregular rocky prison. Although it couldn't trap his phasing self, it severely restricted and disrupted the stability of the space around him. Meanwhile, the purple flower's figure appeared directly above this temporary prison on a floating stone she had never marked but calculated the landing point for. Her right eye locked onto Obito below, who was somewhat sluggish and slightly solidified due to the interference of the space by wood release. Her left hand formed an extremely simple seal, but the chakra gathered at her fingertips carried a wave that was of the same origin as the Flying Thunder God, yet more subtle and ancient. This was not her own Flying Thunder God mark. This was a bold hypothesis, an attempt she made while researching the Flying Thunder God, combined with her memories of the plot, sensing the mark left on young Obito by the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze during the Night of the Nine Tails, a mark that had been almost completely concealed by time and Hashirama's cells, yet was extremely weak but never fully dissipated. She gambled on the fact that in the special environment of Kamui at the moment Obito's mind faltered, his phasing became unstable, and the surrounding space was disturbed by would release that dormant mark from over a decade ago might be briefly awakened by the similarly sourced chakra of the Flying Thunder God. Flying Thunder God guiding thunder coordinate resonance. She channeled all her spirit and that thread of special chakra fluctuation towards Obito's body below. In an instant, Obito's body shook violently. He felt a certain place on his lower back, a long-forgotten scar he thought had been completely assimilated and erased by Hashirama's cells, emit an extremely faint yet strikingly clear warmth and spatial pulling sensation. It was as if an invisible thread connected him with the purple-haired girl above. Is this Minato Sensei? Obito's face beneath the mask twisted with extreme shock, the phasing process forcibly interrupted for a moment by this sudden coordinate resonance from within his body. It was in this deadly instant. The figure of the purple flower appeared behind Obito like a phantom less than half a meter away from him. Not through spatial teleportation but by utilizing the briefly resonated mark activated by the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God, she accomplished an ultra-close, nearly face-to-face instant movement. Obito didn't even have time to fully turn around. The purple flower's right hand, covered in hardwood, was pointed like a blade, gathering almost all of the remaining chakra and the vitality of Hashirama's cells, transformed into the sharpest and most solid green wooden spike, piercing unimpeded into the location just behind Obito's heart, penetrating through his chest. Swoosh! The sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed clearly and sharply in the silent realm of Kamui. Time seemed to freeze once more. Obito's forward motion came to an abrupt halt. He lowered his head, unable to believe, as he looked at the bloodied green wooden spike protruding from his chest. Warm liquid trickled along the wood's texture, blooming small blood flowers on the gray stone floor. The chakra within him dissipated rapidly like a retreating tide. The kaleidoscope pattern in his right eye stopped spinning, its brilliance fading swiftly. The phasing state was completely lifted and his body returned to its full form. Ugh! Cough! Obito spat out a mouthful of blood, his body swaying, yet he did not immediately fall due to being pinned by the wooden spike. The purple flower released her grip, staggering back a few steps to create distance, breathing heavily, her right eye fixed intensely on Obito, while her left hand had already reached for her ninja tool pouch, prepared for any possible dying counterattack. Her left eye was bleeding continuously, her vision blurry, and the wooden transformation of her right arm was rapidly receding, leading to a weakening fatigue throughout her body, as if all her chakra had been drained, with strong exhaustion and dizziness hitting her in waves. But Obito did not retaliate. He slowly and laboriously attempted to turn his head, looking back at the one who dealt him a fatal blow, and further beyond. Snap! The orange spiral mask on his face suddenly cracked open a seam due to the tremors of his body, and some internal collapse then shattered like broken porcelain, falling piece by piece onto the gray stone floor, producing a crisp sound. Beneath the mask revealed a face reminiscent of the Obito that Kakashi remembered. The face of a reckless youth, starkly different. One side of his face remained unscathed, yet it was marked with deep traces of wind and frost and pain. His gaze was hollow and weary. The other half was covered with grotesque bark-like growths, a testament to the years when rocks crushed him and the cellular forces forcibly mended him. At this moment blood continuously oozed from the corner of his mouth, and life was swiftly fading away with the penetrating wound in his chest. His gaze passed over the purple sunflowers, finally resting on the brown-haired girl who had been standing far away since the battle began, tears streaming down her face, hands clasped to her chest as if in prayer. Wildflower Lin. Lin saw his true face beneath the mask, her pupils constricting violently, her expression vanishing in an instant, leaving only immense shock and deeper, heavier sorrow. She slowly approached Dai-Tu step by step. Her body, composed of impure earth, emitted a faint glow, her steps somewhat unsteady. "No. Don't come closer." Dai-Tu struggled to utter a few words, his voice weak and hoarse, filled with plea and profound shame. He did not wish to confront her in this ugly, disheveled, near-death state. But Lin did not stop. She knelt before Dai-Tu, ignoring the vigilant purple sunflowers nearby, gazing steadily into his one good eye, which was rapidly losing its luster. Her gaze held no disgust, no fear, only boundless sorrow and an almost compassionate tenderness. She extended a trembling hand made of dust, seemingly wanting to touch the grotesque scar on Dai-Tu's face, yet stopped just before contact, ultimately only brushing lightly and vacantly across his cheek. "Dai-Tu!" Lin's voice choked, tears flowing again, dripping onto his clothing, mingling with the blood. "You fool! Why? Why?" Dai-Tu looked at her, the last light in his single eye wavering violently, mixed with affection, regret, relief, and endless confusion. "Why would you? If my death caused you to become like this?" Lin's tears kept falling, but her voice was remarkably clear, each word striking Dai-Tu's heart like a hammer. "If my existence ultimately led you into darkness, your hands stained with the blood of the innocent, causing you such pain, transforming you into a form you cannot even recognize." She took a deep breath, as if exhausting all her strength, uttering the words buried in her heart for over a decade, spanning life and death. "Then I would rather we had never met." Dai-Tu's pupils suddenly widened to their limits. These words shattered the final barrier of obsession in his heart more thoroughly than the wooden stake in his chest, more than any attack. All his madness, all his plans, all the for Lin seemed so ridiculous in the face of these words, so one-sided, even sacrilegious. "But—" Lin's tears fell onto Dai-Tu's gradually cold face, her voice softening, carrying a final deep affection and farewell. "I met you, Dai-Tu. The time spent with you and Kakashi is the happiest memory of my brief life. I have never regretted it. So please do not continue to go wrong for my sake. Do not torment yourself any longer nor harm anyone else. Enough, Dai-Tu. You are already very tired. Rest now." As Lin's tender words fell, her body, reborn of impure earth, began to emit a soft, golden glow, the dust-formed body gradually dissolving into light particles from the edges. This was a sign that the technique was naturally unraveling due to the caster, the purple sunflower, running out of chakra and Lin's own strong will. Dai-Tu looked at Lin, who was becoming transparent and radiating a warm glow as all the madness, pain, and obsession in his single eye. Everything retreated like a tide, leaving only a bottomless weariness and a hint of strange calm. He seemed to see once again that clumsy underachiever who always arrived late, loved to boast, yet would silently offer him medicine after training, saw the boy who vowed in front of the memorial stone to become Hokage and protect his companions, saw Lin's warm smile, saw Kakashi's helpless half-moon eye. It turned out, what he truly wanted was perhaps not that illusory dream with Lin, but merely the chance to say sorry to her, to tell Kakashi, "That was not your fault." And then like a hero walk calmly towards the end in their gaze. He slightly moved his lips as if wanting to say something, but ultimately it turned into a barely audible satisfied sigh. He slowly and completely closed his eyes. The corners of his mouth seemed to pull upward with great difficulty, forming an imperceptible arc of relief. Meanwhile, Lin's figure completely transformed into countless golden light particles like fireflies swimming against the current, gracefully ascending towards the dark endless sky of the space of Kamui, ultimately vanishing and returning to that eternal Pure Land. On the platform, only the corpse of Uchiha Dai-2, pierced by the wooden stake and already devoid of life, remained, along with Nagato's body quietly lying on the cold stone nearby. The purple sunflower stood still, looking at Dai-2's serene, perhaps features, then glancing at the direction Lin had vanished. Finally her gaze returned to her blood-stained right hand. There was no joy in victory, no excitement from obtaining precious samples, only a heavy weariness that surged from the depths of her soul, almost overwhelming her. The sharp pain in her left eye, the depletion of chakra, the injuries to her body, the exhaustion of her spirit, all erupted at this moment. She swayed, barely stabilizing her form, refusing to fall. She silently approached Dai-2's body, squatted down, and with a trembling yet steady hand closed his unblinking right eye. Then she took out a specially made sterilized chakra scalpel. Her movements were precise and swift. She removed Dai-2's right eye, the kaleidoscope Sharingan that belonged to Uchiha Dai-2 himself, connected to the space of Kamui, carefully placing it into a pre-prepared sealing container filled with special nutrients. Next she approached Nagato's corpse, gazing at the pair of Rinnegan that still emitted mysterious ripples even in death, pausing in silence for a moment. Ultimately she took that pair of eyes as well, placing them into another container. She also properly stored Nagato's body with a sealing scroll. After completing all this, she wearily sat down on the ground, leaning against the cold giant stone. She raised her bloody, blurry left eye, looking again at the container holding Dai-2's right eye. Then she made a decision. After resting for a long time and recovering a bit of chakra, she began another surgery. Carefully extracting her own left eye, the Kamui, from Kakashi and preserving it. Then she implanted Dai-2's original right eye of Kamui into her left eye socket. The sharp pain struck again, but this time it was accompanied by a completely different, seamless sensation, as if this key had finally been inserted back into its original lock. The vague rejection and sluggishness experienced during the right eye transplant completely vanished, replaced by an unparalleled harmony and clarity of control. She could feel her perception of the space of Kamui had instantly increased several times. Every subtle fluctuation of space, every trajectory of the massive stones, even certain rules of this space became clear and tangible. The activation of the intangibility became effortless, with a mere thought smoother, and it seemed the consumption had also decreased. Moreover, the left eye's adeptness in long-range extraction and space tearing could also be driven more efficiently by this right eye. The dual eyes of Kamui achieved preliminary synchronization within the same individual. But this did not bring about a euphoric rush of power, only a deeper, heavier sensation, as if bearing some burden. She slowly stood up, rewrapping her eyes with new bandages, still not accustomed to the dual Mangekyo vision. Then she also sealed Dai-2's body away with a sealing scroll. Finally she glanced at this dim space that had experienced fierce battles and now returned to silence. It was time to leave. With a slight thought, her new right eye of Kamui warmed slightly and a stable spatial vortex unfolded before her, connecting to the real coordinates of the outside world. She did not look back, stepping into the vortex. Behind her the space of Kamui silently closed, sealing away all traces of battle, blood-shattered mask fragments, and the heavy burdens of death and farewell within eternal darkness and silence. In the real world, on an unnamed cliff at the border of the land of rain, the rain had completely ceased, the dark clouds dispersed, revealing a pale moon. The figure of the purple sunflower appeared under the moonlight. She unraveled the blood-stained bandages, revealing a pair of intact but temporarily closed eyes. The night wind blew through her hair, soiled with blood and dust, carrying the chill of late autumn. Before her lay 3 sealing scrolls. One contained Nagato's body, another held the corpse of Uchiha Dai-2, and the last housed Kakashi's left eye of Kamui along with that pair of Rinnegan. She stood quietly for a long time, exhaling a breath tinged with the smell of blood into the cold moonlight. The plan to hunt God succeeded. Yet within her heart there was no glory of victory, only a cold, heavy void coupled with a clearer yet more severe understanding of the path ahead. The core executor of the Eye of the Moon plan was dead, but the true darkness may have only begun to reveal its iceberg tip. And her research, her path would also head towards an even more unknown and dangerous direction after being tainted with the blood of God. Deep within the cave the sound of dripping water was the only background noise. Ziyonghua stood silently before the body of Obito, gazing for a moment. This face, which had once stirred countless storms of blood and carried endless pain and obsession, now possessed only the stillness of death and a hint of the strange relief she had bestowed upon it with her own hands. She diverted her gaze and began her work. Her movements were swift as she peeled away the blood-stained black robe adorned with red clouds which represented a certain identity. The clothing was too loose for her, Ziyonghua, but she did not need it to fit perfectly, it merely needed to appear so. She mixed clean water with chakra, carefully washing away the most obvious blood stains from the clothing, and then used wind release to dry it cautiously. Next came the shattered orange spiral mask. The fragments were collected and she used a special chakra gel that combined adhesion and solidification to restore it piece by piece. The fine cracks on the mask could not be completely eliminated, instead adding a touch of realism that spoke of the hardships and battles endured. Then came the transformation of herself. She stood before a small water mirror formed by the dripping water above, hands forming seals. Transformation technique, morphological reconstruction. This was not an ordinary transformation technique easily discernible by sensory-type ninjas or ocular jutsu. This technique combined the physical adjustment ability brought by the Hashirama cell's precise control over chakra and the morphing skills learned from forbidden techniques related to the Book of Seals, resulting in a high-level disguise that nearly altered her physical form. Her bones emitted slight tooth-aching friction sounds as her muscles and fascia stretched and adjusted under the guidance of chakra. Her height increased by nearly 10 centimeters, her shoulders broadened, and her entire skeletal outline began to resemble the Obito she remembered, primarily based on observations under the mask and data from the corpse. Although she could not achieve complete consistency under the loose clothing and mask, she could easily pass for him. The subtle adjustments to her face took more effort, but she did not need to alter Ziyonghua's essential appearance. She only needed to make slight adjustments in the limited, possibly exposed areas of her face, such as the jawline, and ensure the mimicry of his gaze and temperament. Finally, she donned the repaired orange spiral mask. The cold touch pressed against her face, obscuring most of her side vision, leaving only 2 holes directly in front. She slowly lifted her head and looked at the water mirror. The reflection no longer showed the purple-haired, purple-eyed Ziyonghua, whose face carried the innocence of a girl and the calm demeanor of a researcher. Instead, it revealed a slightly thin figure, though concealed by clothing, exuding a gloomy silence imbued with a faint sense of heavy pressure, a member of Akatsuki wearing a spiral mask. Uchiha Obito. Or within the Akatsuki organization, the more commonly used name, Akai, along with the even older and more terrifying name he had assumed. From today onwards, a low, hoarse voice deliberately mimicking Obito's usual tone, a mix of indifference and a barely perceptible fatigue, emanated from beneath the mask, echoing in the cave, "I am now Uchiha Madara." The voice created subtle echoes in the cave, as if confirming this new dangerous identity. Somewhere deeper and more concealed in the land of rain. This was one of the nodes where the white Setsu often gathered and received orders. The air was thick with a faint spore scent and the damp smell of earth. As the figure of Uchiha Obito emerged from the distorted spatial ripples, several white Setsu, who were either sitting or lying in various forms, simultaneously raised their heads, regarding Obito with their uniformly curious and somewhat dazed expressions. "Our Lord Obito has returned," one white Setsu said cheerfully, but their round eyes scrutinized Obito closely, especially pausing at the area of his clothing on the chest, which, although treated, still showed signs of damage and dark stains. "Has the mission been completed?" another white Setsu asked, tilting its head. Obito did not answer immediately, merely scanning the area with the calm and indifferent right eye that peeked through the mask's hole, then walked over to a higher stone platform and sat down, exuding a deliberate air of detachment and fatigue befitting in upper echelons. "The eyes of Nagato have been retrieved." He spoke, his voice deliberately lowered and hoarse. "Konan is dead." "Oh." As expected of Lord Obito. The white Setsu exclaimed, their admiration somewhat ambiguous. However, the first one to speak floated a few steps forward, getting closer, its round eyes almost touching Obito's mask. "However, Lord Obito," it said in a still cheerful tone, but the words made Ziyonghua's heart tighten slightly beneath the mask. "Your aura feels a bit different from before." It seemed fresher somehow. And the fluctuations of chakra also had subtle differences. Was it due to an overly intense battle? Or did something else arise with the Hashirama cells? Sure enough, it was coming. As creations of yin-yang release, white Setsu were extremely sensitive to chakra and life force. Though she tried her best to imitate him, the differences in her soul's essence, chakra's root, merged with Hashirama cells' Kamui and Ziyonghua's innate talent, and even her physical foundation, despite adjustments, could not be entirely concealed. Especially for the white Setsu familiar with Obito's chakra fluctuations. Ziyamhua playing Obito instantly flashed through several countermeasures in her mind, ultimately choosing the response that best aligned with the Uchiha Obito persona. He slowly turned his head, the right eye behind the mask's hole narrowing slightly. A cold, clearly displeased chakra pressure spread out like a tangible force, locking onto the white setsu that had gotten too close. The fusion of Hashirama cells has led to some new changes. His voice grew colder, tinged with impatience at being offended. What's the matter? Do you have an issue with my condition? The air instantly grew tense. The other white setsu immediately fell silent, curiously looking this way. The one that had gotten too close visibly stiffened, a hint of human-like confusion and retreat flashing in its round eyes. In its perception and common sense, Lord Obito often displayed fluctuations in condition due to overuse of Hashirama cells Sharingan, or simply due to being in a bad mood with his temperament swinging unpredictably. Directly questioning him, especially right after he had just completed an important mission that likely exhausted him, did not seem wise. No opinions. The white setsu quickly floated a bit further away, its tone returning to that carefree cheerfulness. I was just concerned about Lord Obito. After all, the plan still relies on you to advance it. How is the adaptation to the new eyes going? Do we need to investigate the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails near Konoha? The crisis was temporarily averted. Ziyamhua sighed in relief within, but her vigilance did not diminish in the slightest. She knew this was just the beginning. White setsu might be easy to fool, but another existence. The eyes need time to adapt. Obito stated in an irrefutable tone, continue monitoring the Ninetails Jinchuriki according to the original plan, but do not alert them. The results of the Kage Summit, the attitudes of the Cloud and Rock villages, and the progress of Konoha's reconstruction are the intelligence we need to prioritize. Understood. The white setsu responded in unison, then transformed into puddles of white soft, mud-like substance merging into the ground or surrounding rock walls, vanishing from sight to carry out the orders. The underground space returned to silence. Obito sat quietly on the stone platform, seeming to meditate, but in reality she was rapidly sorting through information obtained from the fragments of memories cautiously read from Obito's brain, mainly key information from recent events and parts related to White Setsu and the Akatsuki organization, and trying to understand the faint connection between herself in the guise of Obito and the surrounding White Setsu network, which was based on the Outer Path and Rinnegan contract. She could sense that she as Obito held near absolute command over these White Setsu creations. They were her new eyes and ears as well as potential monitors for danger. At that moment the shadow beneath her feet began to move without warning, writhing and elongating as if it possessed life, ultimately coalescing into a pitch-black ink-like humanoid silhouette with only a pair of yellow pupils. Kurozetsu. Obito Kurozetsu's voice was deep and hoarse, carrying an inhuman quality. It tilted its head up, looking at the figure on the stone platform. How is the plan progressing? The Rinnegan is in hand and the unstable factor of Konin has been eliminated. Next it's time to accelerate the hunt for the tailed beasts, especially the Nine Tails. The Jinchuriki is in Konoha and we need a more thorough plan. Here it comes. The true test. Ziyamhua controlled her heartbeat and chakra flow, mimicking the usual attitude of Obito towards Kurozetsu, a complex emotion mixed with utility wariness and the necessity of cooperation, outwardly presenting as dominance and indifference. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Obito replied blandly, her gaze piercing through the mask's hole, locking with Kurozetsu's yellow pupils, showing not a hint of avoidance. The capture of the tailed beasts requires timing. The Kage Summit has just concluded and the structure of the Ninja Alliance is emerging. Rash actions will hasten their unity. The Eight Tails and Nine Tails are our final targets and the hardest to tackle. We need more suitable pawns and a more perfect stage. Her words were half from Obito's original plans and half her own analysis based on the current situation. They were in line with Uchiha Madaro's Obito's disguise cunning without deviating from Kurozetsu's expected direction of the Eye of the Moon. Kurozetsu quietly looked at her for a few seconds. There were no emotional fluctuations in those yellow pupils, but Ziyamhua could feel an extremely subtle cold perceptiveness, like the finest tendrils attempting to probe her chakra and soul state. This was a probe countless times sharper than that of White Setsu. Ziyanghua's entire body tensed, the vitality brought by Hashirama cells deliberately suppressed to a steady state. The fluctuations of Kamui completely reined in, while on the soul level she relied on the researcher's strong mental control to simulate the obsessive, gloomy texture of the memories of Obito burdened with a heavy past. She even invoked a hint of the heavy obsession about Rin's death and infinite Tsukuyami that she had just acquired from the fragmented memories read and feelings during battle, mingling it at the edge of her thoughts as a smokescreen. A few seconds felt like centuries. In the end, Kurozetsu seemed not to have discovered any decisive flaw. It slowly lowered its gaze, its voice remaining calm and unperturbed. You are right, caution is necessary. The plan for the Eye of the Moon cannot afford any mistakes. Therefore you need to maintain the connection with the outer path. Additionally, the remnants of the Akatsuki organization also need to be reorganized and given orders. The deaths of Deidara and Sasori Kisami's loyalty, and the movements of that traitor Orochimaru. All of these need to be decided by you, Madara. I understand. Obito stood up, looking down at Kurozetsu with a hint of arrogance and unassailable authority belonging to Uchiha Madara. Do your part, Kurozetsu. Keep a close watch on those pawns, especially Uchiha Sasuke. His eyes are key to another part of the plan. As you wish. Kurozetsu's figure gradually sank into the shadows, disappearing, leaving behind a thought-provoking remark in the air. I hope your new state won't affect the subsequent execution of the plan. Obito. The underground space once again contained only Obito. Xianghua slowly sat back on the stone platform, a fine sweat already seeping from her brow beneath the mask. The brief encounter with Kurozetsu drained her spirit even more than her life-and-death struggle with Obito. It was a pervasive, chilling pressure, as if she were being watched by the most insidious of snakes. She knew that she had temporarily passed the first test. However, Kurozetsu's suspicion had not entirely dissipated. It was like the most patient hunter lurking in the shadows, waiting for her to show a flaw. I am indeed aware of your plan. She silently spoke to the direction Kurozetsu had vanished. Kagaya's third son, altering the Uchiha stone tablet, guiding the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura into conflict, planning for a millennium just to resurrect Mother Kurozetsu. But now sitting in this position is me. The Eye of the Moon plan. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Reviving the Otsutsuki Kagaya. No. From now on this is my plan. All the pawns, all the resources including you, Kurozetsu, will become my experimental subjects and tools for researching the ultimate mysteries of chakra and unraveling all the puzzles of this world. In the deep of night, at another temporary stronghold far from the White Zetsus lair, within a simple shielding barrier, Uchiha Obito, or rather the existence beneath the disguise, slowly removed the orange spiral mask from his face. Beneath the mask was the face of Xianghua, adjusted through morphing, yet still revealing the original handsome contours. However, this face no longer held the innocence of youth, but was marked by profound weariness, icy rationality, and a lingering sense of detachment, as though wearing another invisible mask. She approached an ice mirror temporarily formed by ice release, gazing at her reflection. Her purple hair was somewhat disheveled from prolonged disguise and battle, and the flickering candlelight reflected in her purple right eye mirrored the deep, unfathomable thoughts within. The left eye, hidden beneath bandages, having already replaced it with Obito's original right eye, conveyed a stable and powerful sense of spatial connectivity. The image in the mirror began to shake and blur as the morphing technique was undone. Her height reverted to that of a young girl, her shoulders narrowed and the facial lines softened to reveal her true self. A 16-year-old girl from the Hidden Rain village, Xianghua. A time traveler with the soul of a scientist, Lin Zhe. A monster who had stolen the Kamui eyes, implanted Hashirama cells, mastered various forbidden techniques, and had just killed and replaced the executor of the Eye of the Moon plan. Since when she whispered to herself, her voice returning to its original clarity, but laced with a hint of hollow echo, did I become what I am now? Was it when I awakened in the ruins, inheriting this body and her despair? When for survival I calmly extracted Kakashi's eyes? Was it when I crazily researched forbidden techniques in solitude, using living people as experimental subjects? When I personally pierced Obito's heart in the Kamui space and calmly took his eyes? Or was it just now when I donned that mask and lied with another person's identity and voice to a schemer who had lived for 1,000 years? The girl in the mirror did not respond. Only the candlelight flickered in her purple pupils, illuminating the cold, desolate wasteland of burning investigative flames within. But this path must continue. She raised her hand, gently touching her reflection in the ice mirror, her fingertips transmitting a piercing chill. Until the secrets of chakra are completely unraveled. Until I can see clearly the entire truth of this world that brought me here and treated my original self as material. Until I possess enough power to choose to stay or to leave according to my own will. For this I do not mind wearing more masks, using more identities, and taking more necessary measures. Whether it be Akai, the heir to Uchiha Madara, or the new leader of Akatsuki. All are merely temporary aliases, tools and pathways leading to the ultimate destination. She cast one last glance at her reflection in the mirror, turned and extinguished the candle. Darkness enveloped everything, concealing all expressions. Only those slightly glowing purple eyes in the dark, and the Rinnegan pulsating faintly beneath the bandages, foretold that this soul starting from Xianghua would, under the guise of Akai, step onto a stage fraught with turmoil and closer to the core of the world. The girl hunting gods donned the old robes of gods. A new round of games, or rather research, had begun. Following the fragments of memories extracted from Obito's mind and the scattered information gathered through White Setsu's network, the figure of Uchiha Obito crossed the border of the Land of Rain, entering a deep mountain in the Land of Rice shrouded in miasma and dense forests. The air was filled with a faint scent of sulfur and the unique stench of snakes. The deeper he went, the more twisted and bizarre the vegetation became, as if some invisible force was warping the vitality of this place. In front of a mountain crack cleverly concealed by vines and an illusionary barrier, Obito came to a halt. He made no attempt to break the barrier, merely standing quietly with his right eye behind the mask, calmly gazing into the thick darkness within the crack. After about a quarter of an hour, the darkness within the crack began to squirm like a living creature, slowly flowing out the figure of a person. The individual wore a loose white kimono layered with a deep purple vest and sported round glasses. The eyes behind the lenses were narrow, with pupils resembling the eerie vertical slits of a snake emanating a cold and probing light. His skin was exceptionally pale, and the corners of his mouth seemed to carry a hint of a smile that was not quite a smile, yet his entire demeanor was a blend of intellect, chill, and a deeper chaos, as if forcibly pieced together from countless fragments. Most strikingly, on either side of his neck, fine patterns resembling snake scales were faintly visible, slightly opening and closing with his breath. Kabuto Yakushi. No, perhaps he should be referred to as one who has inherited a portion of Orochimaru's power and ambition, and has walked a path more obsessive and twisted. What a rare guest! Kabuto's voice echoed, gentle and courteous, yet like a snake sliding over dry leaves it carried an unsettling stickiness. His serpent-like eyes roamed over Obito, especially lingering for a moment on the cracked mask on his face and the subtle damages on his chest garment. Lord Uchiha Madara. No, based on some interesting information I've recently gathered, perhaps I should refer to you as Mr. Uchiha Obito. Straight to the point, striking at the core. This was both a test and a display of confidence in his own intelligence capabilities. Obito showed no emotional fluctuation, as if the other party was merely stating an inconsequential fact. Names are merely code names. You may continue to call me Madara. His voice came through the mask, carrying the usual indifference. It seems that after Orochimaru's death you inherited not just his legacy, but also his unsettling voyeuristic tendencies. It's merely the necessary curiosity of a researcher. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, the curve of his mouth widening slightly with dangerous and excited light flickering in his serpent-like pupils. After all, an existence like you with a special state is inherently an excellent research specimen. The fluctuations of the Hashirama cells, the aura of the Sharingan, and the seemingly inconsistent chakra reactions within this body. Truly a fascinating topic. A raw dissecting gaze, as if seeking to break down and analyze the subject. Purple hydrangea playing. Obito felt a chill in his heart. Kabuto's perception and insight were sharper than White Setsu's. He not only sensed the abnormalities in Obito's condition, but might even have vaguely sensed a deeper discord. This was a mad scientist who paid more attention to details and evidence than Black Zetsu. I have no interest in becoming your specimen. Obito coldly interrupted his admiration. I came to discuss cooperation. Or rather, a transaction. Oh. Kabuto's serpent-like pupils narrowed slightly, seemingly intrigued to seek cooperation from me, a traitor's successor in the capacity of the leader of Akatsuki and the Moon Eye Plan. That's quite novel. May I ask, Lord Madara, what is it that you desire from me? Edo Tensei. And Senjutsu. Obito answered succinctly. Kabuto's smile deepened as he turned to the side, making a gesture of invitation. It seems to be a significant business. This is not the place for conversation. Please follow me, Lord Madara. I hope my humble abode does not disappoint you. Passing through the winding natural passageway and the artificially carved steps, the view suddenly opened up. Before them was a vast laboratory transformed from a natural cave deep within the mountain. The walls of the cave were embedded with stones emitting a faint glow, providing illumination. The air was thick with a mixture of formaldehyde and herbal scents. Countless thick transparent tubes crisscrossed, soaking various bizarre biological tissues and organs, even half-finished artificial bodies. In the cultivation tanks some twisted snake-like creatures slowly writhed. The experimental table was strewn with scrolls and instruments stained with unknown liquids. The entire space was filled with the style of Orochimaru, a sense of seeking and desecrating the taboos of life. It seems you have managed Orochimaru's legacy quite well. Obito surveyed the surroundings, his tone flat, betraying no judgment. It was merely a slight deviation along the path that Lord Orochimaru couldn't complete. Kabuto walked to a relatively clean stone platform, gesturing for Obito to sit while he leaned against a large cultivation tank filled with green liquid, his fingers unconsciously gliding over the cold glass wall as a multi-headed white snake slowly swam past. So back to the point. You are interested in Edo Tensei and Senjutsu. Could you elaborate? What level of technology do you require? And what can you offer in return? Complete and optimized Edo Tensei techniques as well as the entry methods for Senjutsu suitable for those who are not from the three great sage lineages. Obito directly stated his conditions. In exchange, I can provide a large quantity of high-quality sacrifices. Sacrifices. Kabuto's serpent-like eyes flickered. Living sacrifices are not so easy to obtain in large quantities, especially high-quality ones. Unless the White Zetsu Army. Obito revealed the answer. The creations of yin-yang release possessing chakra networks and life forms close to that of humans are excellent vessels for Edo Tensei. As many as you need. Kabuto's breath quickened imperceptibly for a moment. Using White Zetsu as sacrifices. This was tailor-made resources for him. Not only would it solve the bottleneck of utilizing Edo Tensei on a large scale, but their unique yin-yang release physique might further optimize the stability and strength of the Edo Tensei bodies. This bargaining chip indeed struck at his core. Yet he quickly calmed down, his serpent-like pupils fixated on Obito's such favorable conditions. Lord Madara, what is your true objective? Is it merely to enhance the Akatsuki's combat power and accelerate the capture of tailed beasts? Forgive my frankness, but based on the style of your previous plans, it seems you lean more towards elite strategies and manipulative schemes rather than this large-scale consumptive arms race. The probing escalated. Kabuto not only doubted Obito's identity status but also began to question his behavioral logic. Purple Hydrangea quickly weighed the options in her mind. Facing a clever person like Kabuto, pure lies would be hard to pass a compelling explanation that aligns with the persona of Uchiha Obito or Uchiha Madara and captivates Kabuto. The researcher must be provided. Obito remained silent for a moment, seemingly organizing his thoughts, then slowly began to speak, his voice carrying an indescribable depth, as if gazing at a distant goal. The moon I plan, infinite Tsukuyumi. When that moment arrives, the entire world will sink into an eternal dream. In the dream there is no death, no pain, no resource restrictions, no ethical constraints. Kabuto's serpent-like pupils widened slightly as if he had captured something. That will be an ultimate paradise belonging to researchers. Obito's voice was low and enticing. Time loses meaning. Samples are endless. Experiments can be infinitely repeated and freely extrapolated. The mysteries of life and death, the source of chakra, the merging of bloodlines, even the realm of the Sage of Six Paths. All truths that are difficult to touch in the real world or require painful sacrifices to glimpse can be explored, verified, and mastered without limits in that eternal dream laboratory. Isn't this the ultimate manifestation of Orochimaru's lifelong pursuit, which he was unable to realize due to the constraints of lifespan, resources, and ethics in the real world, to master all truths of the world? Kabuto, I need Edo Tensei to clear obstacles on the ultimate stage of reality and ensure the smooth execution of the Moon Eye plan. I need Senjutsu to better understand and wield that ultimate power. And you? Obito's gaze pierced through the mask as if it could penetrate Kabuto's glasses, staring into the depths of his soul where greed for knowledge and a twisted obsession resided. What you will gain is not just the freedom to use Edo Tensei at will in reality and verify your research results, but also a ticket to that eternal truth laboratory. There Orochimaru's dreams and your pursuits will be thoroughly satisfied. The laboratory fell into silence. Only the faint sound of bubbles rising in the cultivation tanks and the sound of the multi-headed white snake slicing through the liquid remained. Kabuto's smile had vanished. He stared intently at Obito, his serpent-like pupils flashing rapidly, mixed with shock, ecstasy, doubt, and deep contemplation. This proposition is far too tempting. An eternal, unrestricted research dream. It indeed resonates more with him, a successor of the scientific maniac, than mere slogans like Moon Eye World Peace. More importantly, this explanation cleverly unifies the seemingly urgent and deviating from the original plan actions of large-scale use of Edo Tensei to prepare cannon fodder for the final war, and seeking the power of Senjutsu to enhance oneself to face the ultimate challenge under a grander ultimate goal that aligns with the mindset of a millennium planner like Uchiha Madara. Eternal Dream Laboratory. Kabuto softly repeated the phrase, and the last trace of doubt seemed to be drowned by a surging desire in his serpent-like pupils. He slowly straightened up, his face once again displaying that chilling smile, a mix of fervor and reason. Truly, an irresistible vision, Madara. Kabuto's voice returned to its previous gentleness but was more resolute. You have successfully persuaded me. At least before witnessing whether that dream is as you say, I am willing to bet on it. He walked to a sealed scroll cabinet, retrieving 2 scrolls of dark color that emitted an ancient aura. This is the complete optimized Edo Tensei technique, including my latest insights on soul-binding chakra supply and enhancing the stability of Edo Tensei using natural energy. As for Senjutsu, he took out another smaller scroll seemingly made of a type of snake skin. This is my method for perceiving and absorbing natural energy tailored from the heritage of the Dragon Cave combined with my research on the experimental body Tobarama designed for non-pure heirs. The risk is high, but given Lord Madaro's qualifications and physical condition, it might be worth a try. Obito took the scroll, not immediately checking it, merely nodding. The first batch of white setsu will be delivered to your designated outer base in 3 days. Subsequent actions will depend on your results. Pleasure to cooperate. Kabuto slightly bowed, his courtesy impeccable, yet the light flickering in his serpent-like pupils hinted that this was far from a straightforward alliance. Obito said nothing more, turning around as the space began to twist, his figure slowly merging into the whirlpool and disappearing from sight. In the laboratory, only Kabuto remained. His smile gradually faded, turning cold and playful. He approached the massive cultivation tank, watching the multi-headed white snake swimming inside, extending his tongue to lick his lips, its bifurcation far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. Eternal Dream Laboratory. What a wonderful concept. Kabuto murmured softly to himself, the greenish glow reflected in his serpent-like pupils. But Lord Madara, or regardless of who you truly are, your chakra, your soul fluctuations, and that nearly imperceptible cold detachment of an observer rather than a drowned one when you mentioned that dream. Do you really just want a laboratory? Or are you yourself a walking, more intriguing research subject? He lightly tapped the glass of the cultivation tank, and the multi-headed white snake suddenly raised its heads in unison, silently hissing in the direction Obito had disappeared. But it doesn't matter. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. Before the truth is revealed, let us make good use of each other for now. With the White Setsu Army, hell with them, many concepts that were previously only theoretical can finally be put into practice. For example, simultaneously summoning multiple shadow-level undead. Or attempting to merge different bloodline limits. He turned and walked towards the deeper, darker areas of the laboratory where more indescribable objects were displayed, his silhouette blending into the shadows like a true serpent diving into the abyss. Far from Kabuto's base in a desolate valley, the figure of Uchiha Obito emerged. She removed the mask, dispelling the disguise, returning to the form of purple hydrangea. The night breeze swept through her purple hair, bringing the chill of the deep mountains. She unfolded the 2 scrolls, quickly scanning through their contents. The optimization details of Edo Tensei were astonishing, and the entry methods for Senjutsu were indeed creative. Though dangerous, they were undoubtedly a feasible shortcut. The poisonous snake that uses each other. She stowed away the scrolls, gazing in the direction of Kabuto's base, her purple eyes calm and still under the moonlight. You know I have doubts, and I know you will ultimately betray me. But in this moment where you need my white setsu, and I need your technology, and we temporarily share a common enemy, the Shinobi Alliance, this fragile cooperation can still be established. As for the future, she put the mask back on her figure, slowly disappearing in the distorted space. Before we exhaust each other's final value, let this drama of dancing with snakes continue. Deep in the underground, far from the hustle and bustle, in a temporary laboratory established by the purple sunflower, only a few embedded luminous stones in the wall emitted a stable, cool light. The air, after simple purification, was filled with a faint scent of herbs mixed with disinfectants, starkly contrasting with the eerie and sticky atmosphere from the place where Du resided. This space resembled the clean and functionally efficient biological laboratory from her past life. On the large workbench lay 2 scrolls obtained from the hands of the pharmacist Du. The purple sunflower had shed all disguises and returned to her original appearance, her purple hair simply tied behind her head, her left eye still wrapped in bandages, while her right eye was focused intently on the densely packed text diagrams and runes on the scrolls. Her fingertips occasionally glided lightly over specific sections or the intricately structured formations, leaving faint chakra marks as indicators. At the same time, on the blank recording scroll beside her, charcoal was rapidly and steadily recording her analyses, questions, and deductions. 1. The disassembly of the optimized version of the impure world reincarnation. She murmured to herself, her pen tracing an upward curve on the recording scroll. The core optimization. Point 1. The positive correlation function between the quality of the sacrifice and the strength of the impure body. The experimental data from Du indicated that the physical fitness chakra amount and mental strength of the sacrifice directly affected the upper limit of the summoned soul's performance, as well as the stability and duration of the impure body. This explains why in the original work Du needed to use the Ninja Alliance as sacrifices to maximize the threat of the impure army. White Setsu as a sacrifice. She paused for a moment, quickly jotting down the data on White Setsu beside her. Yin-Yang release creation basic physical fitness superior to that of an ordinary chūnin moderate chakra amount but pure in quality weak mental strength but easy to control. Prediction as a sacrifice it can stabilize the summoning and maintenance of impure bodies at the special Jonin to ordinary Jonin level and may also support shadow level powerhouses, but there may be power discounts or increased consumption. The advantage lies in the large numbers, ease of acquisition, and almost no ethical risks relative to humans. Core optimization. Point 2 The stabilization through Sage Chakra intervention. Her gaze focused on a set of extremely complex rune arrays introduced in the middle of the scroll which incorporated natural energy circuits. In the traditional chakra supply system of impure world reincarnation there is a mechanism for passive absorption and preliminary harmonization of natural energy. This allows the impure body to slowly draw natural energy from the surrounding environment, replenishing its consumption, significantly extending its independent existence time and combat endurance, and enhancing its resistance to purely physical attacks. However, it also increases the mental burden on the caster when maintaining the technique, requiring stronger chakra control to balance the output ratio of natural energy and their own chakra. Core optimization. Point 3 Lifting some contract restrictions. She frowned, carefully analyzing several modified contract runes. Orochimaru's version of impure world reincarnation has near absolute control over the dead, but this may overly suppress the self-awareness of the dead, affecting their combat instincts and the uniqueness of their ninjutsu. Do's version seems to have loosened some of the strict obedience clauses, allowing the dead to retain more combat experience and individuality, while ensuring through more precise soul shackles and chakra control that they cannot resist core commands like attacking the caster. This is a dangerous balance between control and combat power. 2. In-depth a bridge connecting life and death. After recording Do's technical points, the purple sunflower leaned back in her chair, closed her eyes, and let her thoughts transcend specific techniques, trying to touch the essence of this forbidden technique. Impure world reincarnation is not simply resurrection or summoning. She slowly articulated her understanding to the silent laboratory, as if reporting to an invisible peer. It forcibly constructs an unstable bridge between the world of the living, the present world, and the resting place of the dead, the pure land, or a similar concept of a soul dwelling. The physical body of the sacrifice serves as the anchor and carrier on the present world side of the bridge. The soul fragments of the deceased, or the complete soul depending on the summoning conditions and soul strength, are the passengers that the bridge seeks to guide. The caster's chakra, along with the natural energy transformed through the technique, serves as the resource to construct the bridge, maintain the passage, and pay the toll. Once the bridge is established, the passenger soul is brought over, merging with the anchor, the sacrifice's body, and is reshaped into a form resembling their living state using dust, a special material controlled by the technique, possibly involving yin-yang release or more fundamental particle manipulation. An impure world reincarnation body is thus born. It is neither purely a living person nor a free spirit, but a controllable projection bound by contracts lingering between the boundaries of life and death. At this thought, an extremely bold and somewhat mad idea struck her mind like lightning slicing through the darkness. What if this process could be reversed? She suddenly opened her eyes, a blazing light of research igniting in her right eye. Since impure world reincarnation can pull the souls of the dead from the other side onto the living vessel, then theoretically is there a method to temporarily send the souls of the living to the other side, the pure land, and then use principles similar to impure world reincarnation or its reverse technique to summon them back? This is not to resurrect the dead, but a form of active exploration of the boundaries of life and death, the essence of the soul in the form of the pure land. This thought made her breath quicken slightly. It was far more appealing than simply using impure world reincarnation as a combat tool, and aligned more with her ultimate goal as a researcher to explore the fundamental rules of the world. If it could be achieved safely, even just a fleeting glimpse would mean she might uncover the core secrets of this ninja world regarding souls, reincarnation, and the pure land. The challenges. She immediately forced herself to calm down and began analyzing rationally. First, extremely precise soul manipulation techniques are needed to ensure that the integrity and self-awareness of the soul are not compromised during the sending and summoning processes. Second, clear definition and stable connection of the pure land coordinates are required, which is far more ambiguous and dangerous than summoning specific known deceased coordinates. Third, a mechanism capable of protecting the soul during its brief existence on the other side and ensuring safe return is necessary, or at least an observational mechanism. Finally, the risks are immense. If it fails, the soul could be permanently lost, dissipated, or suffer irreversible pollution. She solemnly recorded this idea at the end of the scroll, labeling it as high-risk theoretical subject Pure Land Detection Plan, and drew 3 bright red exclamation marks. This is not a field that can be touched in the short term, but it pointed her future research in a direction filled with temptation and danger. 3. Sage Techniques, a higher dimensional energy interface. Temporarily sealing away the mad Pure Land detection, her attention shifted to the Sage Technique scroll made from snake skin. As she unfolded the scroll, a faint cold fishy scent belonging to snakes mixed with an ancient natural flavor rushed towards her. What was recorded was not the complete Sage Technique inheritance of the Dragon Cave, but a method devised by Du based on his own physique, the cells of Zhou, and research results suitable for non-orthodox inheritors to perceive and absorb natural energy. Natural energy. The purple sunflower read the theoretical overview at the beginning carefully. It exists between all things in the world, wild, chaotic, and difficult to control. The process of mixing it with spiritual energy and physical energy to form chakra is in fact a preliminary taming and lower dimensional use of natural energy. Sage techniques, on the other hand, skip the intermediate form of chakra and directly use one's own spirit and body as a medium to mix and control natural energy in a higher ratio, thereby achieving a qualitative leap. The scroll detailed how to use special meditation and breathing methods to eliminate distractions, merging one's perception with the surrounding environment to hear the wind touch the water and sense the earth, gradually capturing those wandering natural energies. Then how to use one's own chakra as a fuse and mold, carefully guiding natural energy into the body, merging it with one's own chakra in a specific ratio. The scroll emphasized a dangerous balance point, as excessive natural energy could lead to petrification or beastification. Dose method emphasizes utilizing the snake perception characteristics, thermal sensing, vibration perception, and the natural affinity of the Zhou physique for natural energy, leaning towards a cunning, covert, and infiltrative style. The training process is accompanied by strong tendencies towards snake transformation and a killing impulse reflecting the typical Dragon Cave style, dangerous, radical, and pursuing power by any means necessary. She quickly recorded these points and compared them with fragments of memory about Mayaboka Mountain balance, durability, needing to use toad oil, and the wet bone forest healing differentiation cultivation method unknown. Sage chakra is a form of application that is closer to the world's original energy. Whether to enhance the power of ninjutsu, gain unique perception abilities, natural perception, or significantly improve physical fitness, its essence is that the energy level of the driving force has been raised. She wrote down her conclusion. Practicing sage techniques is not only about obtaining a powerful combat means but also about understanding the relationship between natural energy and chakra, thereby understanding the key to the energy system of this world. Before the Sage of Six Paths established the ninja sect and before Kagaya Otsutsuki consumed the fruit of the god tree. However, the risks are equally enormous. The rampage of natural energy, the side effects of sage techniques, toadification, snakification, sludgification, and the potential distortion of one's nature during the training process, like Du, must all be treated with caution. She also carefully stored the sage technique scroll labeled as Advanced Energy Research Topic, with a priority below the in-depth exploration of impure world reincarnation and the consolidation of her foundational abilities. The laboratory returned to silence. The purple sunflower stood up and walked to the wall where a simple mercury mirror hung. The mirror reflected her slender figure, her purple right eye calm, while beneath the bandage of her left eye lay the newly acquired power of the double Sharingan, and the budding mark on her right wrist symbolized the vitality of the Senju cells. Knowledge was accumulating, power was growing, and the goals ahead became increasingly clear and grand. But as she gazed at herself in the mirror, the endless curiosity and cold rationality belonging to a researcher surged beneath her calm exterior, making her once again clearly realize this path of pursuing truth is fraught with unknown risks and moral tests at every step. Impure world reincarnation connects the taboos of life and death. Sage techniques touch upon the wildness of nature, while the Sharingan binds her to the most dangerous conspiracies and spatial secrets. Yet she did not retreat, her eyes filled only with a profound determination. In the land of iron, at the samurai castle, in the conference hall of the Five Shadows, a tense atmosphere hung in the air, mingled with the remnants of chaos left by Sasuke's attack. The shadows of the 5 great nations along with their elite guards gathered here, the air thick with invisible threads of chakra filled with mutual probing and vigilance. This was a meeting that would determine the future course of the ninja world, each person's face marked with gravity and resolve. However, no one anticipated that this meeting would be interrupted in a manner far beyond their imagination, redefined with a sense of new near desperation. Suddenly the air twisted without warning. Like a massive stone thrown into a calm lake, violent and ominous ripples surged through the space above the central seats in the hall. This was not a high-speed movement of body flicker technique, but a more fundamental bizarre phenomenon, as if the very fabric of reality was being torn and reassembled. All present, the shadows, the guards, and the three generals of the Land of Iron, instantly changed color, entering a state of high alert. Yet before they could react effectively, a figure stepped out from the swirling deep vortex of space, arriving steadily, exuding an air of indifference to everything, right in the center of the hall between the 5 shadow seats. Wearing an orange spiral mask cracked and revealing its hidden battles, the long robe dark with red clouds symbolized the terror and mystery of Akatsuki. He stood there quietly, not emitting any earth-shattering chakra, yet a heavy sense of oppression indescribably mixed with ancient gloomy and inhuman coldness flooded the entire hall like an invisible tide. It was him. The one who called himself Uchiha Obito, the puppet master behind Pain's destruction of Konoha, orchestrating the plan to capture the tailed beasts, plunging the entire ninja world into shadows. Protect the Lord Shadows. Be on guard. After a brief silence, a sudden eruption of shouts and the sounds of metal clashing filled the air. Reikage was the first to erupt, his body enveloped in lightning. Tsuchika Janoki floated up, the light of dust release gathering in his hands. Mizukage Terumi formed hand seals, her liquid release chakra surging. Kazekage Gara lifted sand behind him like a tidal wave. Even the heavily injured Hokage Tsunade forcefully gathered chakra, taking a battle stance. The guards were on high alert, shuriken kunai and the lights of ninjutsu instantly locking onto the figure in the center. However, Uchiha Obito paid no heed to the tense atmosphere around him. He, or rather the purple flower cloaked in this guise, simply raised his head slowly, the 2 eye holes in his mask calmly sweeping over faces marked with anger, fear, and determination, finally resting on the 5 shadows. Then he spoke. His voice emerged from behind the mask, deep and hoarse, carrying an ancient and indifferent tone as if dredged from the depths of time, clearly reaching everyone's ears, drowning out all the noise. The 4th Great Ninja War. He paused as if savoring the weight of this term, or perhaps announcing a fate that had long been predetermined. Begins now, at this very moment, in this place. What did you say? Reikage's roar thundered like a clap of thunder. Uchiha Obito ignored Reikage's fury, continuing in that chillingly calm tone. I, Uchiha Obito, in the name of the leader of Akatsuki and executor of the Eye of the Moon plan, hereby declare war on you, the 5 great nations of fire, wind, water, earth, and lightning, as well as all the ninja villages and countries allied with you. Officially declare war. The air in the hall seemed to freeze completely. A declaration of war. Against the entire ninja world. By one person, or rather by one organization. Arrogant. Insane. Or possessing absolute confidence and trump cards. You arrogant fool. Reikage's lightning surged even more, almost unable to resist charging forward. Do you think one person can stand against the entire ninja world? One person. Uchiha Obito seemed to let out a low laugh devoid of warmth, filled only with endless mockery and coldness. You will soon realize what you are about to face. As for the purpose of the war, his voice suddenly rose, taking on an undeniable tone, as if declaring like a deity, surrender the 8 tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee and the 9 tails Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki. This is an ultimatum. Refusal or attempting to resist. He slowly raised his right hand as if grasping at some invisible entity. Then what awaits you will be utter destruction. And I will initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi, burying this old world filled with war, hatred, pain, and senseless sacrifice, creating a new world of eternal dreams filled only with peace and happiness. Infinite Tsukuyomi. An eternal dream. This absurd proclamation left the shadows present frowning, a mix of absurdity, vigilance, and deeper chills rising in their hearts. They could not comprehend this insane ideology, but the undeniable will of destruction in Uchiha Obito's words, along with his current display of a transcendent arrival, made them realize. This was no joke, no threat, but the true beginning of an unprecedented calamity sweeping across the entire ninja world. Absurd. Tsuchika Janoki floated in the air, the light of dust release locking onto the figure below, a dream of peace. Just an illusion to escape reality. Do you think you can rule the world this way? No way. We will never surrender our comrades. Tsunade strained to stand straight, her gaze sharp as a blade. We will never submit to your threats. If war is what you want, then Konoha, no, the entire ninja world will accompany you to the end. That's right. Gaara controlled the sand, his voice calm yet resolute. We will not abandon anyone. If this is what you call peace, then we would rather fight to the last moment in the real world. Mizukage Terumi Mei and the acting Reikage Darui expressed the same resolve. At this moment, facing a common, unprecedented, terrifying threat, the five great nations swiftly reached a consensus for the first time: refusal and fight to the end. Uchiha Obito seemed unsurprised by their response, simply letting out one last ambiguous chuckle. In that case, let's let war speak. Enjoy this last moment of reality. As the words fell, his figure was once again enveloped by the vortex of space, beginning to grow blurry and transparent. Don't let him escape. Numerous attacks surged towards the vortex's center, but all ninjutsu, taijutsu, and even the light of dust released passed through the phantom, failing to cause any obstruction. The spatial vortex completely closed the figure that brought the declaration of war, and despair vanished as abruptly as it had appeared, leaving behind a hall in disarray and the five shadows and all guards with faces heavy with despair, alongside the chilling echoes of the declaration of war still lingering in the air. The curtain of the fourth great ninja war was raised in the most shocking, direct, and desperate manner. Back in the present underground, in the land of rain, at the core node of the White Setsu network, Uchiha Obito, or rather the purple flower cloaked in this identity, stood silently on a high platform. Below was a sea of white swirling and silently gathering 100,000 White Setsu army. They took various forms, some maintaining a basic humanoid shape, others twisted and grotesque, but all exuding a pure and unified chakra fluctuation, waiting for the highest command to be issued. Further away, through special communication ninja tools connected to Orochimaru's secret laboratory, their countless coffins inscribed with the reanimation jutsu were being filled by White Setsu, ancient powerful souls filled with resentment and strength, about to be forcibly summoned back to the present world, forming another undead army. The war machine had already begun to operate. According to Uchiha Obito's original plan, or rather according to the script of the Eye of the Moon plan. However, the purple flower's purpose differed entirely from Obito and Black Setsu. Beneath the mask, her right eye calmly surveyed the massive army capable of overturning the balance of the ninja world below without stirring any waves of conqueror or destroyer within her heart. Only a cold and clear recognition and planning belonging to a researcher. Infinite Tsukuyami. An eternal dream. That was never her goal. It was merely Obito's deluded fantasy, a facade for Black Setsu's schemes. For her, this fourth great ninja war about to sweep across the entire ninja world held a completely different significance. This is an unprecedented, super-large, comprehensive experimental field. She whispered silently, her voice only audible to herself. 100,000 White Setsu, a living sample library of yin-yang release capable of real-time observation of their adaptability, evolutionary possibilities, and damage data in different battlefield environments against different attribute ninjutsu and ninja battles. The reanimation army, the resurrection of deceased powerful figures from various eras. Their battle styles, bloodline limits, and secret techniques will be showcased without reservation during the war. This is an excellent opportunity to collect lost ninjutsu, analyze practical data on bloodline limits, and study the interaction patterns of souls and chakra within special vessels, the reanimated bodies. Especially those shadows or even super shadow level powerhouses. The ninja coalition of the five great nations nearly encompassed all current ninja factions, all existing bloodline limits, secret techniques, and family legacies. They will unleash their strongest potential under the pressure of life and death, using the most exquisite tactical combinations. This is a panoramic window to observe the most efficient, diverse applications of chakra within the current intelligent life forms. The Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails and Nine Tails, the perfect Jinchuriki and Nine Tails chakra mode. This is a close observation sample of the tailed beast's power, the Jinchuriki contract, and Sage Arts Naruto. The evolution of Uchiha Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan, the possibility of eternal Mangekyo. This is a living research case of the ultimate form of the Sharingan. Even the potential resurrection of Uchiha Obito, the arrival of the Ten-Tails, the intervention of the Sage of Six Paths power. Each thought that crossed her mind made her researcher's soul tremble slightly, not out of fear but from excitement and anticipation in the face of endless unknown treasures. In Obito and Black Setsu's eyes, this war is a ladder to the Eye of the Moon, but in her eyes it is an actively opened, unprecedented ultimate data collection experiment about chakra and the ninja system. For this she had long secretly laid down eyes and ears. The night owls and their kin would transform into a high-altitude reconnaissance network, recording the macro battlefield situation and energy fluctuations. The shadow and their underground kin will construct an underground monitoring network, sensing deep chakra flows and secret movements. The lizard mimicry and miniature summoning beasts will infiltrate the battlefield's edge, collecting microscopic tactical and individual ninja data. Specially made sealing stones capable of absorbing and recording specific chakra fluctuations had been quietly deployed by her through White Setsu at several key predicted war zone nodes. She even planned to personally intervene in certain critical battles under the identity of Tobi or Uchiha Obito at the right moment, not for victory but to observe, test, and even collect specific strong individual cell samples or battle data. War is a meat grinder, a graveyard for countless lives. But for the Purple Flower it is first and foremost a laboratory, a database, a unique opportunity that allows her to validate countless hypotheses with maximum efficiency, collect vast amounts of samples, and approach the ultimate mysteries of chakra and this world. Summoning Information Network, all channels silent, standby, entering War Observation Mode 1. The White Setsu Army, according to the predetermined combat plan, will pressure the borders of Kumogakure, Wagakure, and Kirigakure in the first wave, focusing on testing the coalition's initial response and defense systems. Notify Orochimaru the reanimation forces. The first batch will consist mainly of spirits below shadow level possessing distinctive bloodlines or secret techniques to be deployed to the eastern coastline battlefield. I need data on the damage effects of different attribute ninjutsu on reanimated bodies. Maintain a focus on monitoring the 8 Tails and 9 Tails Jinchuriki, but unless I give direct orders, do not initiate capture attacks, instead driving them to showcase more of their abilities. As for Black Zetsu, he will act freely with a focus on monitoring the movements of Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi. I need field data on the Uchiha brothers Mangekyo. Clear, calm, and devoid of any emotional fluctuations, commands were silently transmitted through mental links and the White Setsu network. The massive war machine began to rumble into operation according to her preset experimental process. Standing atop the platform overlooking the white ocean beginning to split and surge, sensing the cold and powerful chakra of reanimation awakening from afar, the Purple Flower slowly raised her head as if she could see through the heavy layers of earth to the sky outside, soon to be stained red by war. Behind the mask's eye holes the gaze belonging to a researcher flickered with cold and focused light. Then let's begin. The Fourth Great Ninja War. My ultimate experimental field. Deep within Yuin village, in a dark cave connected to the outer path's magic statue, countless thick pipes pulsate like the veins of some great beast, emitting a dim purple glow. The air is permeated with the unique metallic sweet scent of high-concentration chakra. This place is one of the core energy nodes and information processing centers of the entire Akatsuki organization, or rather the war machine now controlled by Ah-Fei. The Purple Flower, disguised as Uchiha Obito, quietly hovers in the center of the cave, mere meters away from the large, grotesque, and tightly closed head of the Outer Path's magic statue. She keeps her eyes closed, not resting but immersing her entire mind into a vast perception and information processing system that she personally constructed, reinforced by the Outer Path's magic statue and the White Setsu network covering the entire battlefield. Countless windows unfold, refresh, and pulse with data streams on her consciousness desktop. Window 1, Eastern Coastline Battlefield. Tens of thousands of White Setsu surge forth like a white tide from the forest swamps and coastlines, crashing against the first line of defense of the ninja allied forces. The brilliance of ninjutsu, the booming of explosive tags, the sounds of metal clashing and flesh tearing blend into a chaotic symphony. Yet what the Purple Flower sees is not merely a scene of slaughter but countless rapidly scrolling data tags. White Setsu Standard Type Group A encounters Allied Forces, Mist Village Water Release Unit, average damage, effective Water Dragon Bullet breaches surface disguise, reduces mobility by 15, kill rate approximately 2. Note that water release interferes with White Setsu's internal moisture balance. White Setsu Enhanced Type Infiltration Group B successfully infiltrated Allied Forces Logistics Unit, mimicking chakra fluctuation with a match rate of 89.7 undetected. Mimetic infiltration feasibility verified. Allied Forces Cloud Village Lightning Release Team uses lightning release shockwave causing paralysis effects on the White Setsu Group, conduction efficiency higher than expected. Lightning Release has an additional restraint on Yin-Yang Release creations, recording lightning release chakra's specific frequency. Window 2, Northwest Mountain Battlefield. The earth rumbles and rock walls crumble. The resurrected strong ones begin to take the stage. The Purple Flower focuses her gaze on several specific targets. Reanimated body hunt, explosion release deployed to the battlefield. Analysis of explosion release chakra properties. A highly intense and unstable mixture of earth and fire. Explosion point controllability is extremely high. Recording its ninjutsu clash data with Allied Forces Rock Village Explosive Team, comparing the energy conversion efficiency differences between artificial explosive tags and bloodline explosion release. Reanimated body Eat Sang Scorch release, hero of Sand Village. Scorch release observation. The high temperature evaporation effect generated by the property changes of wind and fire has excellent penetration against water release physical bodies and even some earth release defenses. Note the potential coordination with allied forces. Sand Village magnetic release ninja. Reanimated body Kisame Hashigaki hydration technique ninja sword 7 genius of Mist Village. Observation of bodily fluid transformation and physical immunity mechanism. Recording its cellular reactions and recovery speed when restrained by lightning release. Window 3 Central Plains critical battlefield. Here the intensity of battle suddenly escalates. The purple flower mobilizes the majority of observation units nearby. The high-altitude wide-angle vision of Night Owl, the underground vibration perception of shadow, several spirit threads, a type of spider-like summoning beast capable of emitting invisible chakra threads to perceive minute energy flows, set up a microscopic energy field monitoring network, as well as 3 observation-type white setsu disguised as ordinary white setsu equipped with high-precision recording runes blended into the front line. Her gaze locks onto the center of the battlefield, that figure clad in the Akatsuki organization's red cloud black robe, pale-skinned and with a blank expression in his Rinnegan, Nagato, the reanimated body controlled by Orochimaru. Facing him is Naruto Uzumaki Ninetales chakra mode, who has just broken through the interception killer bee-tailed beast transformation, and the one who also slightly captures the purple flower's attention, Uchiha Itachi, who has been reanimated but seems to have broken free from some control. Unexpected variable Uchiha Itachi. The purple flower quickly retrieves information about Itachi in her consciousness. Mangekyo Sharingan Tsukuyami Amaterasu Susanoo top-tier illusion and physical attacks. The reason for his escape from reanimation control is unknown, possibly related to Koto Amatsukami, or his own will. Current behavior pattern: protect Naruto, confront Nagato. Data value extremely high. Focus on observing the details of his Mangekyo usage, energy composition of Susanoo, and the confrontation data with Nagato's Rinnegan. In the battlefield, Nagato moved. Shinra Tensei. A terrifying suction force erupted, centered on Nagato. The shattered stones, broken ninja tools, and even a few allied ninjas who were too close were involuntarily pulled into the air. Senjutsu wind release spiraling shuriken. Naruto reacted quickly, throwing the Senjutsu Rasengan not at Nagato but towards the debris and comrades being sucked into the air. The intense cutting force of wind release immediately disturbed and negated some of the gravitational pull. Oh yes, stupid guys, it's my turn to shine. Tailed Beast 8 Tails. Killer Beast. Tailed Beast forms octopus tentacles suddenly plunged into the ground, firmly anchoring himself, while splitting off several tentacles to wrap around nearby allied ninjas being attracted. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, taking advantage of the moment when the gravitational pull was disrupted, his eyes spun in Mangekyo Amaterasu. Black flames that would not extinguish ignited on Nagato. Record the Rinnegan's resistance and extinguishing efficiency against Amaterasu flames. The purple flower calmly observed. She saw the parts of Nagato's body covered in Amaterasu turn to ash rapidly, but new dust quickly replenished under the influence of the Rinnegan's ocular power, forming a tug of war with the flames. At the same time, Nagato seemed completely unaffected by the pain of the flames, his Rinnegan slightly turned. Shinra Tensei. A stronger repulsive force erupted in all directions, centered on him. Not only did it repel the nearby threats, but even the black flames of Amaterasu on him were temporarily blown off course and weakened by this violent repulsive force. The repulsive force was vast, lifting layers of earth to form a massive bowl-shaped depression. Calculating repulsive force intensity. Far exceeds the data when pain uses it individually. Is it due to the infinite chakra supply of the reanimated body, or the true power of the Rinnegan under Nagato's control? The purple flower quickly records. Note the repulsive force's disturbance on natural energy Senjutsu perception network feedback. Natural energy at the edges of the repulsive field was violently expelled, forming a brief vacuum. Naruto and Killer Bee were forced back by the repulsive force, but Itachi's Susanoo had already taken form, its massive red skeletal arms holding the Yata mirror blocking most of the impact. Die Enden. Nagato's voice was devoid of emotion, his hands clasped together. The sky suddenly darkened. Countless massive clods of earth, rocks, and even broken trees were torn from the ground by an unseen force gathering at a single point in the sky. A tiny, terrifyingly gravitational black sphere appeared high in the air, like the core that devours everything. Die Enden, one of the ultimate ocular techniques of the Rinnegan. The purple flower activated all observation units to full power. Spirit Thread Network fully perceives every change in the gravitational field and spatial distortion. Night Owl records the macro process of sphere formation and material gathering from various angles. Observation Type White Setsu risks being sucked away to record the annihilative reactions of chakra and natural energy near the core black sphere. Objective Analyze the gravitational generation mechanism of destined and the principles of spatial sealing and the phenomenon of absolute control over natural energy. This is the data I have long sought after. The power of the Rinnegan is presented to me in such an intuitive and violent manner. On the battlefield, Naruto, Killer Bee, and Itachi face dire straits. Yet the purple flower's attention is primarily focused on Nagato, recording the chakra flow patterns, consumption rates of the Rinnegan during the deployment of such large-scale ocular techniques, and the energy interactions with the earth beneath him, and the outer path's magic statue with a faint connection. If in the future I want to transplant these eyes, this thought coldly crosses her mind, I must thoroughly understand the source of their power, operational load, and the compatibility and potential conflicts with the body, especially with Hashirama's cells and the Kamui eye. Nagato's current state is the perfect stress test sample. She watches as Naruto unleashes stronger Ninetales chakra, teaming up with Killer Bee and Itachi to fiercely counter and even ultimately destroy the core of destined. The battle is intense and shocking, but under the purple flower's researcher's perspective, everything transforms into a surging torrent of data. Ninetales chakra modes integration efficiency with natural energy. The peak power of the combination of tailed beast ball and senjutsu. Susanu's defensive resistance against gravitational tearing. Signs suggesting Uchiha Itachi's use of Izanami-related techniques to interfere with Orochimaru's control requires further analysis. When the battle momentarily subsides with Nagato temporarily sealed, Itachi used the technique specifically against reanimation, and this battlefield quiets down. The purple flower slowly withdraws from the high-intensity data reception state. Consciousness returns to the dark cave. The rhythmic sound of the outer path's magic statue pulses. In front of her on the invisible information interface, a massive amount of data is being preliminarily categorized, archived, and tagged. Regarding the practical performance of bloodline limits, the parameters of the Jinchuriki's tailed beast transformation at various stages, the strengths and weaknesses of reanimated bodies under different tactics, the preliminary energy models of the three core ocular techniques of the Rinnegan. This is just the data from less than a day since the war began. And this great war is expected to last longer, involve broader battlefields, and bring forth more strong warriors and variables. Fatigue washes over her like a tide. Maintaining such a large-scale, high-precision monitoring network is a tremendous burden on both mental power and chakra. Yet the light flickering in her right eye, the purple flower's eye, is brighter than ever. The stage of war has already begun. War spread like a contagion, ravaging every corner of the ninja world. On the northwest front, across a wasteland scarred by scorched earth and cratered ground, allied shinobi clashed fiercely with Baiju and reanimated Hoitu Zhuanqing soldiers. A familiar ripple of warp space blossomed. A figure in an orange spiral mask and a dark cloak adorned with red clouds descended without a sound. It's Yuji Boban. Amid startled cries, three silhouettes lunged like lightning, forming a triangle to encircle the newcomer. Xian Wemingren, wrapped in the Ninetales chakra cloak, Shimu Kakashi missing the fearsome left eye of Shinwei, and Mai Teikai steam red around his limbs. Kakashi breathed hard, eyes locked on the mask. Who are you? Who I am, does it matter? A hoarse voice issued from beneath the mask, calm to the point of indifference. In a world on the cusp of utter transformation, what matters is the outcome. Enough of your lies. Mingren roared, his golden chakra convulsing. You started this war and countless people died because of you. I will never forgive you. The masked figure, Zi Yanhua masquerading as Dai Tu, turned her gaze to Mingren. Her right eye narrowed behind the mask's aperture as Xian Shu perception unfurled. Natural energy began to flow subtly within her. She measured distance and angle with precise calculation, noting every minute fluctuation in the trio's chakra. Forgive. She imitated the blend of pity and mockery from Dai Tu's memories. Xian Wemingren, some wounds will not heal no matter how much you trust your comrades. You lie. Mingren clenched his fists. Thinking that your pain licenses the annihilation of the world is the true crime. Inside Zi Yanghua, a placid calm ruled. The performance had to continue and the plan must be carried out. She noticed Kakashi's growing suspicion, a keen instinct of the elite Jounin that in this instant would not save them. Pointless quarrels, she said lightly, even as Xian Shu perception latched onto a chill, familiar chakra fluctuation at the edge of the battlefield. Dishiwan had indeed resurrected successive Hokage as Hoitu bodies, and among them a distinctive Fei-Lation mark, Bo Feng Shui Men. Now. Enough reminiscing. Before the words finished, the field convulsed. Mingren struck first. Myriad shadow clones slammed in from all directions, each palm forging Rinnegan light. Kai blurred into green streaks, his Konoha force whirlwind tearing the air. Kakashi's lightning release, Thunder Beast struck with preemptive fatality, the thunderous flash sealing retreat. Facing this flawless combined assault, Xianghua, no Dai too, lifted her head with deliberate slowness. Both eyes rotated beneath the mask. Her right eye shui, phasing. Attacks passed through as if striking illusions. But this time she did not wait until after the strikes to rematerialize and counter. Her left eye shui, distortion. At the instant Mingren's true body wavered from a missed strike, the space locked by her right eye seized and convulsed. It was not an attack but transport. While she phased, the shui coordinate of her left eye had already marked a point 3 steps behind Mingren. The moment phasing ceased, her figure stood at that coordinate. What? Mingren's pupils shrank. He had no time to see how she had moved. It was not a simple body flicker. Phalation. Kakashi cried. He saw clearly that it was not an ordinary spacetime jutsu but a phalation teleport indistinguishable from the fourth Hokage's technique. How could Yuji Ban possess that move? Xianghua gave no chance to ponder. Xianshu chakra surged. The natural energy-infused perception allowed her to anticipate every twitch of Mingren's muscles with uncanny precision. Her right hand reached, not to strike but to form a hand seal, an intricate knot of science. CNFA inorganic binding. From the scorched earth dozens of stone chains erupted, not earth-style but natural matter manipulated by Xianshu catalysis. The living chains coiled toward Mingren, sealing Kai's and Kakashi's lines of advance. Mingren. Kai roared, red steam swelling as a single punch shattered several chains, but more surged forth. Mingren unleashed the Nine-Tails chakra, his golden cloak swelled as he tried to wrench free. Then, Xianghua's left eye spun again. Double Shinwei forced ingestion. A distortion power hundreds of times stronger than a single Shinwei enveloped Mingren. Space vortices shimmered around him. This was no gentle pull but violent tearing. Nine-Tails chakra warred with the spatial force, the golden cloak flickered like a failing flame. Don't you dare. Kakashi ground out forming seals as Raikiri sizzled in his hand. He had to sever the technique. He barely moved a step when Xianghua vanished again. Phalation, second stage. This time she appeared behind Kakashi. Not to attack him but to materialize at Kai's flank, her left hand pressing the ground. Sealing formula Hui to control cover. Black seals radiated from her palm like a spiderweb, instantly blanketing a 10-meter radius of Earth. This was not an offensive jutsu but a summoning Gan control array. This seal is... Kakashi's pupils constricted. Could it be? Too late. At the array's heart a figure materialized with drifting parchment, golden spiky hair, white Hokage robes, the cracked visage of a Huitu body. The fourth Hokage Bo Feng Shui Men had appeared. A clear light flickered in his eyes for a moment before the control of the array smothered it. He glanced at Mingren, then at Xianghua, his expression torn. Father! Mingren screamed. Oh my, this is unexpected. A soft androgynous voice came from the battlefield's edge. Deshiwan stepped from behind a Baiju corpse, gold vertical pupils alight with interest. So someone dared to wrest control of my Huitu bodies. And this array is rather clever. Xianghua paid him no heed. Her hands stayed in the seal's Xianshu chakra and Shui spacetime chakra flowing together as her Xieluan eyes spun frantically. You think you can so lightly override my control? Deshiwan sneered, hands sealing in return. Bo Feng Shui Men trembled violently, his gaze flicking from Mingren to Xianghua as if two wills warred within him. Beneath her mask Xianghua's lips lifted ever so slightly. Optimized version Huitu Zhuanqing, forced overwrite. She whispered the final seal into place. With a flaring sound the Huitu paper fragments around Bo Feng Shui Men burst and recombined. The struggle in his eyes vanished, replaced by hollow obedience. At the same moment Deshiwan grunted and staggered back a half-step, incredulous, as the chakra link between him and his Huitu body was brutally severed. Impossible. How could you? Distractedness during combat can be costly, Mr. Deshiwan, Xianghua said coolly, then flicked her right hand. Bo Feng Shui Men moved, not at Mingren, not at Kai or Kakashi, but scattered Phalation Kanai, instantly planting coordinates across the battlefield. He then appeared beside Xianghua, hand sealing. Phalation, guiding lightning. A massive array spread at his feet. It was not an assault but a space disruption and containment formation. The field's spatial stability shuddered. Kakashi and Kai's attempts to surge forward were blocked by unseen rifts. Dual Shui, complete form. Zi Yanhua finally unleashed her full strength. The kaleidoscopic patterns in her eyes spun frenetically. The left sustained the forced ingestion of Mingren, while the right began to contort surrounding space, carving multiple spatial fault lines that isolated De Shiwan, Kakashi, and Kai from one another. Half of Mingren's body had already been drawn into the shui space. He howled, unleashing more Ninetales chakra. A tendril of the beast's cloak threatened to form. But Zi Yanhua had been waiting for just this. CNFA spacetime anchor. She inhaled, merging natural energy with Shenhui's force, and at the very instant Mingren teetered on full-tailed beast transformation, she hammered an anchor into the core of his chakra. The anchor caused no injury but temporarily severed his deeper bond with the Ninetales. The ingestion accelerated. No. Kakashi's eyes bled from overuse as Raikiri slashed at the spatial rift, producing only ripples. Kai's red steam flashed blue. The seventh gate Kemen opened. But just as he prepared, the day Tiger Zi Yanghua's right eye Shui twisted briefly, redirecting the attack's focal point toward Kai. Shenhui distortion counter. Kai's air cannon was warped by the spatial distortion and hurled instead at the distracted De Shiwan, who had been trying to re-establish interference. De Shiwan was forced to evade, losing his final window to act. Farewell Ninetales Jinchuriki. Zi Yanhua cast one last glance at the half-vanished Mingren and poured the left Shui to its limit. The vortex sealed completely. Mingren vanished. In the next instant she turned to the controlled Bo Feng Shui men. He stood motionless and expressionless. Would you prefer to go in yourself, or shall I send you? He did not answer. His body began to disintegrate into paper fragments, characteristic of a Hui to body re-entering space willingly. Zi Yanhua rotated her left eye and drew Bo Feng Shui men into Shui space as well. Then she regarded De Shiwan. You make an intriguing specimen, Mr. De Shiwan. But today this will suffice. De Shiwan's golden vertical pupils narrowed. Who are you? This is not at all Yuji Boban style. It does not matter. Zi Yanhua cut him off, her right eye beginning once more to warp the surrounding space. What matters is that the experimental data were collected smoothly. Then, her figure began to blur. Before the moon eye is completed, do continue to struggle. Every resistance you offer will only make the final data more perfect. The spatial vortex folded shut. On the scorched battlefield, only Kakashi and Kai remained panting, while De Shiwan's face had grown sullen. At a distance, Baiju and the Huitu bodies lost unified command and descended into disorder, but the allied shinobi momentarily forgot their fight, staring dazedly at what had just transpired. The golden flashed, the Ninetales Jinchuriki, and the masked figure claiming to be Yuji Boban. All were gone. Kakashi sank to one knee, his yellowen eyes bleeding from overuse, yet he seemed numb to pain, his gaze fixed on the place where Dai Tu had vanished. Feilation. An optimized Huitu Zhuanqing. The full employment of dual Shenhui. And that precise, coldly calculated tempo of combat, as if everything had been computed in advance. That was not Dai Tu. Kakashi murmured hoarsely. That absolutely was not Dai Tu. If not Dai Tu, then who hid beneath the mask? What kind of presence lay behind that mask? Far away, Zi Yanhua, having received the last sounds of the field through a whisper bug, strolled amid the gray-white ruin of Shui space. Mingren hung bound by temporal chains in the center of the wreckage, roaring in fury. Bo Feng Shui men stood quietly beside him, his Huitu body restrained by several improved sealing talismans. Occasional flickers of clarity crossed his eyes before the technique suppressed them again. Zi Yanhua approached Mingren. Her gaze through the mask's apertures swept over the precious specimen with detached appraisal. Anger, resentment, and concern for comrades. Powerful emotional fluctuations. She murmured, her eyes gleaming with the focused light of a researcher. So what should we test next? The stability of extracting the tailed beast chakra? Or the conduction efficiency of the Feilation mark within Shui space? Mingren could not hear her whispers. He only howled, let me go. You bastard. What did you do to my father? Zi Yanhua did not answer. She simply raised a hand and tapped the void ever so gently. An improved sealing array drifted into being and slowly pressed down upon Mingren. Rest well, Ninetales Jinchuriki. Your value is only just beginning to be unearthed. Beneath the mask no one saw the faint upward curve of her mouth, that pure concentrated smile a scientist wears when beholding an ideal specimen. Beyond them the war raged on. But the news that Konoha's two top fighters and the Ninetales Jinchuriki had vanished from the northwest front spread through the allied forces with uncanny speed. Panic began to spread. And the true hunters had already begun to fold away their nets. Deep within the cave of the outer path lies an independent stone chamber surrounded by layers of multiple barriers for isolation, purification, and stabilization. The air here is filtered to near sterility with gentle cool light emanating from the softly diffused fixtures embedded in the dome, and the ground and walls covered with special mineral powder that absorbs chakra fluctuations. In the center of the stone chamber stands a flat stone bed resembling an operating table, next to which is a meticulously sterilized instrument table displaying precise surgical tools, specialized nutrient solution stabilizers, and most importantly, 2 transparent containers suspended within a small ceiling formation holding a pale purple liquid. Inside the container a pair of eyes is submerged. Purple, adorned with peculiar concentric circular ripples seemingly harboring infinite mysteries and power, the Rinnegan. The original Rinnegan from Nagato's body. Zihua, having shed all disguises, returning to her true form, stands before the stone platform, her purple right eye calmly gazing at the pair of eyes within the container. Her left eye remains wrapped in bandages, below which rests her own, the Kamui right eye belonging to Obito. She has carefully stored Kakashi's Kamui left eye. To accommodate this legendary eye of the sage, she must first clear the space. Analyzing transplantation conditions, she murmured softly to herself, as if confirming the final plan before the surgery. Known successful cases: Uchiha Madara Indra's reincarnation, Hashirama's cells, Nagato vortex bloodline transplant during childhood. Failure risk cases: Danzo Sharingan, Hashirama's cell arm but not Rinnegan. Other attempts all went out of control or died. Key factors: powerful life energy, sage body, Hashirama cells, immense chakra volume, resilient mental strength, and some form of aptitude or bloodline resonance. Current self-assessment: Hashirama cell transplantation, gentle version. The preliminary fusion has been completed. Life force and chakra volume meet the requirements, would release his budding sage technique initiation. Tobi's version has begun to perceive and controllably absorb natural energy, possessing the foundation to harmonize violent energy. Mental strength due to soul fusion and long-term research training. The intensity and control far exceed that of ordinary Jonin. Aptitude: not directly from Indrashura's bloodline, but possesses the Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan high of a form of Uchiha bloodline and has a special soul a traverser. Bloodline resonance is unknown, but the Kamui Eye as the pinnacle of the Sharingan has an evolutionary path connection with the Rinnegan which may reduce rejection. Theoretical success probability: comprehensive assessment above 70. Main risks: transplant rejection leading to bodily collapse, woodification, petrification, mental inability to bear Rinnegan information overload, natural energy runaway, or triggering unknown bloodline conflicts. Risk management plan: phased transplantation prioritizing the left eye, maintain high concentrations of Hashirama's cell activity, and sage chakra harmonization throughout. Initiate mental protection and consciousness anchoring techniques, preset emergency evacuation and sealing plans. She took a deep breath, adjusting her state to its best. Her right eye slowly closed, her hands raised, fingertips glowing with stable and pure chakra light mixed with a faint green life force Hashirama cells and a barely perceptible fluctuation of natural energy, sage energy. First she must remove her own eyes. The process is not complicated but requires absolute calm and precision. The specially made chakra blade glided through her eye socket, separating nerves and blood vessels, extracting the right eyeball belonging to Zihua and the Kamui right eyeball belonging to Obito, which had preliminarily fused with her left eye socket, placing them respectively into the prepared preservation liquid. Severe pain surged, but it was suppressed to the minimum by her strong will and the pre-applied nerve-blocking technique. Her vision plunged into complete darkness. The darkness did not last long. She sensed that the container holding the Rinnegan was opened and a special liquid flowed out. Then a cold, heavy sensation as if carrying the weight of an entire planet approached her empty left eye socket. The moment the Rinnegan made contact with her bodily tissues, buzz! An indescribable roar exploded deep within her mind. It was not sound but a pure tsunami of energy and information. The left eye socket seemed to be instantly thrown into the core of the sun. Searing, expanding, tearing pain surged through her optic nerve like a volcanic eruption, violently assaulting her brain and every cell in her body. Hashirama's cells seemed to face the most intense provocation, wildly proliferating and surging with unprecedented activity, attempting to envelop, devour, and assimilate this foreign invader. The natural energy perceived by the sage technique also suddenly became violent, like iron filings attracted by a magnet, surging in from all directions, colliding, merging, and annihilating fiercely with the majestic power contained within the Rinnegan, seemingly from the very essence of the world. Ugh! Zihua gritted her teeth, a stifled groan escaping her throat as her body trembled violently out of control, while beads of blood emerged on her skin, quickly evaporating due to the rapid metabolism of her cells. She felt her left half being forcibly transformed and reshaped by some indescribable force, her bones creaking under the unbearable strain, muscle fibers breaking and reconstituting, chakra meridians being brutally widened and twisted, connecting to an entirely new, unimaginably complex circulatory system. This was not merely organ transplantation, it was a forcible elevation of life levels, a mortal body encroaching upon and accommodating divine power. Mental anchoring. Maintain. She roared deep within her consciousness as the multiple mental protections and self-awareness techniques she had set up were operating at full capacity, like a small boat tossed about in a storm, desperately clinging to the last shred of clarity. She forced herself to withdraw part of her consciousness, observing and recording this terrifying transformation with the cold detachment of a researcher. Rejection reaction peak. Hashirama cell activity elevated by 300. Natural energy influx rate overloaded. The Rinnegan's ocular power began to operate spontaneously, attempting to establish a connection. Detecting 6 fundamental force field fluctuations. The heavenly path, the Asura path, the human path, the animal path, the hungry ghost path, the hell path. Information flow too great. Pain, chaos, information overload. Time seemed to lose all meaning. Every second felt like an eternal cycle of suffering. Her body oscillated between collapse and rebirth, her consciousness struggling at the edge of clarity and disarray. It was unclear how long had passed, perhaps a few minutes, perhaps a few hours. As the searing and swelling sensation in her left eye began to show a faint trend of internal collapse and stabilization, she knew that the most dangerous phase might soon be over. The Rinnegan in her left eye was forming a fragile dynamic balance with her body, especially with Hashirama's cells and the preliminarily harmonized sage chakra. But it was not over. The right eye. She hesitated not at all, enduring the ongoing waves of pain from her left eye and the sensation of fatigue throughout her body, controlling her trembling right hand with a tenacious will. She picked up another Rinnegan and slowly brought it to her empty right eye socket. The second impact was even more intense than the first. Because the left eye had already achieved preliminary stabilization, forming a new source of power and resonance point, the implanting of the right eye instantaneously triggered energy resonance and geometric exponential growth in information exchange between the two eyes. This time she could no longer restrain a short cry of pain. Her whole body seemed to be struck by an invisible giant hammer, staggering backward and heavily leaning against the cold stone wall. Blood flowed profusely from the corners of her eyes, now Rinnegan a vibrant red, but the moment it flowed out of the eye sockets it seemed to carry an extremely faint purplish halo belonging to the Rinnegan. Double the pain. Double the torrent of information. Double the impact of the laws. Her vision was no longer darkness, but was submerged in endless broken, distorted, and incomprehensible images and perceptions. She saw the molecular structure and disintegration of matter, the hell path. Heard the subtle thoughts and emotional noises of countless living beings, the human path. Felt the primal rules of gravity, repulsion, energy absorption, and release materializing before her, the heavenly path, hungry ghost path. And even vaguely touched the temporal coordinates of the spiritual contract and the blurred boundaries of life, creation, animal path, outer path. Her brain felt like an overloaded processor on the verge of exploding. Her body felt like a battlefield with the overwhelming life force of Hashirama's cells, the frenzied affinity of natural energy, the residual spatial attributes of the Kamui Sharingan's own chakra foundation, and the newly influxed supreme power of the Rinnegan fiercely engaging, merging, and mutating within. She curled up against the stone wall, her body spasming from the pain, her consciousness floating in the whirlpool of clarity and chaos. Only that deeply ingrained instinct of a researcher, and the unwilling obsession that transcends life and death, served as the last lighthouse in a storm, guiding her, preventing her from completely losing herself in this torrent of power. Record. Data. In her fractured consciousness the thought repeated like a mantra: Rinnegan. Fusion process. Energy spectrum. Cannot lose consciousness. She began to attempt to actively guide, not to resist but to understand, to channel, to accept. Using the vitality of Hashirama's cells to soothe the violent energy conflicts, using the harmony of sage techniques to comb through the chaotic natural energy, employing her powerful mental strength to categorize, cache, and preliminarily analyze the vast information of the laws. This was a long and painful process. The cold light within the stone chamber seemed to slightly distort and flicker due to the unstable energies overflowing from her body. At times wooden textures appeared on her skin, at times covered with petrified spots, and at times enveloped in a faint purplish halo, continuously cycling, symbolizing the fierce tug-of-war of power within her. Finally, when the energy fluctuations spilling outwards began to slowly retract and the abnormal changes in her body gradually calmed, the tears of blood flowing from her eyes also slowly came to a halt, a new and strange sensation began to sprout from the depths of her soul. Pain had not completely vanished but transformed into a profound omnipresent dull ache and feeling of fullness, as if an entire ocean had been stuffed inside her. But clearer than ever was an unprecedented perception, as if she had established a deeper connection with the entire world. She slowly and with great difficulty opened her eyes. Purple. Wherever her gaze fell, everything was bathed in a layer of faint, flowing purple radiance. It was not merely color but the manifestation of energy and laws. She could see the flowing trajectories of chakra particles in the air, could see the subtle energy veins within the rocks beneath her feet, could see the faint force field emitted by the operation of runes on the barrier, and could even vaguely see beyond the stone chamber further out to the vast and chaotic gathering and dissipating life and death energies of the battlefield. As her gaze shifted without any deliberate effort, the scenes before her switched accordingly. Focusing on the stone wall, the molecular structure of the rock, internal stresses, and the chakra pathways connecting to the earth became vividly clear, enhanced hell path vision. Focusing on empty spaces, the folds and tensions of space, several faint coordinates belonging to her spiritual beast contract appeared dimly, new vision combined with Kamui spatial sensing. She attempted to lift her hand, her fingers barely moving in the air before her rippled with almost imperceptible disturbances caused by an invisible force, the rudimentary form of the heavenly path. Her thoughts shifted again, and a thread of extremely faint annihilative chakra flickered at her fingertip, the absorption of the hungry ghost path. Power, unimaginable, as if within reach yet unfathomably deep, flowed within these newly born eyes within her body, which had undergone painful transformation. But she did not feel elation nor excitement. In her purple Rinnegan reflected was a tranquil depth akin to a still pond, and beneath that calm and nearly indifferent scrutiny simmered. She supported her weak body, slowly standing up, and walked to one side of the stone chamber where there was a smooth, mirror-like surface of water maintained by chakra. In the water a figure was reflected. Purple hair clung to her cheeks due to sweat and blood, her complexion as pale as paper, but her pair of eyes, a pair of purple concentric circular patterned Rinnegan, was quietly reflecting her own visage. No longer the young Zihuan nor the disguised Abito, but an unknown existence possessing the eye of God. She gazed at herself in the water, staring into the eyes that were said to belong to the Sage of Six Paths. A strange sense of detachment arose. The world seen through these eyes was so different, so clear yet so cold. Everything seemed to shed its emotional exterior, revealing the rational rules and energy veins operating beneath. Is this the perspective of divinity? She murmured softly, her voice echoing in the silent stone chamber, carrying a hint of hoarseness from recently experiencing calamity yet lacking much emotional fluctuation. To overlook all beings, to perceive the laws, to wield the power of creation and destruction. Very powerful, very high-dimensional. Yet the face reflected in the water belonging to Zihua, belonging to Lin Zhe, had in its depths, beneath the indifference of the Rinnegan's purple light, still burned with that undying calm yet curious flame of the researcher. The eyes of a deity, the heart of a mortal. No, perhaps no longer a purely mortal. But the desire to observe, understand, and analyze all mysteries had not been submerged by the power of this eye of God, but instead burned even more fiercely, having glimpsed a broader, unknown realm. A very good observation tool, she said to herself, as well as to the new me reflected in the water, her tone regaining its usual calmness and rationality. The Rinnegan will greatly expand my observation range and accuracy, providing a direct interface to understand the ultimate form of chakra. But tools require a master. Power requires understanding its principles to be effectively utilized. Right now I have only preliminarily installed the super observation system and law interference interface. There remains a long way to truly understand its operational mechanisms and to use them safely and effectively. Especially the power of the outer path, the core of Rinnegan's nature, the earth explosion star, and the true connection of this pair of eyes to the 10 tails, the divine tree, and Kagaya Otsutsuki. She slowly closed her eyes, then opened them again, adapting to this new information overloaded vision. Then she began to methodically process the scene, eliminating all traces of the surgery and energy runaway, carefully storing the containers of her original eyes and Kakashi's Kamui eye. After completing all this, she resat in the center of the stone chamber, beginning her first deep meditation and introspection after the transplantation. She needed to quickly familiarize herself with the basic functions of these new eyes, stabilize the energy balance within her body, assess the actual combat power and risks of her current state, and formulate the next steps for adaptation and experimentation. Outside the stone chamber, the Fourth Ninja World War raged on, countless lives clashing and perishing. Inside the stone chamber, the girl researcher who possessed a pair of eyes of God was calmly examining her own changes from an extraordinary perspective, making the final preparations to integrate into that grander yet meticulously arranged ultimate experimental field. The power of the divine had already descended upon her, but the path of the explorer had only just stepped into a brand new, more dangerous phase. The battlefield is no longer a series of scattered individual conflicts. With the full deployment of the filthy Earth Army, the frenzied counterattacks from the White Absolute Core, and the breathtaking clashes between Uchiha Obito disguised as the Purple Flower, and the elite forces of the ninja allied forces, the focus of the war inevitably begins to converge towards a predetermined endpoint. On the border of the Rain Country, the vast scorched earth that was once reshaped by Conan's 600 billion explosive tags has now transformed into an even larger and more bizarre spectacle. At the center of the enormous bottomless circular pit, the massive fierce figure of the Outer Path Golem with its 9 eyes tightly closed stands silently like a demonic god grown from the depths of the earth. Countless thick purple chakra tubes resembling blood vessels and nerves extend from the golem, some deeply embedded in the ground, drawing energy from the earth's veins, while others sway in the air like tentacles, radiating a haunting aura mixed with both life and destruction. Uchiha Obito, or rather the Purple Flower clad in this disguise, quietly hovers in front of the Outer Path Golem level with its massive head. Her face is concealed by a mask hiding the newly awakened Rinnegan, yet the more reserved and profound pressure emanating from her black robe with red clouds makes the surrounding white absolute, and the few summoned filthy bodies stand at a greater distance, instinctively maintaining absolute silence. The ritual has begun. It is not instant. The absorption of the tailed beasts by the Outer Path Golem is a precise and perilous process that requires guidance from the ritual and cooperation or forcible deprivation from the container Jinchuriki. One-tail Shikaku. As Obito's deep voice echoed the chakra of the already captured and sealed one-tail, guided by the complex seals formed by several filthy bodies, transformed into a murky torrent of yellowish sandstorm, roaring as it was drawn into the gaping maw of the Outer Path Golem. The massive body of the golem trembled slightly, and the rocky skin on its surface faintly revealed the vicious patterns of Shikaku, which then slowly faded away. The chakra fluctuations it emitted clearly intensified, carrying the weight and rage of the earth. Recording one-tailed chakra primarily of earth attribute mixed with a strong wind attribute, sandstorm nature is violent, initially merging with the foundational structure of the golem Tentail's body, activating some characteristics related to earth and sealing. The Purple Flower's awareness operates calmly, recording every detail through the perception of her Rinnegan and the monitoring runes previously set around. 2 tails Nibi. 3 tails Isabu. 4 tails Son Goku. 5 tails Mu. 6 tails Rokubi. 7 tails Chomei. 8 tails Gyuki. The chakra of one-tailed beast after another was stripped, guided, and injected. The changes in the Outer Path Golem became increasingly apparent. Its size seemed to swell slightly, the color of its skin shifting from a dull rocky texture to an ominous dark red sheen resembling flowing lava. The 9 tightly closed eyes began to tremble irregularly, and the gaps beneath the eyelids glimmered with an ever brighter light filled with chaos and destruction. The oppressive aura in the air grew exponentially, causing even the space to exhibit slight, unstable distortions. A deep rumble resonated from the depths of the earth, as if the entire planet was trembling due to the awakening of this terrifying existence. Each time a tailed beast was absorbed, the Purple Flower would carefully sense and record its unique chakra properties, the changes in the energy spectrum produced during its fusion with the golem, as well as the corresponding completions and activations of the golem's own rules. Violence of water and fire 2 tails, the coldness of water and earth 3 tails, the blazing heat and eruption of lava 4 tails, the intense heat and speed of steam 5 tails, the eerie acid and slime 6 tails, the agility of shells and flight 7 tails, the flexibility of octopus tentacles and the ferocity of lightning 8 tails. 9 tails Kurama. At last the most important, the chakra forcibly stripped from Minato Namikaze and Naruto Uzumaki belonging to the 9 tails transformed into a brilliant golden red beam, roaring with anger and unwillingness, and thunderously surged into the gaping mouth of the Outer Path Golem. Boom! The indescribable colossal sound did not originate from noise but from the realms of energy and rules. The massive form of the golem suddenly arched upwards as if enduring immense pain or perhaps undergoing its final thorough metamorphosis. Its tightly closed 9 eyes abruptly opened simultaneously. There were 9 giant scarlet eyes filled with chaotic violent patterns resembling the Rinnegan, yet even more disordered, more brutal, embodying the primal desires for devouring and destruction. The Outer Path Golem vanished. In its place stood an even larger, more twisted and indescribable terrifying existence. It resembled a giant tree growing upside down, a grotesque mixture of flesh and wood with roots deeply embedded in the earth, the trunk twisting upwards, and at the top blossomed a bizarre structure resembling a flower bud radiating an eerie purplish-red glow. Countless thick tentacles or branches spread out from the trunk, mindlessly waving and striking at the air and earth, each motion producing a shrieking sound that tore through space and causing violent tremors of the ground. The surface of its body constantly manifested various phantom features of the tailed beasts, only to swiftly vanish as if countless violent consciousnesses were fiercely clashing and merging within. 10 Tails. The origin of chakra, the core of the divine tree, the world-destroying beast, is revived here. The terrifying pressure surged like a tangible tsunami centered around the 10 tails, wildly expanding in all directions. The sky was dyed an ominous dark red, and the dark clouds swirled as if stirred by an invisible hand. The earth cried out in anguish, cracking apart. Far away, dozens or even hundreds of miles on the battlefield, whether it was the White Absolute, the filthy bodies, or the ninjas of the Allied forces, all felt an instinctive fear and shudder that arose from the depths of their souls at that moment. As if the creatures at the very bottom of the food chain had gazed upon the awakening of the apex predator. The purple flower floated in front of the gigantic flower bud-like head of the 10 tails, as minuscule as a speck of dust. The mask had long turned to dust under the terrifying energy shock of the 10 tails' revival, revealing her pale yet remarkably calm face, and those purple eyes reflecting the image of the world-ending beast before her. Within the Rinnegan there was no fear, only an almost cold focus and an uncontrollable excitement belonging to the researcher. 10 tails. Complete form, she murmured softly, her voice barely audible amidst the roar of the 10 tails and the rumbling earth, yet the will to observe remained strikingly clear. Life form. Energy level. Manifestation of rules. Far beyond expectations. A perfect ultimate specimen. She could see the unimaginably vast and chaotically fused chakra ocean within the 10 tails, a state of chaos forcibly merged from the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts, yet still far from achieving true balance. She could feel the primal will of the 10 tails filled with destruction devouring, and the urge to return to oneness crashing against her mental defenses like a violent storm. She could even perceive the myriad energy connections between the 10 tails and the earth beneath her feet, the sky, and the entire planet, akin to roots intertwining with soil. Danger. Extreme danger. But it also harbored the ultimate mystery. It's time, she told herself. The revival of the 10 tails was merely the first step. The next step was the true core of the plan and the key phase of her experiment, to become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. This was not a step necessary for Uchiha Obito's original plan to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi. For her it was about actively placing herself at the core of the source of chakra, using herself as the test subject and observation station to directly experience, analyze, and attempt to control this power. She raised her hands and formed an ancient and complex sealing style that was entirely different from the one used to guide the tailed beasts. The Rinnegan erupted with unprecedented brilliance, its ocular power pouring forth unreservedly, forcefully establishing a connection with the chaotic will and energy of the 10 tails ahead. Come to me, she commanded in a low voice, not as a command but more like an invitation and guidance. The 9 chaotic giant red eyes of the 10 tails simultaneously turned towards her this insignificant existence. A more violent and greedy will surged forth. It seemed to recognize the owner of this eye and sense the breath of the Hashirama cells within her originating from the divine tree, as well as the intent to accommodate it. The 10 tails let out a deafening roar which was not one of resistance but rather a response mixed with brutality and a twisted desire. Its massive twisted form began to writhe violently, contracting into an indescribable torrent of chakra mixed with all attributes, colors, and negative emotions, surging towards the small frame of the purple flower like a flood. Ugh! In the moment she was engulfed by the torrent of 10 tails chakra, the unimaginable pain and impact made the purple flower emit the most anguished and suppressed screams since her crossing over. This was not a simple infusion of energy, it was the malice, chaos, and weight of the entire world forcefully crammed into a mortal vessel. Her body was torn apart in an instant. Literally ripped apart. Skin, muscles, bones, organs, meridians. Every cell felt as if countless violent hands were tearing and shattering it from within. The Hashirama cells proliferated and repaired at an unprecedented, almost self-destructive speed, trying to keep up with the pace of destruction, yet the newly formed tissues were destroyed in the next moment by the more violent 10 tails chakra. Her body cycled through constant collapse and rebirth, its form becoming indistinct, sometimes swelling into an irregular mass of flesh, sometimes contracting into a human shape, the surface displaying various phantom features of the tailed beasts that swiftly vanished. Even more terrifying was the impact on her consciousness. The chaotic, brutal primal will of the 10 tails filled with destruction, and the obsession of returning to oneness surged into her mind like the collective wails of countless wronged souls fiercely washing away and tearing at her self-awareness. Countless chaotic images, sounds, and emotional fragments, the pain and fury of the tailed beasts being stripped away and sealed, the thousand-year thirst and waiting of the outer path golem, the cold memory fragments of the divine tree devouring planets. Everything was attempting to completely drown and assimilate that faint sense of self belonging to Purple Flower and Lin Zhe. I am who? Observer. Researcher. Purple Flower. Lin Zhe. Sample. Data. Truth. Her self-awareness flickered like a candle in a storm, unstable and on the verge of extinguishing. The beastly nature, the desire for destruction, and the instinct to return to oneness of the 10 tails rose like a dark tide threatening to drag her into eternal chaos. But just at the edge of her consciousness, about to completely sink, the instinct and persistence belonging to the researcher surged like an indestructible dam, firmly blocking the encroachment of chaos. Record. Data. In the depths of her fragmented consciousness, this thought flickered like the last anchor, stubbornly shining 10 tails chakra. Composition. Erosion pattern. Hashirama cell's response. Counter data. Must not lose. Observation. Meanwhile, the foundation laid by her Rinnegan's preliminary harmonization, the Hashirama cells and Sage Chakra, began to take effect. The ocular power of the Rinnegan acted as a pillar, forcefully sorting and guiding the influx of the most violent 10 tails chakra, incorporating it into a preliminary circulation trajectory. The immense vitality of the Hashirama cells and the shared breath of the divine tree became the key to countering and attempting to soothe and merge with the 10 tails chakra. The affinity brought by sage energy was attempting to harmonize the excessively chaotic and disorderly parts of the 10 tails chakra. This was a brutal war occurring at both microscopic and macroscopic levels. The two sides of the war were the mortal consciousness and body attempting to accommodate the entire small world, and the chaotic giant beasts representing the source of chakra possessing world-destroying power. Time lost its meaning. Every second felt as long as eternity. Pain was the sole perception, but the obsession with observation and understanding was the only driving force to persevere. It was unclear how long it lasted, perhaps a moment, perhaps a millennium. The relentless tearing and impact seemed to begin to weaken. It was not that the power of the 10 tails had weakened, rather her body, after experiencing countless cycles of collapse and rebirth, began to reconstruct itself in a new, more resilient and efficient form under the combined effects of the Hashirama cell's Rinnegan ocular power, Sage Chakra harmonization, and her tenacious will. The vast chakra of the 10 tails was forcibly constrained, compressed, and tamed, forming a new, stable, and vastly expansive energy circulation system within her body. On the battlefield of consciousness, the calmness and rationality belonging to the researcher became like a refined alloy, not only withstanding the onslaught of the 10 tails will, but also beginning to re-establish dominance over her body, and this new power in the manner of a manager rather than a consumed. When the last trace of the extruded chaotic 10 tails chakra was completely incorporated into her internal circulation, when the soul-rending pain gradually receded like a tide, and when self-awareness regained clarity and securely occupied dominance, the Purple Flower, perhaps this title was no longer entirely accurate, slowly opened her eyes once more. No, she did not perform the action of opening her eyes, because she had always been watching. With a new perspective, she floated in midair with cracked earth beneath her and a still dark red sky above. But the world in her eyes was entirely different. Everything seemed to consist of the most fundamental rules and energy lines clearly visible and within reach. With a flicker of her mind, 9 black Tao balls, each emitting a faint halo, silently appeared behind her, slowly rotating, each containing a terrifying power capable of obliterating ordinary ninjutsu and matter. Her tattered clothing was replaced by a pure ancient robe seemingly woven from white light, known as the robes of 6 paths, possessing immense defensive capabilities. A black staff, ancient in design and adorned with magatama at both ends, naturally appeared in her right hand, resonating with her thoughts. She looked down at her hands. The skin remained fair, yet subtly flowed with a restrained luminescence, as if containing the entire galaxy. She could feel the immeasurable chakra coursing through her body, a seamless integration of all attribute changes, and the more primal power of yin-yang release. The vision of her Rinnegan had received unimaginable enhancement, allowing her to easily see through the structure of space, perceive every energy fluctuation on the distant battlefield, and even faintly touch the flowing trajectory of time. Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. 6 paths mode. She succeeded. With a mortal body, though this body was no longer ordinary, she accommodated the avatar of the divine tree and stepped into the legendary realm of the 6 paths sage. Yet what was reflected in her purple Rinnegan was not the indifference or ecstasy of gods, but a deeper, purer rationality sedimented from extreme pain and transformation. This is the state of the 10 tails Jinchuriki. She spoke slowly, her voice ethereal and calm, resonating oddly, as if harmonizing with the surrounding space. Dao Balls, the ultimate creation of yin-yang release, capable of obliterating most ninjutsu and matter with variable forms. Robes of 6 paths, a condensation of sage chakra rules possessing great resistance to physical and energy attacks. Staff, the embodiment of yin-yang release, can assist in casting large-scale yin-yang techniques or serve as a weapon. The chakra circulation system within. Stable output power. Immeasurable, can harness all basic attributes and yin-yang release. Rinnegan abilities receive comprehensive enhancement: space, gravity, soul, summoning, life, and destruction. Each power is clear and tangible, with the affinity for natural energy reaching its peak, nearly merging into one. The Hashirama cells have initially fused with the 10 tails chakra, becoming part of a stable system. She scanned, analyzed, and recorded her brand new state like the most precise instrument. Each power, each change was calmly categorized, understood, and brought under her control. Then she slowly raised her head, her Rinnegan gaze seemingly penetrating the barriers of space and distance, casting towards the vast battlefield, still echoing with the sounds of battle. The ninja allied forces, white absolute filthy bodies, and those yet to appear like 6 paths, Sage, Kagaya, Otsutsuki, and other true behind the scenes existences. Now she murmured to herself, gently tapping the ground with the 6 paths staff as the 9 Dao balls behind her began to accelerate their rotations. This experimental field has finally welcomed its strongest observer and the infusion of the ultimate variable. The researcher endowed with divine power stepped onto the ultimate war stage she had personally woven. The experiment enters its final phase. The radiance of the 6 paths mode burned quietly around the Xiang flower, resembling the purest white flames. The quest for Dao Jade slowly rotated, and the robe of the 6 paths fluttered without wind. She hovered above the massive pit where the 10 tails once stood, her Rinnegan calmly overlooking the chaotic land below as well as the distant chakra fluctuations on the horizon, the last struggles of the ninja coalition White Setsu, and the reanimated corpses. An unprecedented sense of control akin to omniscience flowed through her consciousness alongside the vast chakra of the 10 tails, akin to a sea of stars. Power so immense, and so within reach, felt as though a single thought could turn mountains upside down and dim the sun and moon. Yet this power did not bring the ecstasy of dominion over all, but rather a deeper, more profound awareness and vigilance belonging to a researcher. The stronger the power, the deeper the rules it entailed, and the more unpredictable the dangers lurking behind it. Especially those yellow eyes that always hid in the deepest shadows. The shadows beneath her feet twisted and stretched silently, congealing into a humanoid silhouette as dark as ink, featuring only a pair of yellow pupils. Black Zetsu. Compared to before, the current Black Zetsu displayed a more respectful demeanor, even carrying an unnoticeable suppressed excitement. It gazed up at the figure floating in the air, radiating the light of the 6 paths, its yellow pupils reflecting the pure white glow, and its voice became deeper, filled with a guiding allure. "Congratulations, Lord Madara," Black Zetsu slowly spoke, its voice like aged poison slowly seeping into the air. "No, perhaps it is time to refer to you as the successor of the Sage of 6 Paths. The power of the 10 tails, the authority of the Rinnegan, all belong to you, Madara." The identity played by Xiang Flower slowly lowered its head, the purple Rinnegan calmly gazing at Black Zetsu below. She did not speak, merely listening quietly. The mask was long gone, but her face bore no expression resembling a true deity devoid of joy or sorrow. "The preparations for infinite Tsukuyomi have been completed." Black Zetsu continued, its yellow pupils fixated on Madara's reaction. "The outer path golem. No, the divine tree has absorbed enough chakra and its resonance with the moon has reached its peak. As long as you use these Rinnegan to cast the infinite Tsukuyomi on the moon, allowing the light birthed from the divine tree realm to envelop the entire planet, all chakra from those trapped in dreams will be absorbed by the divine tree, ultimately converging into the true chakra fruit." Its words were full of seduction, painting the final and most magnificent picture of the Eye of the Moon plan, an eternal world of dreams without pain. Yet through her Rinnegan, Xiang Flower could clearly see the deep, seemingly calm chakra of Black Zetsu, which surged with a nearly greedy expectation and a hint of extremely subtle cold killing intent. This killing intent was not aimed at the Eye of the Moon but at her, the vessel. She understood Black Zetsu's true script. The so-called infinite Tsukuyomi was merely a pretext. The true goal was to have her playing the role of Obito Madara activate this technique, becoming the intermediary and sacrifice for the power of the divine tree and Kagaya. When the ritual reached a critical moment, Black Setsu would strike a fatal blow from behind, piercing her heart, using her body and Rinnegan as a medium to truly resurrect Kaguya Otsutsuki. In the original work, Uchiha Madara was betrayed by Black Setsu the will just when he thought he was about to reach the pinnacle of his dreams, turning into the perfect vessel for Kaguya's resurrection. Very well, Madara. Xiang Flower finally spoke, her voice resonating through the power of the 6 paths with a hollow and indifferent echo that interrupted Black Setsu's depiction. In that case, let us begin. Let this old world filled with meaningless strife sink into eternal slumber. Her response was decisive and unhesitating, as if she were completely immersed in the joy and sense of mission about to be realized by the eye of the moon. This was precisely what Black Setsu wished to see, a perfect pawn blinded by power, driven by obsession, utterly unaware of the lurking dangers behind. As you wish. Black Setsu bowed deeply, its shadowy body trembling slightly with excitement. Please ascend high into the sky, gaze at the moon with your Rinnegan, and seal the infinite Tsukuyumi. The rest will be left to the divine tree and fate. Xiang Flower ceased to speak further. With a slight movement of her thoughts, her body began to slowly ascend into the sky, surrounded by the quest for Tao Jade, gaining speed like a meteor flying against the current, piercing through the dark red sky, heading towards the gradually clarifying full moon hidden within the chaotic celestial phenomena. The wind howled past her ears, yet could not breach the protection of the robe of 6 paths. The earth rapidly receded beneath her feet, becoming small, while the flames and smoke of the battlefield resembled a miniature sand table. As she ascended, a strange resonance with the bright moon above became increasingly clear. The 10 tails chakra, the essence of the divine tree within her, began to stir the Rinnegan, imparting a clear sense of pull, as if the moon itself was a massive waiting activation coordinate for a technique. She knew that Black Setsu must be like the most patient snake lurking in the shadows of the earth below, gazing up at her ascent, waiting for the perfect moment. But she was not unprepared. In fact, from the moment she decided to play the role of Obito, inheriting all his legacy, including this final step, she had already been contemplating how to deal with Black Setsu's backstab. The heart was the predetermined target of Black Setsu's attack and also the key sacrifice position for the resurrection ritual. Countermeasure 1: a physical substitute. Utilizing the powerful regeneration and plasticity of Hashirama's cells, she cultivated a layer of pseudo-heart tissue surrounding her true heart, with the same structure, function, and chakra fluctuations. This layer of tissue was closely connected to the true heart, sharing blood circulation and nerves sufficient to deceive anyone. Once subjected to a penetrating attack, this substitute would absorb most of the damage and simulate the reaction of a heart rupture, while the true heart could instantly shift or enter a state of suspended animation under the protection of Hashirama's cells. This was based on her deep development of control over her own cells and the characteristics of Hashirama's cells. Countermeasure 2: spatial replacement. Within the heart and surrounding key tissues, she preemptively buried miniature flying thunder god techniques fully bound to her own chakra. This was not used for teleporting herself, but rather served as a spatial anchor point. When a lethal penetrating damage possessing specific in-release characteristics, the signature of Black Setsu's attacks, was detected, the technique would automatically trigger, instantaneously replacing the heart and connected major blood vessels, nerves, and other vital areas to the prepared cultivation tissue cabin at a specific coordinate within the Kamui space. The damage would appear to occur, but in reality it would be transferred. Meanwhile, Hashirama's cells would rapidly generate temporary tissue to maintain basic circulation until the true organs were safely transferred back or regenerated on site. This combined her understanding of the Flying Thunder God with absolute control over the Kamui space. Countermeasure 3: energy level misleading. At the core of the heart, she set up a powerful decoy seal targeting in-release and mental intrusion. Once subjected to Black Setsu's unique heart extraction attack, which targeted both soul and body contracts, this seal would be triggered, simulating the illusion of the vessel being seized, the soul being eroded, and the ritual commencing. Even absorb and analyze the information regarding Kaguya's resurrection contract contained within Black Setsu's attack. Her true soul core and consciousness had long been hidden, dispersed, or backed up at other safe nodes within her body, such as the quest for Tao Jade's staff, or even deep within summoning contracts through her Rinnegan and her powerful mental strength. The true killing move was counterkill. Black Setsu believed it was the lurking hunter waiting for the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to its prey. Unbeknownst to it, from the moment it approached this Tentail's Jinchuriki, it had already stepped into the ultimate experiment and trap meticulously arranged by its prey, with the entire world as the stage. Xiang Flower, perhaps no longer simply referred to by this name, calmly deduced all contingency plans in her heart. The gaze of the Rinnegan had penetrated the clouds, clearly seeing the bright moon above radiating a cold glow. The height was already sufficient. She halted her ascent, quietly hovering in the near vacuum of the extreme heights. Below, the earth became an arc-shaped contour and everything on the battlefield appeared as small as dust. An absolute silence enveloped her ears, only the sound of the vast chakra flowing within her body and the increasingly strong resonance with the moon akin to a heartbeat. It was time. She slowly raised her hands, forming an ancient intricate seal filled with ominous energy before her. Each change of gesture triggered violent fluctuations of the Tentails chakra within her, resonating peculiarly with the power of the Rinnegan. The robe of 6 paths fluttered without wind, the 9 quest for Tao jade behind her spun faster, emitting a faint glow. Infinite. Tsukuyomi. The deep, majestic voice, as if emanating from the very world itself, was declared from her lips, not a roar but an announcement. With the final completion of the seal, she suddenly raised her head, her eyes wide open. In her purple Rinnegan, the peculiar concentric circular ripples suddenly expanded and rotated, erupting with an unprecedented, earth-shattering purple light. 2 intensely condensed purple beams like divine punishment spears connecting heaven and earth shot from her eyes, traversing immeasurable distances precisely and unimpededly striking the bright moon above. Buzz! The universe seemed to tremble at that moment. The moon, that silver disk which suspended for countless ages, witnessing all the love and hatred of the ninja world, underwent a bizarre transformation the instant it encountered the radiance of the Rinnegan. The smooth surface of the moon rippled like water at its center, a huge clear pattern radiating ominous red light emerged like dark ink dropping into water, swiftly spreading and solidifying. It was a pattern of an eye. A massive scarlet and bizarre Rinnegan. The technique of infinite Tsukuyomi has been fully activated. When this giant godlike eye pattern completely manifested on the surface of the moon itself emitted light that instantly changed its nature. The cold silver glow vanished, replaced by a soft, warm, yet irresistibly hypnotic and erosive white light. This white light, like tangible mercury flowing down or the softest veil centered on the moon, poured down gently and resolutely upon the entire planet without discrimination. Wherever the light passed, the clouds were dyed pure white and the sky transformed into an ocean of light. The light pierced through the atmosphere, showering mountains, rivers, forests, deserts, oceans, cascading upon every corner of the earth, each living being still in motion. On the battlefield, regardless of whether they were the white Setsu or reanimated corpses engaged in fierce combat, or the ninja coalition fighting desperately, or the wounded lying on the ground, or the logistics personnel providing long-range support, even those civilians hiding deep in shelters, as long as they were exposed to this white light from the moon, as long as they looked up to see the moon transformed into a giant eye, their movements instantly ceased. The expressions on their faces, whether anger, fear, sorrow, or determination, rapidly solidified and then were replaced by a hollow, dazed tranquility, as if they were immersed in the most beautiful dream. The spark in their eyes dimmed and disappeared swiftly, leaving only the emptiness reflected in the white light. Immediately afterward, from beneath them and the earth beside them, countless thick, supple, seemingly living white roots erupted from the ground, entwining their bodies like spirit serpents, cocooning and binding them like pupae, and then slowly dragging them into the depths of the earth. These were the roots of the divine tree, beginning to harvest chakra under the guidance of the light of infinite Tsukuyomi. There were no screams, no struggles, only an eerie, boundless silence, and that gentle yet chilling white light enveloped the entire land, covering the whole planet. Xiang Flower hovered at the source of the ocean of light below. She looked down, gazing at this miraculous scene. The white light illuminated her calm, undisturbed face, and those purple eyes which still retained the form of the Rinnegan yet seemed even deeper than the white light below. It was beautiful, yet also deceptive. She knew that the peace and happiness created by this white light were merely nutrients for extracting chakra and cultivating the divine tree fruits. Those trapped in dreams enveloped by the divine tree would have their chakra slowly drained, and their souls would forever sink into the illusion woven by their own subconscious, unable to awaken. This was not salvation, but another form of more thorough death and enslavement. Yet her heart remained unfazed. There was no pity for all living beings, nor reflection on her own great feat. Only a cold, detached observation. Infinite Tsukuyomi launch confirmation. She murmured softly, her voice dissipating in the silent heights. Light wavelength frequency, hypnotic efficacy, chakra pulling efficiency, root activation, data and energy vein interaction patterns. Recorded. Black Zetsu's script is reaching its climax. Next it should make its appearance. She maintained her sealing posture, the Rinnegan still gazing at the moon, sustaining the operation of the technique. Yet all her perceptions had become like the most precise net, locking onto every inch of space around her, especially the seemingly empty blind spot connected to the shadows of the earth below. She was waiting for that self-important snake to strike with its fangs from the shadows. waiting for this millennium-long conspiracy to reach its ultimate, most ironic, curtain-falling moment. And she herself would acquire the most core, final samples and data regarding the Otsutsuki, the divine tree, and the chakra system of this planet within this curtain-falling moment. The play had reached its climax. The conclusion between the hunter and the hunted was about to be revealed. Above the vast heavens, the pale light of the infinite Tsukuyomi enveloped the entire world like a gentle shroud of death. The Xiang flower, perhaps no name can accurately describe her existence at this moment, hovered near the source of this light, maintaining a hand-seal posture, the purple beams flowing from her Rinnegan connecting with the enormous crimson Rinnegan on the moon, sustaining the ultimate illusion that shrouded the planet. Her figure amidst the boundless ocean of light appeared both sacred and solitary. The timing was just right. With the infinite Tsukuyomi fully activated, the roots of the divine tree spread across the earth, devouring the chakra and dreams of countless beings. The ritual entered its most irreversible and stable phase. As the initiator and core of the technique, all power and attention seemed to be naturally immersed in the maintenance and control of this colossal jutsu. Perfect, flawless, a fatal flaw turned against the ally. It's over, Obito. A voice like the hiss of a snake coiling close to the ear, cold and viscous, carrying the malice and ecstasy suppressed for 1,000 years, suddenly rang out behind her. It was Kagai's will. Its figure seemed to grow from the shadow cast by her own being, dark and twisted, silent and deadly. That hand, formed from pure dark chakra and adorned with ominous purple patterns, struck toward the position of her heart with a speed that surpassed sensory limits, unimpeded and precise. Thud. The sound of the blade piercing through flesh resonated clearly in the silent sky. Kagai's will's arm plunged to the elbow into Madara, the back of the Xiang flower. It succeeded. 1,000 years of plotting, countless schemes, betrayal, guidance, manipulation. Everything seemed to yield perfect rewards at this moment. Ecstasy and twisted excitement erupted from the yellow pupils of Kagai's will. It felt its arm penetrate the vessel's defense, touching the heart that served as the sacrificial core containing the chakra of the 10 tails and the power of the Rinnegan. No, it was more than just contact. Its unique yin-yang release power originating from Kagaya surged in like a virus, frantically invading, eroding, and assimilating this perfect vessel. It was seizing control, activating the long-buried resurrection contract belonging to Mother. You are ultimately just a pawn, Uchiha Obito. Kagaya's will's voice dripped with the mockery and pity of a victor, whispering close to Madara's ear as if announcing the final judgment. No, from the very beginning, you Uchiha Madara, Nagato Yahiko, and those laughable-tailed beasts, and Jinchuriki. All of you were merely necessary stepping stones and nourishment on the road to Mother's resurrection. Now your mission is complete. This body, this power, these eyes will all become the perfect cradle for Mother's return. It began to fully activate its yin-yang release, attempting to completely imprint the unchanging contract of 1,000 years into the core of the vessel, awakening the will of Otsutsuki Kagaya sleeping in the bloodline and chakra source. However, 1 second, 2 seconds. The scenario envisioned of her body violently convulsing, power spiraling out of control, consciousness being instantaneously devoured and replaced by Mother's will did not occur. The body of the vessel remained quietly suspended, even the hand seal maintaining the infinite Tsukuyomi showed no signs of wavering. At the sight of the wound on her back, no blood gushed forth, only a peculiar, slightly dry sensation as if wooden fibers were being torn apart. The yin-yang release power surging into the heart sank like a stone into the ocean, failing to stir the expected contractual response, instead appearing to be absorbed, decomposed, analyzed, and recorded by a far more immense and intricate system. The ecstasy on Kagaya's will's face instantly froze, its yellow pupils dilating. A wave of ominous premonition washed over it like a bucket of ice water. Something was off. This sensation. This energy reaction. This was not a flesh and blood body at all. At that moment, a calm voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation echoed in its ear, close yet seemingly from afar, carrying a detached perception of all things. I have been waiting for your move, Kagaya's will. This voice was neither the raspy tone of Uchiha Obito nor the ancient haughty inflection of Uchiha Madara, but a clear feminine voice that was coldly rational to an inhuman degree. Kagaya's will was horrified and tried to retract its arm, but found it firmly ensnared by countless resilient suctioning wooden fibers, unable to budge an inch. What terrified it even more was that around the wound where its arm had pierced, the skin, muscle, and robe, instantly illuminated with dense complex runes that it had never seen before, flickering with a ghostly blue light. That was a spacetime sealing jutsu. Moreover, it was of the same origin as the Flying Thunder God technique, but far more exquisite and adaptively bound to this body's chakra. You Kagaya's will let out a terrified scream, struggling desperately, trying to transform into shadow and escape, but the surrounding light, the white light of the infinite Tsukuyami, now seemingly guided and distorted by some unseen force, transformed into a viscous gel that firmly held it in place, even interfering with its ability to shift into shadow. Madara, or rather the Xiang flower in this guise, slowly turned around with an utterly calm demeanor completely unfitting for one who had just been pierced through the heart. Her face remained serene, reflecting the twisted dark visage of Kagaya's will in her purple Rinnegan, shocked and terrified. At the sight of her wound it could be seen that what had been penetrated was not flesh and blood but a dense, resilient, peculiar textured living wood-like tissue, writhing and slowly pushing out the part pierced by Kagaya's will, the wound visibly healing, leaving only the damage to her clothing and the ghostly blue runes tightly binding and sealing Kagaya's will's arm. Would release body replacement. An Flying Thunder God space anchoring seal. Kagaya's will's voice distorted from fear, its yellow pupils nearly bulging from its sockets. You knew from the very beginning. You knew my plan. Knew of Mother's existence. This is impossible. Much earlier than you think. The Xiang flower replied calmly, raising her left hand and gently pressing it against Kagaya's will's arm that was unable to withdraw, sealed tight against her chest. Her palm glowed with a pure white light containing the source power of yin-yang release. This was the true power of the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki in Sage of Six Paths mode. For 1,000 years you have manipulated the Uchiha stone tablet, guiding the reincarnations of Indra and Asura to fight, instigating wars, cultivating suitable pieces and vessels. All of it was merely to resurrect your mother Otsutsuki Kagaya, sealed within the moon. Uchiha Madara was your pawn, Uchiha Obito was your pawn, Nagato was your pawn. The entire history of the shinobi world has been guided by you in the dark toward this predetermined resurrection ceremony. You thought you were hiding in the deepest shadows, the ultimate player. The tone of the Xiang flower remained flat, as though stating a conclusion from an experiment unrelated to herself, but every word struck like a hammer on Kagaya's will's heart, shattering its millennia of pride, schemes, and secrets. But you were wrong. In her Rinnegan the purple light flowed as if able to see through. The essence of Kagaya's will, formed of pure yin release and obsession. From the moment you chose Uchiha Obito as the candidate for the vessel, your game had already slipped out of your control. Because now sitting in the position of this vessel is me. At the moment her words fell, the white light in her palm erupted violently. The pure and powerful Six Paths power mixed with the ocular power of the Rinnegan, the life force of the Senju cells, and her own absolute reason and control, honed through countless trials, transformed into countless thin yet incredibly resilient white chains of light rushing along Kagaya's will's arm and flooding into its body. No. Kagaya's will let out a shrill and terrible scream. It was not the pain of the flesh but the most fundamental yin-release will and contract with Kagaya that constituted its existence, being forcibly washed, stripped, and sealed by this higher, purer power carrying a cold analytical intent. It sensed its accumulated memories, knowledge, schemes, and connections with Kagaya over 1,000 years being violently read, copied, and archived. Its unique form of existence, straddling the line between material and spiritual, was being forcibly solidified, compressed, and reconstructed by the white chains of light. What on earth are you? You are not Obito. You are not Madara. You are not an existence of this world. Kagaya's will screamed in its final moments of collapse, its yellow pupils filled with endless resentment and disbelief. What I am is not important. The Xiang flower ignored its screams and struggles, the light of her Rinnegan steady as before. What matters is that your mother Otsutsuki Kagaya will not be resurrected in the way you envisioned. At least not through your guidance as a pawn. The history of chakra, the fate of this planet. She exerted a slight force, more white chains emerging from the void, completely wrapping around Kagaya's will, tightening to form an irregular black crystal emanating a faint white light. Kagaya's will's screams and struggles quickly dwindled, eventually vanishing completely, leaving only within the crystal a faintly pulsing yellow light filled with unwillingness, symbolizing its consciousness being thoroughly sealed. Will be rewritten by new rules and new observers. She released her hand, the black crystal sealing Kagaya's will suspended before her. She raised another hand, a tiny seeking Dao jade forming at her fingertip, gently tapping it against the surface of the crystal. More complex sealing runes instantly spread out, completely sealing the crystal, which then transformed into a streak of flowing light, vanishing into the wide sleeves of her Six Paths robe. In the high heaven silence returned. Only the gentle white light of the infinite Tsukuyami continued to fall, enveloping the silent world below, which had fallen into an eternal dream, gradually being consumed by the divine tree. The Xiang flower floated quietly, glancing down at her chest, now perfectly intact, then looking up toward the enormous crimson Rinnegan on the moon. There was no joy of victory, no sentimentality over the end of a millennia-long scheme. Only a profound sense of calm, as though she had completed a significant experiment in data collection and analysis, along with a hint of cautious anticipation for the even larger, more unknown subjects ahead. Kekkei, as well the mastermind who had lurked for 1,000 years orchestrating countless tragedies and attempting to resurrect the world-destroying deity, was easily captured, sealed, and archived under her otherworldly calm calculation and absolute power, as if brushing away a spider's web. Its millennia-long game crumbled to dust. And her experiment, or rather her exploration of the ultimate truth of this world, had only just stepped into the true arena after removing this largest interfering variable and potential threat. She slowly withdrew her gaze from the moon, her Rinnegan reflecting the pale and silent world below. Then she murmured softly, her voice dissipating in the boundless light. Next it is time to deal with this infinite Tsukuyomi and to deliver this mortal answer. Above in the high heavens the pale silence replaced the din of war. The gentle glow of infinite Tsukuyomi flowed softly, enveloping the world below that had fallen into absolute stillness. Mountains, rivers, cities, battlefields. Everything was tinted with the same layer of illusory white. Countless beings were wrapped in the pure and flexible roots of the divine tree, their faces serene, immersed in a perfect dream woven from their own subconscious, a dream that could never be realized. War, hatred, pain, loss. All the scars of the real world seemed to be completely smoothed over and forgotten in this moment. An eternal utopia of peace and happiness had descended. The purple flower hovered at the pinnacle of this perfect world, with 9 orbs of enlightenment slowly rotating behind her. Clad in the pristine robe of the 6 paths, she pointed her scepter downward, maintaining a faint connection with the enormous Rinnegan on the moon. She had just concluded the conspiracy of the 1,000-year-old schemer Black Zetsu with absolute power and cold calculation, sealing away and archiving the insidious will that sought to resurrect the world-destroying deity. Now she was the nominally sole and true deity of this new world. Power surged within her, vast as the galaxy within reach. The Rinnegan granted her the authority to perceive the rules of all things and to interfere with myriad phenomena. As long as she wished, she could maintain this infinite Tsukuyomi, allowing eternal peace to persist until all life on this planet had its chakra drained by the divine tree, ultimately crystallizing into the so-called chakra fruit, perhaps a higher level of power or a key to another unknown realm. She looked down upon a world devoid of suffering. This was the outcome that Uchiha Obito Nagato and countless tormented souls had longed for. Isn't it a highly efficient way to solve problems by using a global illusion to numb all real pain? As long as she maintained this technique, there would be no wars, no chains of hatred, no tragedies like that of the original purple flower being sacrificed as material, no regrets like that of Rin dying due to conspiracy, and no delusions of madness like Obito's resulting from loss. A quiet, controllable observation sample bank with stable yet false data. But she slowly closed her eyes, not to rest but to push the perception of her Rinnegan to its limits, penetrating the gentle white light and delving into each dream wrapped below. She saw her departed loved ones revived on the ruins of Konoha, reunited in laughter and joy. She saw the ninjas of Sunagakure strolling with family in an oasis that would never suffer drought. She saw the strong men of Kumogakure winning arm wrestling competitions forever in their dreams. She saw the girl from Kirigakure unexpectedly encountering her crush under the cherry blossom tree. She saw the old soldiers of Iwagakure laying down all defenses, snoring in a hot spring. Beautiful. False. Monotonous. Superficial. Every dream was resplendent, filled with the deepest desires of individuals. But peeling away the layer woven by infinite Tsukuyomi and her subconscious, the core was utterly empty. There were no genuine interactions, no unforeseen conflicts or growth, no choices and responsibilities based on free will, no resilience and wisdom tempered by pain, and most importantly, no thrill and surprise when facing the unknown and exploring the truth. All happiness was predetermined, cyclical, and closed. Like cells dividing in a petri dish according to a fixed program, they appeared vibrant, but had long lost any possibility of evolution. False data? She opened her eyes, the purple of her Rinnegan clear without any hesitation or struggle, only the instinctive rejection and decisiveness of a researcher faced with contaminated samples. The happiness, peace, and even the responses of each dream individual created by infinite Tsukuyomi are entirely constrained by the rules of the technique, and the echoes of individual subconscious lacking any randomness, creativity, or authenticity. Observing such a world yields only distorted data about the mechanisms of illusion and the projection of human desires, with no value for understanding the true evolution of chakra social dynamics, or the adaptive changes of life in real conflicts and dilemmas. Moreover, her gaze swept over those bodies ensnared by the divine tree's roots with chakra being slowly extracted. This persistent chakra extraction and soul immersion will inevitably lead to irreversible degradation and homogenized pollution of the basic state of the sample's humans. Maintaining this long-term will ultimately yield a completely static, completely devoid of research value dead database. This contradicts the fundamental principles of research, observing the dynamic evolution of systems under complex variables while minimizing interference, and getting as close to reality as possible. Her choice had never truly wavered from the beginning. To maintain false peace. That would mean abandoning the exploration of the infinite mysteries of the real world, imprisoning herself and all subjects of observation in a carefully crafted amber called happiness. For a researcher who places understanding the truth above all else, this is a desecration and waste more unbearable than death. Release it. Let the real, even if filled with pain, chaos, and uncertainty, return. Let the experiment return to its rightful course. Her mind was made up. She no longer hesitated. Slowly raising her hands, she formed a seal that was entirely opposite to the one used to initiate, yet equally ancient and complex. This time the goal of the seal was not to maintain the connection but to sever, reverse, and reclaim. Infinite Tsukuyomi, release. A clear and dignified voice echoed in the silent sky. As the final seal was completed, the purple light erupting from her eyes suddenly intensified, then violently contracted and rotated inward. Meanwhile, the enormous crimson Rinnegan pattern on the moon's surface began to violently undulate, distort, and then rapidly disintegrate and dissipate from the edges as if erased by an eraser. The pale light enveloping the entire planet began to recede from every corner of the earth like a receding tide, dimming. The sky revealed its original color, the deepest indigo before dawn, with the east already glowing with the first light of day. Crack! Crack! Countless pure white roots of the divine tree entwined with humanity swiftly withered, hardened, and then transformed into minute white light points scattering in the wind. The people wrapped within as if suddenly stripped of their bedding while sleeping fell from midair, or their leaning positions crashing to the cold hard ground. Where is this? What happened? Confused groans, painful exclamations, bewildered whispers. Initially just a few scattered sounds soon rippled out like stones thrown into a calm lake, quickly converging into a massive wave of confusion and chaos sweeping the globe. Countless people awakened from the happiest dream only to face the ruins of war, the pain of their injuries, the sorrowful memories of lost companions, and the utterly incomprehensible bizarre scene before them. One moment fighting or hiding, the next inexplicably asleep, then inexplicably awake, as if the world had been forcibly paused and played. The war seemed to have ended, but in what manner did it conclude? Who won? What of those monsters? White Setsu Edo Tensei? What is the light in the sky? Why am I here? Questions panicked, the relief of survival after disaster, the sorrow of losing everything. Vivid and real emotions erupted like a long-suppressed volcano in every corner of the world. Chaos was inevitable. But all of this had ceased to be relevant to the person who made the decision. At the moment the infinite Tsukuyomi was lifted, the moon returned to its normal state, and the first true dawn was about to pierce the horizon. The purple flower, or rather the unknown entity possessing all this power and secrets, had completed the final operation. With a slight flicker of her thoughts, the remnants of the divine tree roots that once belonged to the tentails, now partially merged with the earth, were forcibly stripped away and retracted by the immense power of yin-yang release, transforming into a barely noticeable stream of light that slipped into her sleeve. The outer pads golem, the tentails, shall naturally return to her as they were one. The Rinnegan in her eyes flickered slightly, perfectly converging the vast ocular power of these sage eyes. She no longer needed to activate them at all times. The relevant data and connections had been deeply integrated into her power system. She raised her hand, revealing two tiny light points radiating different spatial fluctuations in her palm. Those were the divine power spatial coordinates she had deeply optimized and fully mastered, with the abilities of her left and right eyes integrated and elevated into extensions of her personal space and temporal perception. Finally, there was the vast ocean of data regarding this fourth great ninja war. From the deployment of White Zetsu's army to the ability analysis of Edo Tensei, from the practical performance of each ninja village's bloodline secret techniques to the power levels of tailed beasts and Jinchuriki, from the details of the three major ocular techniques of Rinnegan to the entire process of the Tentails' resurrection and fusion, even the energy spectra of the activation and release of infinite Tsukuyomi, Black Zetsu's conspiracy, and sealing information. Everything was categorized, compressed, and archived in a unique manner, integrating chakra and soul imprints stored in the intangible, indestructible hall of knowledge deep within her consciousness. Having completed all of this, she took one last look at the world below, gradually illuminated by the dawn yet shrouded in immense confusion and chaos. The ninja world war abruptly came to an end in a manner that no one could fully comprehend. There were no clear victors, no ultimate judgment. Only a wasteland in need of reconstruction, and countless souls needing to confront reality, and find their way through real pain. She turned and did not look back. The hem of her 6 paths robe traced a faint white arc in the dim light of dawn, and the 9 orbs of enlightenment behind her silently dissipated, merging into her body. Her figure began to grow blurry and transparent, not through violent spatial jumps like Kamui or flying thunder god, but a more gentle and thorough dissolution of existence, as if she intended to quietly erase her traces from the records of this world. Phase 1 of the experiment, observing the conflict of conventional powers and rules in the ninja world data collection complete. Phase analysis finished. The interfering variable Black Setsu and associated conspiracy network have been cleared and archived. The experimental field current ninja world has been reset to restore basic operation, leaving room for long-term observation and potential subsequent interventions. The researcher will now proceed to the next phase, in-depth data analysis, integration of the power system, and preparatory research targeting higher-level existences. Otsutsuki. With the cold and clear experimental log that only she could hear, her figure completely vanished into the last deep darkness before dawn, leaving no energy fluctuations or spatial traces, as if she had never existed. The sky was completely bright. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the scarred yet secretly vibrant earth. Countless bewildered people looked up at this real and somewhat blinding sunlight as if they had traveled through time. The world welcomed a new and unknown dawn, devoid of Akatsuki, Uchiha Madara, and infinite Tsukuyomi, yet also lacking clear answers and heroes. And the researcher who took away all forbidden knowledge, divine power, and secrets of war had silently merged into the deeper shadows of the world, or perhaps stepped into a more distant and dangerous starry sky. Her experiments were far from over. On the contrary, having cleared the greatest interference and threat, and obtained a vast amount of data sufficient to overturn common sense, a grander and lonelier exploration targeting chakra, ninjutsu, bloodlines, and even all the ultimate mysteries behind this planet and galaxy had only just begun. The question remains, in what form will she appear next, facing this world that is both familiar and strange? The answer may very well be hidden within the secrets she took away and the depths of her eyes that see through the illusion and continually pursue the truth. The clamor of the world, the embers of war, the confusion and chaos after awakening. All the noise belonging to the outside is isolated beyond the eternal gray and absolute silence. Here lies the depths of the divine might space. Yet it is utterly different from the previous desolate, empty landscape filled only with cold giant rocks. The purple sunflower, no longer needing any disguise, this is one of her most essential identities, hovers at the center of this entirely transformed alternate space. With her as the center within a spherical area with a radius of several thousand meters, the gray sky and earth are replaced by a constant, gentle, white, cold light, the source of which comes from countless self-operating refined natural energy crystals embedded in the dome. The ground is made of a smooth and hard silver-gray material somewhere between metal and jade, capable of perfectly conducting chakra and spiritual fluctuations while absorbing excess energy dissipation. The space itself is divided into several clearly defined circular areas separated by translucent light screens flowing with faint blue chakra runes, yet able to connect instantly when needed. Core observation area located at the very center. It is a circular platform with a diameter of 100 meters. At the center of the platform floats a deep purple crystal, slowly rotating as if a nebula swirls within. This is a highly concentrated and stabilized sample of the Ten Tails chakra, wrapped in layers of yin-yang escape barriers, serving both as the core subject of research and the ultimate energy source and suppression object of the entire laboratory. Around the edge of the platform, 12 huge transparent light screens made of condensed chakra encircle it, continuously refreshing massive streams of data, waveform charts, three-dimensional models, and ever-evolving formulas. Sample storage and analysis area surrounding the core area. It consists of rows of silver pillars towering to the dome. Each pillar contains independent multilayer spaces expanded through precise spacetime folding technology. Inside, all the precious samples she has collected are categorized and preserved: live cultivation strains and genetic sequence holograms of interstitial cells, original domesticated versions and variants fused with herself, microscopic structure scanning data and eye-power fluctuation spectrums of the Rinnegan original from Nagato, as well as real-time monitoring records after her own eye transplant, spatial coordinate imprints and fusion evolution databases of the divine might. Kaleidoscope Kakashi's left eye, Obito's right eye. All memories and knowledge fragments regarding Kagaya's contract and the Millennium Conspiracy sealed within the black absolute crystal, currently in deep analysis and isolation. Cellular remains, chakra imprints from famous ninjas collected from the impure world, reincarnation bodies, and experimental data concerning soul binding and dust composition. The largest data set consists of the practical energy spectrums, casting details and ability restraining. These data are compressed into countless knowledge crystals emanating various microlights suspended like stars within the storage area's light screen, ready for retrieval, comparison, and analysis at any time. Dynamic simulation and deduction area occupying a large section on the other side. There are no physical samples here, only numerous holographic sandboxes of various sizes suspended in midair, composed of pure chakra and natural energy. Within the sandboxes, mountains, rivers, ninjas, ninjutsu, and tailed beasts are all meticulously simulated in energy forms capable of high-speed deductions, reviews, and even hypothetical battle simulations based on imported combat data or preset variables. This is her virtual battlefield for verifying hypotheses, optimizing techniques, and exploring the potential combinations of powers. Basic work and living area, the smallest and simplest. A workbench, made of the same material, topped with several blank scrolls for instant recording of inspiration and temporary calculations, along with specially made recording pens that can withstand high-precision chakra input. A simple cushion, a quiet room for meditation and deep thought. No bed, no kitchen. The 6 paths body requires minimal sleep and food sustained solely by energy cycles and occasional deep meditation. The significance of this space lies more in maintaining a sense of ritual and cognitive inertia for a researcher. The entire laboratory is silent, orderly, efficient, filled with a cold beauty that transcends the times. This is her ultimate sanctuary of knowledge and experimental workshop belonging solely to her. The purple sunflower slowly descends to the edge of the platform in the core observation area, her robe and staff already retracted, dressed in a simple dark outfit that facilitates movement. Barefoot on the icy silver ground, her calm gaze swept across everything around her. Everything here is her trophy and the cornerstone of her long future research. Her eyes first settled on the slowly rotating Ten-Tails chakra crystal. Even through layers of seals, the vast chaotic aura that contains the essence of all things still faintly emanated. Topic 1: The essence of chakra. She spoke softly, her voice clear in the silent space, as if declaring her research outline to the realm she had created. Known chakra is a product of the mixture of spiritual energy and physical energy, which can create various technique effects through hand seals. Natural energy is a fierce force independent of the human body, existing between heaven and earth, which combines with chakra to form senjutsu chakra, resulting in a qualitative change in power and nature. Question: why is the energy conversion efficiency of chakra so high? What are the underlying rules of its interaction with matter? Why do different ratios of spiritual and physical energies combined with different hand seals stably produce changes in properties such as fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, yin and yang? How do these property changes correspond to the fundamental particles of the material world, if they exist? Hypothesis: chakra is not merely energy but a more fundamental rule carrier or interference medium of world parameters that exists between energy and information. Hand seals are specific compilation instructions. The spirit is instruction input and precision control, and physical energy is driving power. Natural energy is the raw flow of rules that have not been compiled, while senjutsu forcibly introduces fragments of original rules, overclocking or rewriting the compilation instructions. Research direction: in-depth analysis of the energy information structure of the Ten-Tails chakra, the source of chakra, comparative analysis of the micro-fluctuation differences of different attribute chakras, attempts to directly manipulate chakra to produce property changes without hand seals or specific spiritual guidance, verifying its programmability. Her gaze shifted to the sample storage area where knowledge crystals representing various bloodline limits floated. Topic 2: The principle of bloodline limits. Phenomenon: bloodline limit abilities are stably inherited, yet not all clan members can awaken or achieve the same intensity. For instance, the Sharingan requires strong emotional stimulation to evolve. The Byakugan seems to be stably inherited but varies in purity, and would release necessitates the transplantation of Hashirama cells with extremely high risks. Question: is the information of bloodline limit abilities stored at the genetic level, the soul level, or some deeper bloodline contract or chakra imprint? Why is it difficult for different bloodlines to merge, with rare exceptions? Can ordinary people safely obtain and stably use bloodline limits through non-hereditary means? Hypothesis: bloodline limits are the inherent expression of a high-permission chakra rule compilation instruction set on biological carriers. The carrier bloodline provides the basic hardware for expression and some initial instructions genes, but the complete permissions and instruction sets may involve special structures at the soul level like chakra imprints from the reincarnations of Indra or Ashura or hidden connections with certain sources such as the God Tree or Otsutsuki. Awakening activates these instructions with intensity depending on the compatibility of the carrier and the degree of permissions unlocked. Research direction: comparative analysis of the genetic maps of different bloodline limit families, some data already available, and chakra characteristic spectrums. In-depth study of the evolution of the Sharingan purity differences of the Byakugan. Special cases of successful would-release transplantation. Self-attempts to use herself as a template to reverse engineer the compilation rules of bloodline limit abilities, and explore the possibility of safely writing or simulating specific low-level bloodline effects within ordinary bodies. Finally, her gaze became particularly profound, directed towards the intangible direction within the laboratory that symbolizes her ultimate goal. Topic 3: Breaking the shackles of lineage and origin. Current situation: the power system in the ninja world heavily relies on lineage, bloodlines, sage bodies, special physiques, jinchuriki, and secret inheritance. An ordinary ninja without a bloodline is almost locked in their potential throughout their life. This leads to significant inequality, resource monopolization, and cycles of family feuds being the root of countless tragedies. The original Purple Sunflower, if not for her exceptional talent, would not even qualify to become a pawn. Goal: not to eliminate bloodline limits or special powers, but to understand their principles and transform them into public knowledge and universal techniques that can be learned, trained, and acquired through knowledge and effort. Let the enhancement of power rely more on wisdom, perseverance, cooperation, and the exploration of truth rather than luck in birth or becoming a vessel for some existence. Path complete. Topic 1 and Topic 2: Thoroughly understand the underlying mechanisms of chakra and bloodlines. Based on this, develop 1. A more efficient and safer chakra refinement and property change training system. 2. Techniques for simulating or limited use of specific bloodline effects based on knowledge rather than lineage, for example simulating partial lava release effects through composite ninjutsu and precise chakra control. 3. Universal methods to steadily enhance mental strength and physical qualities, reducing dependence on genius physiques. 4. Explore safe cooperation models with external powers such as natural energy and summoning beasts that are non-predatory and non-parasitic. Final ideal: to build a new system of ninjutsu development and power cognition where strength originates from knowledge. Growth is based on choice, differences exist, yet the path is open to everyone. This may fundamentally reduce the endless conflicts caused by power monopolization and inequality. Upon finishing her declaration, the laboratory fell silent, with only the soft glow of the data streams on the light screens and the slow rotation of the Ten-Tails crystal. There were no grand proclamations, no trembling excitement. Only a clear and cold dissection of topics, rigorous research hypotheses, and a long, lonely path that might surpass the lifespan of mortals. In her purple eyes, the soft light of the entire laboratory reflected, burning with an insatiable flame of desire to explore the truth of the world. But before that, there was one last set of data that needed verification, one variable that needed resetting. The Purple Sunflower's gaze lifted from the workbench, looking towards a section of the laboratory isolated by a special barrier. There a body quietly floated in life-sustaining nutrient solution, blonde hair, cheeks marked with stubble. Naruto Uzumaki. No, to be precise, it was a body that had lost the Ninetales, its life force completely exhausted, and could be declared dead in the conventional medical sense. Along with those who died in the Fourth Great Ninja War. She pulled up a light screen. It displayed a plethora of data entries: names, affiliated villages, time and place of death, cause of death, chakra characteristic codes, and the last recorded remnants of soul fluctuations. This was the information archive of all casualties in the Fourth Great Ninja War, collected through the White Absolute Network battlefield monitoring systems and her own Rinnegan perception. The numbers were overwhelming to the point of suffocation. She possessed this power: the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, dual Rinnegan, and nearly infinite chakra. More importantly, she had fully deciphered the underlying mechanism of the outer path samsara of heavenly life. Not merely the coarse version that Nagato used at the expense of exhausting his own chakra, but an optimized version built on a complete understanding of soul summoning, coordinate mapping, life force conversion efficiency models, and chakra matter reconstruction protocols. The cost is existent. A massive chakra expenditure that even the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki would feel pressure from. But for her, this is an energy expenditure that can be precisely calculated. Battlefield data collection is complete, she murmured to herself as if performing a final check before the experiment. The complete archive of the fallen samples has been filed. The revival operation will not result in the loss of already collected data. On the contrary, she slowly stood walking towards the center platform of the laboratory. Restoring the basic sample quantity in the observation field ninja world is necessary to avoid societal structure collapse and long-term observational value decline due to large-scale sample loss in line with the long-term profit curve of the research. Moreover, she paused for a moment, her gaze sweeping over the death records on the light screen. The disturbances caused by the act of revival on individual psychology, social relationships, and the power cognition system are a new observational dimension, especially for the unique sample of the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki whose physiological limit data has been fully collected after losing the tailed beast. Allowing him to die would mean interrupting the data stream. Reviving him and observing how he faces second life, the reconstruction of identity after losing tailed beast powers and the changes in societal attitude towards him, would be a more valuable continuity tracking experiment. The reasoning is rational enough, aligning well with the decision-making model of a researcher. She walked to the center of the platform beneath the floating Ten-Tails crystal. Her hands slowly rose, beginning to form seals. Solemn, slow, filled with a certain ancient rhythm. Every change in gesture precisely adjusted the flow path of chakra within her body, resonating with the power of her Rinnegan. The light of the Ten-Tails crystal began to pulse rhythmically, the swirling nebula inside accelerating noticeably. This was a sign that massive chakra was being mobilized. Once again, a profound purple light illuminated the surroundings. Yet this time it was not merely the power of the eyes that flowed, but also the astonishingly precise control of chakra's intricate patterns. External path reincarnation technique, universal directional rebirth protocol, activate. Her clear voice echoed in the laboratory, indistinguishable from the tone used to issue any experimental command. Buzz, an invisible wave radiated from her center. It was not an aggressive chakra shock, but a more fundamental disturbance of spatial soul coordinates, touching upon the boundary of life and death. The power of the dual Rinnegan constructed a complex network of bridges, one end anchored to the chakra source of the Ten-Tails within the divine space, while the other end precisely guided towards numerous pre-recorded soul coordinates located in the Pure Land, or similar dimensions. She sensed it. Countless faint soul signals like dormant stars were forcibly awakened and drawn from the distant shore. These signals were mixed with emotions of reluctance, regret, liberation, anger, and tranquility. Innumerable fragments of emotions lingering from moments of death. Yet she ignored these noise interferences, focusing on executing the protocol. A massive surge of chakra began to flow from within her body, from the Ten-Tails crystal, from the entire energy network stored in the laboratory. The scale was so immense that the surrounding light screens began to flicker, and the laboratory's constant light source fluctuated. She could distinctly feel the near-infinite chakra reserves after merging with the Ten-Tails depleting at a terrifying speed. But her calculations were precise. Despite the massive consumption, it remained within a safe threshold. The lost chakra could be slowly restored through time and natural energy. What was being exchanged was a more complete and variable rich long-term observation field. First, there were those cases with clearly defined soul coordinates, a relatively short time of death, and well-preserved bodies. She directed the flow of chakra, accurately guiding it according to the preset priorities in the protocol, within the ruins of battlefields and temporary medical tents on carts transporting bodies. Pure yang release chakra mixed with the life creation rules of the Rinnegan infused those cold corpses. Next came those with blurred soul coordinates, longer death times, or severely damaged corpses. She had to invoke higher-level yin-yang release permissions using the existing materials on-site combined with the body memory, residual in the soul, to reconstruct the bodies. The consumption during this process rose exponentially, but she did not pause. Lastly, there were those outlier cases that required special handling. For example, Naruto Uzumaki. Part of the computational resources of the purple hydrangea was allocated specifically to handle this highest priority sample. She guided Naruto's soul back to the completely deceased body. At the same time, she mobilized the purest yang release chakra and life force rules to begin executing the complete body reconstruction protocol. The chakra cycle foundation that collapsed due to the extraction of the nine tails had to be rebuilt. The amount of chakra consumed in this process was equivalent to reviving hundreds of ordinary ninjas. She did not hold back, as this was a necessary experimental cost. When the last soul signal was drawn into place, the final damaged body was repaired or reconstructed, and the last trace of yang release chakra was successfully infused. The purple hydrangea slowly and stably lowered her hands that had formed the seal. The brilliance of the Rinnegan dimmed. She felt an intense sense of exhaustion, not from injury but from the chakra being drained significantly within a short time, akin to altitude sickness, leaving her hollow and fatigued. The rotation speed of the tentails crystal clearly slowed its luminosity, dimming by at least 30%. She could sense that parts of the rule permissions, or technique imprints, related to the reincarnation technique, were permanently worn down due to this large-scale application. In the future, replicating the same effect would become geometrically more difficult and costly. Yet she did not care. The protocol was executed and the observation field was reset. She lifted the isolation barrier in Naruto's area, the nutrient solution drained and his body slowly landed on the platform. Naruto suddenly inhaled sharply and opened his eyes. His blue eyes initially appeared hollow as if dead, but then his pupils constricted sharply, consciousness returning like a tide. He gasped for air like a drowning man, resurfacing, instinctively clutching his chest, unharmed. Yet he immediately sensed within himself and froze. It was empty. Gone was the familiar vast and warm sea of chakra of Kurama. Only his relatively weaker, naturally flowing chakra of the Uzumaki clan remained trickling like a slight stream seeping through a dried riverbed. Naruto looked up and saw the purple hydrangea standing not far away. She had returned to a simple dark outfit with purple hair and purple eyes, calmly gazing at him, though her complexion was slightly paler than usual, with tiny beads of sweat on her forehead. So she was the one behind the mask. "You killed me," Naruto said, his voice hoarse. "And then brought me back. To be precise, it was the extraction of the 9 tails that caused your life signs to drop to 0, entering a medically defined state of death. The subsequent action was a targeted revival operation using the external path reincarnation technique." The purple hydrangea corrected him, her tone still flat, though her speech was slightly slower than usual, revealing a hint of fatigue. "The chakra of the 9 tails has been completely absorbed by the 10 tails, irreversible. However, your life signs as the individual known as Naruto Uzumaki have been restored above the standard threshold." Naruto looked at her, his expression complex. Anger still lingered, but more so was a profound bewilderment, and some perception he could not quite articulate. In that ambiguous state between life and death, he seemed to have sensed something. Countless warm points of light were drawn from the void, scattering across various corners of the ninja world. Many familiar yet strange sensations flickered past. Just now, he hesitated. It seemed like there were many lights, many people, coming back. During the 4th Great Ninja War, all fallen soldiers with confirmed death records and traceable soul coordinates have completed the resurrection protocol. That represents the maximum revival range executable based on existing data models and current chakra reserves. The purple hydrangea provided the answer. Naruto was stunned. All revived. This term was so immense that he could not immediately comprehend its meaning. Those comrades who fell on the battlefield, those who died to protect something, had all returned. Was it because of this enemy? Why? You? Naruto asked hoarsely, tears uncontrollably spilling, mixed with shock, confusion, and a faint, almost non-existent thing called hope. You did so much. And now this. What does it mean? This is a necessary step in the experimental process, the purple hydrangea replied. A significant loss of large-scale samples can lead to instability in the structure of the observation field, causing long-term variables to become singular, thus diminishing research value. Restoring the basic sample size is beneficial for subsequent continuous observation of social structure, evolutionary power systems, and the psychological and behavioral changes of individuals after experiencing death return events. As for the war itself, she continued in that calm tone, from the executor's perspective of Uchiha Obito, it is a necessary step to implement the Moon Eye Plan. From my research perspective, it is a rare scenario for efficiently collecting data on conflicts within the ninja world and triggering extreme performances of bloodline limits and special physiques. From the perspective of the Ninja Alliance, it is a disaster. Different observational angles yield different conclusions. Naruto struggled to understand these words. Experiment. Data. Observation. This person's way of thinking completely transcended his understanding framework. But one thing he understood: everything was a matter of observation and experiment to her. So everyone's death, and now being alive again, to you is just part of the experiment. Naruto felt a chill, but strangely within that chill was a sense of absurd understanding. Yes, the purple hydrangea admitted calmly. Yet the experimental data itself holds value. By analyzing this data, including death data and post-revival data, I hope to establish a feasible model that breaks the hereditary monopoly of power in the ninja world and reduces the frequency of systemic conflicts. Reviving you all is also to construct a more stable, variable-rich long-term observation environment to validate potential solutions that may be proposed in the future. She looked at Naruto, her gaze calm. Naruto Uzumaki, you believe in the power of bonds and understanding. I respect that faith, even if in most cases its efficiency and certainty are insufficient to solve complex systemic issues. I, on the other hand, believe in rules and that by analyzing the operational principles of systems, fundamental nodes for intervention and optimization can be found. Different methodologies may share a common endpoint, the vision of a world with fewer systemic conflicts and more diverse individual development paths. Naruto fell silent. He sat on the ground digesting these words. Anger still burned within his chest, but a more complex emotion was brewing. This person before him, calm to the point of coldness, regarded everything as experimental variables, yet she had indeed brought everyone back in her stated goals. Breaking the damned bloodline monopoly, providing pathways for ordinary people. Wasn't that the dream many had longed for but didn't know how to achieve? I do not agree with many of your methods. Naruto finally raised his head, the light rekindling in his blue eyes, yet that light was tinged with less pure anger and more struggling contemplation. Using people as experimental subjects, instigating war, causing so many deaths. That is wrong. But... He paused, seemingly struggling to clarify his chaotic thoughts. You brought everyone back. And you said you wanted to find a way to make the world better? Though I completely don't understand your method. But if you can truly achieve what you say, letting ordinary people no longer be shackled by bloodlines and origins, and power no longer be the privilege of a select few. Naruto stood up. Though his recently revived body was still somewhat weak, he stood tall. He looked at the purple hydrangea, his gaze complex yet resolute. Then go do it. Use your methods and give it a try. But, he pointed at her, his voice resolute. Do not let innocent people die anymore. If you are truly as capable as you say, if you have really found a way to change the world without war, then present it. Prove it. The purple hydrangea listened quietly, a faint, nearly imperceptible ripple flashing in her purple eyes. It was as if she was evaluating or perhaps recording something. Emotional recovery is rapid, core values remain stable, showing strong adaptability and restructuring rather than collapse after cognitive shock. Naruto Uzumaki sample psychological resilience data record updated. She whispered to herself, then nodded. As for your request. She turned and walked towards the workbench. That is precisely part of the subsequent research plan. The world after your revival will serve as the first and most natural observation field to validate the models I have constructed. She no longer looked at Naruto, merely raised her hand. Space twisted and a passage opened beside Naruto. Outside was the real sunlight and breeze. Faintly he could hear the distant sounds of chaos and surprise, the turmoil and joy triggered by the revival. The passage's exit is near Konoha. You can leave now. Naruto looked at the passage, then glanced at the purple hydrangea's back as she walked towards the workbench. That figure was slender and upright, yet it seemed to carry all the secrets and weight of the world alone. He opened his mouth and finally asked, What is your name? The purple hydrangea paused in her steps. Purple hydrangea, she answered without turning back. Purple hydrangea, Naruto repeated, nodding. I will remember it. I still do not agree with many of the things you did, but thank you for bringing everyone back. And I will not forget what you said. He took one last look at this cold, precise, futuristic space, then turned and stepped into the passage. Light engulfed him. The laboratory returned to silence, only the faint hum of the energy systems slowly restoring. The purple hydrangea walked to the workbench, picked up a recording pen, and slowly wrote the title at the top of a blank scroll. Research on the source of chakra and the evolution of universal power, Phase 1 planning. The pen tip glided across the specially made scroll, producing a crisp, rustling sound that felt exceptionally clear and resolute in this realm of silence belonging solely to her. The smoke of the Ninja World War had dissipated, and legends of heroes were being passed through whispers among the awakening crowd, while tender shoots of reconstruction began to sprout from the ruins. And those once dissipated lives had returned, bearing the weight of a second life re-entering this world, both familiar and strange. They might wonder where that warm light came from or be puzzled by the twists of fate, but the pulse of life had already begun to beat anew. And here in the gaps of time and space, a researcher who had stolen the power of divinity, bearing the heaviest secrets of the world, who had just reversed life and death with near miraculous precision, unexpectedly gained feedback from a control group sample, and officially commenced her ultimate subject matter. The lights in the laboratory would remain illuminated for a long time. And the vast, complex, pain-filled yet brimming with infinite possibilities real world outside the door was both the source of all her data and would ultimately become the testing ground for her research achievements. The road ahead is long and arduous. But for a researcher who has engraved the pursuit of knowledge into her soul, this very length holds the greatest meaning and enjoyment. A new chapter begins from here. In the Shinwei space laboratory, time lost its meaning, only the progress of experiments and the flow of data remained. The white cold light was eternally constant, illuminating the tireless figure. On the 12 light screens of the core observation area, data flowed endlessly like a waterfall. A deep purple crystal representing the sample of the Ten-Tails chakra was meticulously peeled, activated, collided, and analyzed under the control of sophisticated instruments. The purple flower floated in front of the crystal, its eyes tightly closed, not resting but immersing all its mind in a high synchronization with the laboratory's monitoring network, using the Rinnegan and its own powerful mental strength as a terminal to directly process and analyze the vast data like a sea of stars. Failure was the main theme of this period. Attempting to directly observe the structure of the most basic unit of chakra, the energy detector instantly overloaded and burned out upon reaching a certain microscopic threshold. In trying to separate the pure spiritual energy from the physical energy samples, it was discovered that once separation exceeded a certain critical point, both would rapidly decay and vanish as if they were meant to be one. Simulating the generation process of chakras with different attributes, the mathematical model exploded in complexity when introducing the variable of seal technique, with the deduction spiraling into chaos. Every failure was accompanied by slight losses of precious samples and the high costs of instruments. Yet the purple flower showed no hint of discouragement, only an increasingly focused glow. Failed data is still data. Every boundary of collapse outlines the contours of the complex puzzle that is chakra. A breakthrough appeared in the deep comparative analysis of the interaction between the Ten-Tails chakra and natural energy. The laboratory employed the highest precision energy spectrometer and spacetime interference device, simultaneously monitoring the Ten-Tails chakra taken from samples and the purified natural energy introduced from the outside through special channels. In billions of synchronized activation and annihilation experiments, a neglected, extremely subtle phase difference and information residue pattern were captured and magnified. The data indicated that the Ten-Tails chakra exhibited a peculiar regularity and coding characteristics at the microscopic level, as if it had been compiled or processed by some higher intelligence. The original natural energy, though chaotic and unordered, contained within its energy fluctuations fragments of rules that were more fundamental and closer to the origins of the world. Further source analysis combined with fragmented memories extracted from the Black Absolute Seal regarding the Otsutsuki clan and the Divine Tree, as well as the vague perceptions of external paths and creation within the Rinnegan, gradually pieced together a chilling picture. Hypothesis verification. The purple flower slowly opened its eyes, the purple Rinnegan reflecting the final energy comparison map and information flow model on the screen. Its voice trembled slightly in the silent laboratory. Chakra is not the primordial energy produced by the natural evolution of this planet. It opened a new window displaying an animated theoretical model. In ancient times, the Otsutsuki clan descended upon this planet and planted the Divine Tree. The roots of the Divine Tree penetrated deep into the planet's core. Its function was not merely photosynthesis like ordinary plants, but a highly efficient planetary-level natural energy harvesting and transduction apparatus. It extracted the raw and chaotic natural energy from the planet and living beings, and through some unknown technology far beyond current understanding purified, compiled, and formatted it into a more stable energy form that could be absorbed and utilized by specific life forms, the Otsutsuki and their descendants, that is chakra. The animation showed the Divine Tree resembling a massive biological reactor, with input being a colorful yet chaotic flow of natural energy, and output being chakra streams displaying a certain patterned color corresponding to different basic attributes. The Sage of Six Paths, the son of Otsutsuki Kagaya, revolted against his mother and sealed the power of the Divine Tree, the Ten-Tails, but at the same time he did something profoundly impactful. He distributed the seeds or usage rights of chakra to a portion of humanity. This may have stemmed from good intentions, hoping humanity could understand each other and gain strength through it. However, what he distributed was essentially second-hand energy from the Divine Tree that had already been formatted. Thus, all chakra in the current ninja world can be traced back to the transformation of natural energy by the Divine Tree. Humans cannot generate chakra out of nothing. The so-called mixing of spiritual energy and physical energy is more akin to using specific seal techniques applications as instructions to invoke, combine, and recompile the existing basic chakra units inherited from the Divine Tree within their own miniature terminals, thereby performing various techniques. Natural energy, on the other hand, is the primordial unformatted energy of the planet, rawer and more potent. Sage Arts forcibly introduced this portion of raw code into one's chakra system, which is extremely risky, but if successful one can gain powers that exceed the conventional application program privileges. This conclusion was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up monstrous waves in her heart. Chakra is an alien substance, a legacy second-hand energy. This completely overturned the foundation of the ninja world's understanding of the source of their power over thousands of years. This means, she murmured softly, her gaze sweeping across the knowledge crystals representing the bloodline limits in the sample storage area. Bloodline limits may not be products of human gene mutations or soul specialization, but rather, in the process of chakra distribution, transmission, and mixing, certain individuals or families, due to special gene combinations, soul wavelengths, or serendipity, triggered some hidden or specific sequence advanced instructions set within the chakra system of the divine tree. The Sharingan may be connected to Indra's, the eldest son of Otsutsuki, unique advanced privileges regarding yin release and vision. The Byakugan may directly relate to the original visual gene coding of the Otsutsuki clan. Wood release is a high resonance of the life force represented by Ashura, the second son, with the source of the divine tree Hashirama cells. Other bloodlines may be stable mutant expressions or combination technique unlocks of different basic attribute instructions produced on specific carriers. Once the thought process opened, countless doubts seemed to find a new perspective of explanation. Lineage is no longer an unfathomable talent, but rather a collection of various shaped keys that can be inserted into the chakra system left by the divine tree, unlocking specific advanced functions. If this model holds true, the purple flower's gaze sharpened as she pulled up all data regarding Hashirama's cells, especially the detailed records of her successful transplantation and activation of wood release. Then artificially inducing bloodline limits is theoretically possible. The key lies in one obtaining or simulating the corresponding key-specific gene sequences, soul wavelengths, or chakra codes. 2. Finding a safe way to insert the key into the target carrier's chakra system and ensuring its stable operation without being rejected or collapsing by the system. Hashirama cells are a powerful yet extremely dangerous universal key or permission enhancement tool, as they originate from the divine tree, the Ten-Tails external path golem, and possess a very high system affinity and coerciveness. Her success was an exception arising from the combination of multiple factors: special soul mild version of Hashirama's cells, Sage Arts harmonization assistance from Rinnegan, making it difficult to replicate. A safer and more precise key matching technology is needed. She quickly recorded on the scroll at her workstation based on deep scans of the target gene and chakra characteristics combined with reverse engineering of specific bloodline instruction sets, customized chakra code implantation, or gene soul coordinated guidance. This involves soul manipulation and chakra programming on a microscopic level, which is a field not yet touched by current technology. Ethically, it also implies that it may require deep research into the source of the keys other bloodline users, or even. She paused, the pen tip lightly tapping on the words ethical barrier. Conducting such transformations involving souls and the fundamental composition of power on experimental subjects, even if they are volunteers or white absolute, carries immense risks and unknowns. However, if one gives up due to fear of choking, they will never be able to open that door. She wrote beside it, bloodline is not a cage, but a door that has yet to find the correct key or dares not push hard enough. Behind the door may lie treasures or abysses. But researchers cannot pretend the door does not exist out of fear of the abyss. She needed a more fundamental breakthrough, a technological path that could validate the concept of bloodline simulation without directly touching the soul and fundamental genes. Her attention returned to the study of the changes in fundamental chakra properties. Since bloodlines are advanced combination techniques, what about starting from the most basic single attribute application? Is it possible to allow ordinary ninjas to achieve or simulate a certain foundational effect of bloodlines solely through knowledge and training without relying on lineage? She chose scorch release as the first simulation target. This is a high-temperature evaporation effect produced by the combination of wind and fire. Nature changes relatively pure within bloodlines and easy to quantify for analysis. In the dynamic simulation area, a simulated human composed of chakra was generated within the light curtain. The purple flower imported all combat data regarding Yakumo's scorch release collected during the Ninja World War to construct its chakra operation model. At the same time, she retrieved a large amount of foundational research data on the nature changes of wind release and fire release, as well as the chakra consumption accuracy and control modes of ordinary jonin performing these two techniques. A massive amount of calculations began. Within the simulated human, the wind and fire attribute chakras were finely controlled and extracted, then combined and activated according to a complex interference waveform and energy mixing gradient derived from Yakumo's data. Failure. The simulated human collapsed and vanished repeatedly due to energy conflicts. A minuscule difference in the energy mixing ratio or a slight deviation in the interference waveform would trigger violent explosions or energy annihilation, making it impossible to produce a stable high-temperature evaporation field. However, each failure eliminated one wrong path, edging closer to the correct parameter range. The purple flower worked tirelessly with the Rinnegan operating at full power, processing billions of calculations and simulation iterations every second. The energy consumption of the laboratory approached the alarm line, and the glow of the Tentail's crystal slightly dimmed. Finally, after an unknown number of simulations, the simulated humans' palms faced each other, and a faint, stable, high-temperature, distorting air wave of red light slowly appeared between the palms. Though it did not possess the terrifying power of Yakumo's scorch release that could instantly dry up lakes, it was indeed a controllable high-temperature energy field produced by the successful combination of wind and fire nature changes. Despite its low efficiency, enormous consumption, and questionable stability, it existed. Success. Without relying on the scorch release bloodline, merely through extremely precise and complex chakra control and specific energy interference models, the prototype of bloodline simulation was created. The purple flower gazed at the faint but real red light, and for the first time a ripple spread through her purple Rinnegan. It was not ecstasy but a profound near-reverent thrill belonging to an explorer witnessing a fragment of truth. Proof complete. Her voice was calm yet carried an unprecedented weight. The barrier of lineage can be bypassed by knowledge and skills, at least at the level of principles. She meticulously documented all parameters, control models, and energy graphs from this successful attempt. This was just a preliminary rudimentary simulation. It was far from practical application, and many technological chasms needed to be crossed to achieve stability, efficiency, and low consumption. Not to mention promoting it to all ordinary ninjas. However, this faint light was like the first ray of dawn piercing through the darkness. It proved that the direction of her path was correct. Chakra can be understood, bloodlines can be analyzed, and the mysteries of power are not divine gifts but can be deconstructed, learned, and even reconstructed. She closed the simulation and the laboratory returned to silence. Fatigue surged like a tide, yet her spirit remained in a strangely euphoric state. The road ahead is still long, very long. From a thread of simulated faint light to truly illuminating the path for all ordinary ninjas, the technical challenges to be conquered, the training systems to be established, and the societal changes and ethical impacts to be faced were vast enough to instill despair in anyone. Yet the purple flower slowly approached the workstation, writing today's experimental log on the new scroll, and at the end added a line: first step, confirming that the door can be opened. Next, it is about finding the right tools, formulating safe steps to open the door, and then pushing it open. She set down her pen and gazed into the depths of the laboratory at the endless faint light symbolizing the unknown. In her eyes there was only a quiet and steadfast flame of exploration burning silently. In the divine space, the eternal laboratory is now shrouded in an unusual silence. It is not the calm of an experiment's intermission, but rather the settled tranquility following the completion of a grand project. In the core observation area, the 12 light screens remain illuminated, but instead of refreshing torrents of data, they now display 3 meticulously structured and clearly indexed giant document listings. The virtual covers of the documents are formed from the purest chakra light, inscribed in archaic yet clear universal script with the titles: On the Nature of Chakra, From the Divine Tree to the Ninja Clan, a Re-Exploration of Energy Information and Rules, Deconstructing Bloodline Limits and Special Physiques, Principles, Simulations, and Prospective Safe Applications, The Scientific System Concept of Ninja Art Evolution, A Universal Path of Power Growth Based on Chakra's Fundamental Logic. These 3 works are not physical books but highly compressed encrypted knowledge aggregates with special mental imprints. Each volume contains all the research achievements, theoretical deductions, experimental data, lessons learned, and systematic visions for the future direction of ninjutsu developed by Xianhua over many long years, where the laboratory time does not synchronize with the outside world. On the Nature of Chakra reveals the origin of chakra as externally formatted energy, systematically explaining its relationship with natural energy, the microscopic mechanisms of its property changes, and the essence of its compilation, while preliminarily exploring potential models of interaction between chakra, the soul, and matter. Deconstructing Bloodline Limits serves as a shocking, forbidden book, ruthlessly unveiling the mysterious veil of bloodline limits, reducing them to specific chakra coding expressed on special carriers, and detailing the principles, triggering conditions, and power spectra of dozens of known bloodlines, including the Sharingan, Byakugan, and would release. Based on this, several theoretically feasible non-hereditary bloodline effect simulations, or limited guidance schemes are proposed, although most remain highly theoretical and high-risk. In contrast, the scientific system concept of ninja art evolution is a blueprint filled with idealism aimed at the future. It attempts to construct a new power growth framework that de-emphasizes bloodlines and focuses on knowledge and training based on the findings of the previous two works. This includes more efficient chakra refinement and distillation methods, systematic training for property and form changes, a modular and combinable technique construction, concept based on chakra programming, safe natural energy perception and guidance introductions, as well as scientific reconstructions in fields such as summoning techniques, sealing techniques, and medical ninjutsu. The core idea is to transform ninjutsu from a reliance on talent and secret transmission as an art into a technology and science based on understanding, practice, and innovation. Any one of these works, if disseminated, would be enough to ignite a revolutionary wave of thought in the ninja world, causing unpredictable social turmoil, power reshuffling, and even a new round of conflicts. Knowledge is power, and this power is both immense and perilous. Xianhua stood before the screens, calmly observing her creations. In her purple reincarnation eyes, the brilliance of those three works is reflected, along with the countless days and nights of solitude, exploration, failures, and breakthroughs. She holds the absolute power to decide how to dispose of them. Option 1: Public disclosure. In the guise of a deity, forcefully implanting this knowledge into the ninja world, triggering an uncontrollable yet potentially revolutionary knowledge revolution that could break a millennium-long stalemate. But this means stepping onto the stage, becoming the new sovereign, who controls all sources of knowledge, which contradicts her original intention as an observer and researcher, and would inevitably bring endless turmoil and responsibilities. Option 2: Secret inheritance. Choose one or a few suitable heirs to pass on the knowledge in secrecy, hoping they will quietly change the world at some point in the future. But this is akin to creating a new bloodline, or chosen one, going against her philosophy of breaking shackles, and the temperament and choices of the inheritor are unpredictable. Option 3: Leave it to mortals to decide for themselves. Her gaze became distant, as if penetrating the barriers of the laboratory, witnessing the ninja world, which had just staggered to its feet from the trauma of infinite Tsukuyomi, and was struggling to rebuild amidst the ruins. There is confusion, there is pain, but there is also an indomitable vitality, efforts to seek a way out in real suffering, in people like the former Naruto, who believed in bonds, as well as Kakashi, who bore the past yet continued to move forward. I study chakra, analyze bloodlines, explore the essence of power, she murmured softly, her voice echoing in the vast laboratory. Not to become a new god to dictate the fates of mortals or to bestow upon them their self-righteous gospels, but to prove that the seemingly unattainable realm of the divine is not untouchable. To demonstrate that mortals do not need to beg so-called gods for power, nor be eternally shackled by bloodlines. Mortals can also stand shoulder to shoulder with deities, relying not on divine bloodlines nor on serendipitous encounters, but on relentless exploration of the world's operational laws, a firm belief in their own potential, and the unquenchable rational light of countless individuals climbing the ladder of knowledge. This answer should not be granted by gods. It should be discovered, understood, and applied by mortals themselves through the collisions, choices, and even mistakes in the real world, and ultimately transcend. The decision was made. She raised her hand, her fingertips lightly tapping the void. An invisible command was issued, and in the depths of the laboratory, specialized manufacturing units began to operate. Pure energy under precise control, condensed, shaped, and imprinted. In the end, 9 seemingly ordinary palm-sized silver flakes, made from a special chakra metal and memory crystals, floated before her. Each flake contains the entirety of the 3 works, with complex triggering and protection mechanisms set only individuals with a strong thirst for knowledge and will to change, whose mental frequencies meet certain openness standards, can safely access the knowledge within. Forceful breaches or malicious intents will only trigger self-destruction. She placed the 9 knowledge flakes into specially designed inconspicuous scroll tubes. The tubes bore no markings, and inside, in micro-engraved script, the world's writing inscribed a line. Knowledge is a spark capable of illuminating the path ahead, yet also capable of incinerating all. Use it with caution. Then she activated the space power of her reincarnation eye. 9 subtle, almost imperceptible ripples of space spread out, and the scroll tubes vanished in an instant. Their destinations had been carefully chosen. In the Land of Fire, the deepest part of the newly built Central Library of Konoha in the anonymous donation area. In the Land of Wind, a corner of the Elder Council's secret vault in Sunigakure. In the land of water next to a dusty old archive in the Umbu archives of Kirigakure. In the land of earth atop the bookshelf in Anoki's private study in Iwagakure. In the land of lightning at the bottom of the pending documents basket in the Reikige's office in Kumogakure. In the land of iron under the incense table that worships swords in the dojo of General Mifune. In the land of rain at the now abandoned secret base that once belonged to the angel, Conan. And 2 randomly selected seemingly ordinary intelligence exchange points located in remote small countries where wandering ninjas gather. No signatures, no announcements, and no compulsory missions. These seeds of knowledge capable of changing the fate of the world were quietly lost in various corners of the ninja world like dandelion seeds scattered by the wind. Whether they will be discovered by whom and how they will be treated, whether they ignite the torch of wisdom or lead to disasters of contention or remain forever silent, will be left to time, to luck, and ultimately to the choices of mortals themselves. After completing all this, Xianhua felt a heavy intangible burden within her dissipate quietly. It was not power but rather a sense of responsibility. Or perhaps an obsession with the outcome. She took one last look at the laboratory that had accompanied her for countless years, glanced at the slowly rotating Ten Tails crystal, and looked at the titles of the 3 works that encapsulated all her efforts on the screens. Then she turned and took a step forward. The space shifted. No longer was it the eternal enclosure and silence of divine space. She stood atop a peak in the real world. Below her lay a rolling sea of clouds, and in the distance the horizon where the rising sun was fiercely tearing apart the remnants of the night, casting golden-red light upon the awakening earth barely visible below. The wind carrying the freshness of grass and trees and the faint hustle and bustle of the distant world blew through her purple hair, which now cascaded down to her waist and had grown much longer. She released the 6 paths mode, shedding the inhuman purple light of her reincarnation eye, and her eyes returned to the clear purple that belonged to Xianhua. Her attire changed to a simple practical dark outfit akin to what she wore when she left the land of rain, though now more understated. She stood quietly, allowing the morning breeze to brush against her face, gazing at this vast, complex, scarred yet vibrant world. Waking from a cold body of a chūnin in the ruins of the land of rain, inheriting her name, her tragedy, and her talents. Struggling to survive in loneliness and danger, stealing the eye of the divine, studying forbidden techniques, implanting Hashirama's cells, madly absorbing knowledge in the interstices of conspiracy and war. Then personally slaying a god, ending a millennium-long conspiracy, accommodating the Ten Tails, stepping into the realm of the 6 paths and acquiring near-divine powers. Ultimately in the eternal laboratory, deconstructing the mysteries of chakra, glimpsing the truth of bloodlines, and choosing to quietly return all of this to the land that birthed them and endured suffering because of them. She walked far, far away. Far enough to leave any legendary story's protagonists dumbfounded. But at this moment, standing atop the mountain, bathed in the real morning light and gentle breeze, feeling the hardness and coldness of the rocks beneath her feet, she clearly knew. I, Xianhua, ultimately am just a mortal. A mortal who is fortunate or unfortunate enough to be summoned here, having the opportunity to study all of this. A mortal who is dedicated to the truth, willing to take risks, even opposing deities in pursuit of it. A mortal who, after acquiring godlike powers, ultimately chooses to leave answers in a mortal's way. The wind scattered her whispers and also brought clearer sounds from the world below. The knocking sounds of reconstruction sites, the ringing of merchants' bells in the early morning, the gentle voice of a mother calling her child, and the orderly footsteps of the ninja patrol passing by. Chaotic, noisy, filled with the essence of life and the vigor of reality. Xianhua. She spoke softly to the wind and also to the girl's soul, who had already dissipated but had entrusted everything to her. Her tone was calm yet carried a hint of indescribable relief and respect. Did you hear it? Your death, your final unwilling call, the injustices and betrayals you endured, were not in vain. It changed the possibilities of this world. She ceased to speak, casting a deep final glance at the land bathed in the morning sun, then turned, her figure slowly merging into the mist rising from the forest behind her, leaving no trace. As if a ghost of an era completing its final mission and quietly retreating behind the curtain of history. Years later. The wounds of the Fourth Shinobi World War have gradually been soothed by time, and a new order has been established upon the ruins, with unprecedentedly close exchanges and cooperation between the nations due to their shared experiences of catastrophe. The development of ninjutsu has not stagnated but seems to have entered a peculiar, settling, and reflection period. Driven by the 5 great nations and some insightful individuals, a new ideology has subtly taken root. It no longer purely pursues powerful forbidden techniques or bloodline limits but begins to systematically and rationally explore the essence of chakra, the principles of ninjutsu, and how to cultivate ninjas more safely and efficiently. In Konoha, within the newly established Comprehensive Ninjutsu Research Institute, a group of young ninjas and scholars is engaged in a heated debate over a paper on stability models of composite property transformation chakra, its theoretical foundation vaguely reminiscent of an anonymous work. In Sunagekira, a lower ninja from a common background defeated a bloodline opponent in an annual assessment, relying on his unique understanding of micro-control of wind-release chakra transformation. His training method is said to have originated from an old notebook in the corner of the library that no one asked about. In Kirigakure, the Anbu training curriculum has added a subject on reverse analysis and countermeasures of chakra properties, with the source of its materials a mystery, yet the results are significant. In Kumogakure, in the Reikige's office, the newly appointed young Reikige looks at a feasibility report on using lightning release chakra to stimulate cell activity and safely enhance basic qualities of taijutsu ninjas. Falling into deep contemplation, the report's appendix cites a series of highly advanced theories. In Iwagakure, an elderly retired ninja successfully simulated an extremely weak, lava-style effect using a combination of earth and water release in his backyard for pottery firing, claiming that inspiration came from a dream. And in the village of Kirigakure, a scarred village that is striving to find a new path. In the newly built public library open to all villagers, a young rain ninja dressed simply with a gaze filled with a thirst for knowledge inadvertently pulled out a heavily worn nameless old scroll from the bottom of a dust-laden bookshelf. Curiously, he unrolled it. The scroll began with densely packed, extremely profound explanations of chakra theory far exceeding his current understanding. Furrowing his brow, he quickly flipped through to the nearly blank end where his gaze suddenly froze. There, in extremely small yet clear and powerful handwriting, a line reads, "Dedicated to all those bound by bloodlines, origins, or so-called destinies." Xianhua. The young rain ninja was stunned. Xianhua. This name seems to have been seen on the list of casualties from the village's early days. An ordinary chūnin. Why would she write such words? Who wrote this book? A wave of immense confusion surged within him, but more than that, it was an indescribable excitement. That line seemed to carry a strange power penetrating through time, gently knocking on a corner of his heart that had been overlooked. He involuntarily began to more carefully and earnestly unroll the scroll again, starting from the first line, striving to understand those obscure words, to touch the entirely different perspectives on power and the world they contained. Outside the window, the rain had begun to fall again, softly tapping against the library's new glass panes. But this time the sound of rain seemed to lack the previous gloom, and carried a sense of cleansing dust and nourishing new life. The young rain ninja was immersed in that unfamiliar ocean of knowledge, unaware that not far behind him on the librarian's desk a similarly unnamed newly arrived book lay, carelessly placed, its cover title reading, "An Introduction to Chakra Science, Anonymous Edition." The world did not instantaneously change due to those few quietly scattered sparks. Change is slow, subtle, accompanied by debates, misunderstandings, and even new problems. But change has indeed begun. The seeds of knowledge have already been sown. They may be ignored, distorted, or exploited, or they may quietly sprout in some corner, igniting sparks in the soul's yearning for change. And the one who sowed those seeds, the purple-haired girl who once possessed divine power yet chose to leave answers as a mortal, has long since merged into the mists of history, her name perhaps only appearing in the most obscure records. But the answers she sought about how mortals could break shackles and illuminate their own paths through wisdom and will have quietly spread to every corner of the ninja world, with that wind known only to none, waiting to be written by countless mortals in their own brand new chapters in some future moment. End of the full text. In the realm of divine might, the laboratory lay in eternal silence. At the edge of the core observation area, Xianghua's gaze shifted away from the vast data streams that recorded the essence of chakra, the principles of bloodline limits, and models of power evolution. Her eyes fell upon an inconspicuous corner of the sample storage area where a translucent gray crystal floated, dimmer than any other knowledge crystallization, almost devoid of any energy fluctuations. This was the fragment of all information regarding the summoning technique, outer domain spirit summoning, that she had meticulously extracted and preserved from the depths of the original Xianghua's memories at the beginning of her journey. The original Xianghua, a ninja from the rain-hidden village at the brink of death, offered her own soul as a sacrifice, guided by despair, employing a variant summoning technique that involved taboo realms of spacetime and soul. She forcefully tore apart the barriers of the world and summoned the soul of Lin Zhe from a distant, unknowable place. To the Xianghua of that time, the success probability of this technique seemed infinitesimally close to zero. Yet it succeeded. At that time Lin Zhe, now Xianghua, or rather the researcher who possessed Xianghua's body and partial memories along with Lin Zhe's soul and thoughts, had always regarded this technique as an event that had occurred, a crossing phenomenon sample that needed understanding but held low priority. Only when she completely mastered the spatial authority of divine might, understood part of the rules connecting life and death through her reincarnation eye, and began to touch upon the vague information regarding world and coordinates contained within the chakra of the 10 tails, did this long-sealed sample get reintroduced into her research agenda. Research supplement: reverse coordinate tracing of individual crossing events. She retrieved the data from the gray crystal. It was not a complete spell, but rather a collection of fragmented memory images, distorted mental imprints, and records of the chaotic and unstable spacetime disturbances at the moment of casting. In the images, the severely injured purple-haired girl recited a convoluted ancient incantation, forming a special seal with her hands, blood seeping from her fingertips. Her gaze was filled with despair and madness, her soul flickering like a candle in the wind, yet it erupted with an astonishing obsession to grasp the last hope. Then there was light. Not the typical chakra light seen in the ninja world, but a cold, eerie blue light that seemed to emanate from a more profound universe. Within the light, countless intricate symbols flowed, reminiscent of the destructive brilliance seen when the internal circuitry of the most precise instruments overloads. Next came a violent tearing and merging pain from the soul level. That was the moment Lin Zhe's soul was forcefully yanked into this realm. Finally, everything returned to darkness and silence. The consciousness of the original Xianghua dissipated entirely, leaving behind only this empty shell and the broken echoes of the spell. Xianghua Lin Zhe repeatedly watched this recording, especially every detail of the moment the eerie blue light appeared. She analyzed its spectrum with her reincarnation eye, used the spatial perception of divine might to decipher the potential coordinate information contained in its fluctuations, and attempted to understand the summoning rules that transcended the common knowledge of the ninja world with the mindset of a researcher. Hypothesis: the summoning technique outer domain spirit summoning essentially establishes a brief, unstable, one-way higher dimensional space soul channel. The spellcaster, the original Xianghua, provided the summoning intent to sacrifice her own soul and an incomplete channel construction formula. The coordinates of the summon being Lin Zhe's soul were inadvertently recorded by the spell itself, serving as the anchor point at the other end of the channel. This blue light. She froze the image at the moment the light was most intense, zooming in and zooming in again. The insight of her reincarnation eye delved into the microscopic, where she saw that the countless symbols swirling within the light were not any known script or runes from the ninja world, but rather some extremely intricate composite information flow resembling binary code or protein structure diagrams composed of light and electromagnetic signals. This is. Her pupils slightly constricted. She was far too familiar with this structure. In her past life in the laboratory, on the monitoring screen of the high-speed particle collider, in the fluorescent signals of the gene sequencer, and in the complex diagrams of brainwave imaging, she had seen similar things. This was a regulated energy information manifestation produced by scientific instruments entirely different from the relatively vague and idealistic energy systems based on chakra and spiritual perception in the ninja world. The other end of the summoning is a world with a highly developed technological civilization. Moreover, this blue light seems to be an energy dissipation phenomenon generated during an instrument overload or malfunction. A bold hypothesis took shape in her mind: could Lin Zhe's death be related to this instrument overload? And Xianghua's summoning just happened to capture the fluctuations of her soul dissipating or mixing with death energy at the exact moment of Lin Zhe's death, accidentally completing the summoning. This hypothesis ignited her researcher's spirit fervently. If this were true, then this blue light would be more than just a phenomenon, it would itself be a clear spatial terminology coordinate pointing to Earth, to Lin Zhe's death scene. She immediately began her work. Mobilizing all computational resources using the energy spectrum of this blue light, the information encoding structure, and the slight spacetime curvature changes recorded at the moment of summoning as input data, she began constructing an extremely complex reverse model combining all the knowledge she had mastered regarding divine might, space traversing reincarnation, soul perception, and the origin localization of the 10 tails chakra. Objective: to deduce the cause, the exact source coordinates of the blue light on Earth, from this result the appearance of the blue light in the ninja world. This was an unprecedented challenge involving the collision and conversion of two different rule systems. Failing time and again, the model collapsed and the data became chaotic. Yet she did not give up, akin to deciphering the most complex riddle, adjusting parameters, repeatedly reconstructing algorithms time and again. Time flowed in the divine might space. While the outside world may have only passed a few days, the laboratory had undergone countless simulations and deductions. Finally, at a certain moment, the reverse model output a set of stable self-consistent coordinate parameters. This set of parameters was exceedingly strange, mixing descriptions of spacetime dimensions that she could comprehend with numerous items she could not decipher but which the model deemed as constants or background rules. The core location anchor pointed to a point that was entirely different from the ninja world's planet, radiating a cold metallic aura and complex electromagnetic fluctuations. The coordinates had been found. Xianghua stared at the glowing parameters suspended before her, remaining silent for quite some time. Finding the coordinates was one thing, but actually crossing the barrier of the unknown world was another. The risks were incalculable. Could divine might penetrate such vast distances and entirely different rule barriers? Would she be able to adapt after transporting? How would energy be sustained? Were there unpredictable dangers? Yet the desire to explore, the thirst for the truth of the origin, overwhelmed everything. She began to make her final preparations. Adjusting the laboratory to a low-energy standby state, she compressed and packed the most critical research data, storing it within a soul-bound seal. Checking her own status, the divine might was stable. Her 10 tails chakra had recovered to 80%, and the natural energy cycle of her sage techniques was smooth. She donned a simple dark outfit devoid of any ninja features. Then she stood at the center of the laboratory, facing the set of coordinates. Taking a deep breath, her left eye's reincarnation eye lit up, while her right eye's divine might power was fully activated. This time it was not a short-distance space leap, nor a movement within the ninja world or the realm of divine might. What she aimed to attempt was to use this set of reverse-derived coordinates as a target, utilizing the spatial tearing and connecting abilities of divine might as a drill, and employing the 10 tails chakra and reincarnation eye power as energy and navigation to forcefully carve out a one-way channel leading to home. Divine might transcendental crossing. She murmured the temporarily named spell, forming an extremely complex seal that intertwined space, soul, and energy guidance. The kaleidoscope pattern of her right eye spun wildly to its limits. The air around her emitted a mournful sound under excessive strain, and the laboratory's light began to distort and stretch as if space itself was being violently torn apart. A vortex appeared, but it was no longer a dark whirlpool leading to some place in the ninja world or within divine might's space. Instead, it was a chaotic passage flickering with unstable blue-purple electric light, seemingly filled with countless stars flickering in and out, evoking a sense of dread. At the other end of the passage came completely unfamiliar cold rule fluctuations. Xianghua hesitated not a moment, stepping forward. Boom! An indescribable feeling of tearing surged through her. It was not the pain of the flesh, but a terrifying sensation, as if her very existence was being forcibly crushed and reassembled by the rules of different worlds. Before her lay a bizarrely distorted scene, and in her ears screams beyond the realm of hearing echoed. She felt her chakra depleting at a terrifying speed, the divine might sending waves of burning pain, and in the vision of her reincarnation countless chaotic rule lines lashed out wildly. Uncertain of how much time passed, it could have been a moment or an eternity. All the distortions, tears, and screams suddenly vanished. She staggered slightly before regaining her footing. Beneath her feet was a hard, flat surface with a slight resilience, neither soil nor rock. The air was thick with the mixed scents of disinfectant ozone and something charred. The light was bright, and even emanating from neatly arranged bar lights above her head. She found herself in a corridor. A very modern corridor. The walls were smooth, coated in white paint, and the floor was a light gray anti-static rubber mat. On either side were heavy metal doors, each equipped with small observation windows and electronic locks. At the end of the corridor, a green exit sign indicated safety. Was this a laboratory, a hospital corridor, or some kind of research facility? She immediately suppressed all outwardly projected chakra, completely retracting the powers of her reincarnation eye and divine might, retaining only the most basic perception. Though her attire was simple, it felt out of place in this environment. Fortunately, the corridor was empty, eerily quiet save for the distant sounds of a dull roar and alarms. No, upon closer inspection it sounded more like the low-frequency noise of large machinery operating. She followed the corridor towards the source of the sound. Around the corner, a heavy blast-proof glass door stood ajar, spilling brighter, even somewhat blinding light, along with more distinct sounds of machinery humming and intermittent electronic prompts. She approached silently, peering through the glass door. Inside was a vast laboratory. The towering ceiling was filled with various pipes, and wiring the walls were cold metal. At the center of the laboratory was an extremely complex multilayered circular structure. Currently, the central area of the instrument was black, and many wires were frayed, sparking with electricity, and several figures clad in white protective gear wearing masks were busily inspecting and documenting the air, thick with a stronger burnt smell and A strange unsettling odor resembling a mixture of ionized ozone and some organic material burning. On one wall of the laboratory hung a massive LCD screen. The screen had originally appeared to monitor experimental data or display models, but now it showed no complex data streams, only a few lines of text and a photo. The photo depicted a young Asian man wearing black-framed glasses, his expression calm, his gaze behind the lenses revealing focus and slight fatigue. He wore a typical laboratory white coat, the background filled with bookshelves and computers. Beneath the photo were the words Accident Report, Lin Zhe, researcher, age 29. Center for Molecular Biology and Cognitive Science, Project Team, Consciousness Mapping and Critical State of Information Carriers. At 3:17 a.m. yesterday, after 72 consecutive hours of work during high-load data writing in the main experimental area, an unknown cause led to the overload of the cross-dimensional information resonator. The core of the instrument erupted at 3:19 a.m. with uncontrollable high-energy blue light radiation, with the last footage from the monitoring chamber showing researcher Lin Zhe's body being converted to high energy in 0.3 seconds, with the material structure disintegrating. No biological tissue remnants were found at the scene. The cause of the accident is under investigation. We express our deep condolences for the passing of researcher Lin Zhe. The research center has suspended all related experiments. The text on the screen scrolled continuously. The few individuals checking the instruments occasionally glanced at the screen, shaking their heads and sighing before returning to their tasks. Xianghua, or rather Lin Zhe, stood quietly outside the glass door, gazing at her photo on the screen, looking at the cold description stating converted to high energy in 0.3 seconds, material structure disintegrated, observing no biological tissue remnants were found at the scene. So that's how it is. The summoning blue light was the energy released when this cross-dimensional information resonator overloaded and collapsed. Her death was instantaneous, a complete physical annihilation, leaving not a single cell behind. And Xianghua's summoning at that very moment inadvertently grasped some of her information structure or soul echo that had yet to completely dissipate, crossing unimaginable distances and barriers, dragging it into the ninja world and stuffing it into the body of a dying female ninja. There was no sorrow, no fear, not even much sentiment of returning home. Only a chilling, absurd clarity, as if finally unraveling a long-standing mathematical puzzle. She raised her hand, looking at this slender hand belonging to the girl infused with chakra. Through the glass reflection she also beheld her new, unfamiliar face that belonged to Xianghua. Lin Zhe was dead, thoroughly, cleanly, leaving behind an accident report and a credential photo. Xianghua was also dead, perishing beneath the ruins of the rain-hidden village, with only this body and a segment of desperate memory remaining. And now standing here was a brand new researcher possessing Lin Zhe's thoughts and knowledge, Xianghua's body and partial talents yet belonging to either side. In the laboratory, one of the inspectors seemed to have finished his work, rising and walking towards the door, seemingly wanting to step outside for some fresh air. Xianghua quietly retreated, her figure blending into the shadows of the corridor. A second before the other person pushed the door open, her right eye slightly pivoted. The vortex of divine might silently unfolded, engulfing her. Before leaving, she took one last glance at the calm photo of Lin Zhe on the screen, as well as the cold word beside it describing his death process: disintegration. In the next moment she was back in the divine might space at the center of her laboratory. Beneath her feet was the familiar silver-gray floor, surrounded by constant cold light and floating data streams. The light of the 10 tails crystal seemed to dim slightly again, indicating the enormous consumption from this long-distance cross-rule transportation. She approached her workbench, remaining silent for a moment before picking up a pen and writing on a new scroll: crossing event source report, final version 1. Coordinate confirmation reverse located to the original world, codename Earth, specific location being the original Lin Zhe death scene. Crossing mechanism based on the outer domain spirit summoning technique incomplete, variant the overload of high-energy instruments in the original world, blue light radiation, and the coincidental resonance of two-way extreme states, the summoner's near-death sacrifice, the summoned being's instantaneous death. 3. Native outcome confirmation: Lin Zhe has been confirmed deceased with complete annihilation of the physical body, no return to physical foundations or social identity. 4. Conclusion: the crossing is an irreproducible, extremely low probability event. The current existence form is an independent entity with no continuity of relation to the original world Earth or the identity of Lin Zhe. Research focus should be entirely placed on analyzing and evolving the rules of the current world ninja world. She set down her pen, walked over to the gray crystal that held the remnants of outer domain spirit summoning, and gently tapped it with her finger. The crystal turned to the finest dust, dissipating into the air. The final trace concluded. Lin Zhe from Earth had completely become a data point of the past. and Xianghua from the ninja world had long since dissipated into smoke. Now what remained here was merely a researcher. An observer and explorer endowed with unique experiences possessing special powers dedicated to unraveling all the mysteries of this world. She lifted her head gazing into the depths of the laboratory towards the endless unknown dim light. In her eyes that calm pure flame of exploration burned more clearly and firmly than ever before. The coordinates of Earth had been recorded and archived. And the road beneath her feet continued to stretch forward in this world filled with chakra ninjutsu blood and myth. A new chapter, or rather the only real chapter, continued.